Yeah, good morning. This is Delegate Exchange.
Morning, Delegate Freeland.
Although, just to let everyone know, my colleagues, 24th Navajo Nation Council, I did receive information from Speaker Damon asking me to chair the Naabik'íyáti meeting this morning, and he'll be joining us this afternoon after his medical appointment. So right now we are currently waiting for one more Budget and Finance Committee member to call the meeting to order and to have a quorum. So we'll continue to hold and wait for our colleagues to join the line again. And thank you for being on the line, everyone.
Good morning. This is Delegate Hino on the line. I understand you need one more BNF committee member.
Honorable Henyo, I think you might be the only BNF member online right now.
Okay, you got. For the record, I'm on the line.
Delegate Daniel So on the call.
Yate Nana Shekahasiko, 24th Now Nation Council, colleagues, members, Ado, Kodo, Hokati, and Dene, Nitliniki, Ado, Office of President and Vice President, Executive Branch, Chief Justice, Judicial Branch, and all those individuals listening online, World Wide Web. I'm going to chair the Naabik'íyáti meeting today, Thursday, March 11th at 10 a.m. And we have a proposed agenda that's before us. So with that, before we move on, I'll go ahead and ask Shanale, Linda, Miss Linda Uvella to do a roll call to see if we have a quorum. Shanale, Linda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay is present.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer roll call. Honorable Regina Charles Newton. Honorable Regina Charles Newton. Honorable Regina Charles Newton did not answer roll call. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty did not answer roll call. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon did not answer roll call. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
Good morning, present.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Good morning, President.
Honorable Mark Freeland answered roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not answer roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Good morning, he is present.
Honorable Jamie Henyo answered roll call. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James present.
Honorable Vince James answered roll call. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present. Good morning.
Honorable Ricky Nez answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater present.
Honorable Carl Slater answered roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Charlene So.
Delegates are present.
Honorable Charlene So answered roll call. Honorable Daniel So.
Yeah, I'm present here.
Honorable Daniel So answered roll call. Honorable Eugene So.
Honorable
Honorable Eugene So answered roll call. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not answer roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I am present.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika did not answer roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
I'm here.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie answered roll call.
Good morning.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yeller is present.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair answered roll call. Going back up, Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Regina Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton is present from Sherlock, New Mexico.
Honorable Regina Charles Newton answered. Roll call. Honorable Amber Canespa-Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa-Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa-Crotty did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika did not answer. Roll call. With that, Mr. Presiding Chair, you have 15 members that answered roll call.
Yeah, done. So now let Ms. Linda Ubella for doing the roll call for us. We do have 2 members per committee. So with that, that does constitute a quorum for us to move on.
Chairman Pro Tem?
So with, yes, Manuel?
For the record, we have Honorable Crotty texts in. She's having some technical difficulties, so she's present though. She can hear us. So that's 16 members present.
Okay, make the record known that we do have Honorable Amber Crotty on the line as well. So with that, we do have 16 members, and then with 2 members per committee rules, we do have a quorum. So with that, I'll go ahead and call the meeting to order here at 10:20 a.m. Achin kodo asahni glindo le Naabik'íyáti di nod iya kodo asahni gle ko beshma sa anani glinigi ako kodoshid iya large islohigi iya kodo todazen glinigi be anal ako asahni gle ako ashid iya kodo Shana Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Kodo todazen glinigi that habe haditse Adobik how asahni glindo le Honorable Stewart.
Oh, yeah, that's a Okay, Shane, we'll go ahead and say a prayer this morning that and again, good morning, colleagues of Naabik'íyáti Committee, or 24th Council. This morning, we'll all say our own prayer in our own way. Heavenly Father God, we come to you this morning, ask you for your blessings upon each and every one of us. Today, thank you for the wonderful day you have created for us. And thank you for the blessing that you are going to bless us with today, and that you bless us with each and every day, Father God. I ask you to continue to guide us and protect us, and to seek out your wisdom each and every day, Father God. Thank you for all the words and encouragement, Father God, that we hear each and every day, Father God, from our coworkers, from our community members, to the support and encouragement that we give each other, Heavenly Father God. I ask you to bless our staff, legislative, executive, judicial, our leadership from President's Office, Vice President's Office, Chief Justice Around Jane, all our judges and court advocates, Heavenly Father God, and those involved in the court, Heavenly Father God, our police officers and those first line workers, Heavenly Father God, EMTs, EMS, all our counselors, Heavenly Father God, and our doctors and our nurses, those providing assistance to us each and every day, Heavenly Father God. I ask you to bless all your children in the hospital, or recovering from some type of illness and surgery, help them to heal right away, recover right away, Heavenly Father God. as we get back into some type of normalcy, Heavenly Father God, thank you for guiding us through this past year. Thank you for the vaccines that you've blessed our scientists with and finding out the answers, Heavenly Father God. Continue to bless us too, so that we can heal, Heavenly Father God, continue to overcome this pandemic, Heavenly Father God. I ask you to bless our agenda as well, Heavenly Father God, today for Naabik'íyáti committee. Heavenly Father God, help us to guide our words and our thoughts in that way to discuss these matters and these issues, Heavenly Father God, to prepare and present for council session, Heavenly Father God, to represent our communities like that. Bless all of our community members listening in this morning, with their homes, their livestock, our livestock as well in our homes. Bless us as we travel to and from our destination each and every day, Heavenly Father God. Forgive us of our shortcomings and our shortfalls, Heavenly Father God, and continue to be with us each and every day, Heavenly Father God. Bless our medicine men and women, Heavenly Father God, our pastors, our preachers, our roadmen, Heavenly Father God, and the paraphernalias that we have and that they use for us, Heavenly Father God. I ask you to bless them all for us at this time, Father God. Bless your creatures from the smallest creature you created to the largest creature you created, Heavenly Father God. And Father God, whatever I may have left out, you take care of it for me at this time, Father God. These things I say in your Holy Son's name, Jesus Christ. Amen.
I had Senat Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. So there's an Lunigi Kodo invocation, Lunigin Ha'inla. Thanks for the invocation. So with that, we'll go ahead and move on to item number 2, Na Soshi Dolik. Now, Kigonet Nana Sohige recognition guest and visiting official. Kodoshin Bishvasa Anan Limin Hanan Slako. I seen the EA, but I hear what the note think. Joke what are a Banana Stohoko. Members of Crownpoint Now Nation Council, recognition guests and visiting officials. Recognition guests and visiting officials going once. Time. There's none. So with that, we'll go ahead and move on to item number 3. Na Soshido Les Kodo review and adopt agenda. Kodo الكيد هنا بكات das هيكشين كدون هيك ناول كدون نادي دول suspect الكيد not think like that. So with that, review and adopt the agenda manual. Shall I ask Mr. Rico?
Thank you, Chairman Pro Tem and members of Naabik'íyáti. Naabik'íyáti Committee of the 24th Nomination Council regular meeting via telecommunication, Window Rock, Navajo Nation, Thursday, March 11th, 2021. Proposed agenda. Presiding Chair, Honorable Seth Damon, Speaker, 24th Nomination Council. 1, call meeting to order. Roll call invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 2-minute limit per delegate. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journals. There's one journal, February 25th, 2021. 5, receive reports. Report A, update status report on the Crownpoint Hotel and C-Store provided by the Department of Economic Development, Office of the Controller, and the Department of Justice. 6, old business. Old business A, legislation 0318-20. Old business B, legislation 0014-21. 7, new business. New business A, legislation 0011-21. New business B, legislation 0012-21. New business C, legislation 0017-21. New business D, legislation 0019-21. New business E, legislation 0020-21. New business F, legislation 0024-21. New business G, legislation 0026-21. New business H, legislation 0029-21. New business I, legislation 0030-21. New business J, legislation 0032-21. 8, close the meeting. Announcements, adjournment. Chairman Pro Tem.
Motion, Halona?
I had just not ask Mr. Rico for doing that, reviewing the agenda for us. Yeah, a change in Ecuador, it's a motion made by Honorable Pernell Halona. Review and adopt the agenda. Is there a second? Review and adopt the agenda. Do I have a second?
Second, Delegate Paul McGee.
Yad Ishiche, Heha, Ado Kodobe Kate, Shananda, Honorable Pernell Halona, Ado Shache, Kate Nia, Honorable Paul Begay. Any questions, deletions, corrections to the agenda? Kododa, this up not this kit, Edo Das, another Edo Dab Gate, it's so, not a Hanato. Atten go machine, stop base case. Are there any questions? Going once, going twice. Roll call to review and adopt the agenda. Motion made by Honorable Pernell Halona, second by Honorable Paul Begay. Roll call. Janelle.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable T. Allen Begay Jr. Honorable T. Allen Begay Jr. Honorable T. Allen Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote.
This is Delegate Brown. I'm present from Kayenta.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I vote green. Can you hear me?
Yes. Honorable Nathaniel Brown
Okay.
votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Balcrotty.
Delegate Amber Kenneth-Balcrotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kenneth-Balcrotty votes green. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon did not vote. Honorable Herman M. Daniels.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels. Honorable Herman M. Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Phelan. Honorable Mark Phelan. Honorable Mark Phelan did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Sorry, Freeland votes green. I was muted.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Mark Phelan votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Ricky Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Ness votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Alvin Begay did not vote. Honorable T. Allen Begay Jr. Honorable T. Allen Begay Jr. Honorable T. Allen Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Edison Monica. Honorable Edison Monica. Honorable Edison Monica did not vote. With that, Chairman Pro Tem, you have 17 in favor and 0 opposed. Mr. Chairman Pro Tem.
Schneider, thank you for that, Ms. Uvella. With that, 17-0 and Chair Pro Tem, Speaker not voting. Just at the Ladini double Ajay, nas Pasto, Kodo, Yotolige, Ado E Ata. Achide ya e Nasonando list. 18 Nanas Dohigi, item number 4, review and adopt the journal, February 25th. Ya da the kid is a secret. Ajit not possible cotton has to go on hitch. Atalia, Atada Nesnado, Stan She, nothing the Hudson, quite not Kitata, Karen, Doki, hitch. Ilan Echo, it Ashinan play. Members of the council, yesterday we did receive an email regarding the journal of February 25th.
Motion, my
Do I have a motion?
to approve the journal.
Okay, motion made by Honorable Jamie Henyo, second made by Honorable Pranal Halona. Shina, now the kids linear quadrant, Hanas, are there any questions pertaining to the hello?
We can hear you, Chairman Pro Tem.
Okay, here had Kodobe case that a kid it has a blinking on sauce. The partner has doggy. Yeah, this not get a Ecuadorian at the Honorable Jamie Henry, yeah, kid Niage, Honorable Pronounced Hello National. Now the kid Lenny Quibe and how so not those kid, there's no question pertaining to the review and adopt the journal for February 25th. Going once, going twice. No question. Was that not those kiddo? Nasonan or the roll call? Schneider? Is he available?
Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green.
Delegate Kealan Begay Jr. votes green.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Regina Charles Newton. Honorable Regina.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Regina Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Canas-Balcrotty.
Delegate Amber Canas-Balcrotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canas-Balcrotty votes green. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Lauren votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. What? Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, that is.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winnicott. Honorable Edison Winnicott. Honorable Edison Winnicott did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up, Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Winnicott. Honorable Edison Winnicott. Honorable Edison Winnicott did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. With that, Presiding Chairman, you have a 19 in favor and 0 opposed. Presiding Chairman not voting.
Okay, Dana Darnsnalet. Nas is ata eya e ladi nido nana batanja inas bas ado kodo laji yasole ado e ata. With that, 19-0 and Chair Pro Tem not voting. So with that, we'll go ahead and move on to item number 5, review reports. A, update status report on Crownpoint Hotel Store provided by Department of Economic Development, Office of the Controller, and Department of Justice. DC A Crownpoint has undo. A Ajis A Kodo Nanja because Anido Daimi because Anishid A Kodo East Osdo. Ado shade not the husband or this Ado Aji date Mashigi. Kodoshi de Yaishinan the Nagi, but then Shafto less honorable Mark Freeland Ishi Ecuador Basalado Ashipet Hijada Hodo Zinto Ayada Nishi Ishido Kodo Aben Yen Hikodo Lihako. Sit down.
Can you hear me?
Oh.
Speaker Pro Tem, committee members, good morning, colleagues, everyone on the call. The
those listening on the World Wide Web as well. Colleagues, I wanted to bring this matter to your attention and get an update. And we're really at a standstill with this project right now. And it was funded by the Permanent Trust Fund. And I'll let the Division of Economic Development elaborate, as well as DOJ and OOC. But we did have a very ceremonial groundbreaking and blessing of the site in Crownpoint. And we held on to, our hope. We still hold on to it, but we really are still at a standstill. And I bring this to your attention because I know with PTF, especially with the Budget and Finance Committee, there was a lot of questions as to why projects are not moving. And I want you to get an understanding as to what challenges we are faced with. And we continue to face these challenges today. This project is 8 years in the making right now. And, I was looking at the site the other day, and it still sits there barren. It still sits there unoccupied. And I envision a hotel being there. And as for Crownpoint, we are an agency hub, but we are years behind the likes of Shiprock or Tuba City or Chinle or other agency hubs. And we still have to work with what we have because of our land status. Our land status is the challenge that we are faced with. So I'm going to let the Division of Economic Development, DOJ, and OOC give you an update this morning on the Crownpoint Hotel, and we can elaborate and ask questions a little bit more thoroughly. So Edia, thank you.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Oh, what did you?
Okay, thank you. I thought my supervisor, JT Willie, would come on first and kind of introduce the project to the council delegates. My name is John Largo. I work for the Eastern Regional Business Development Office of under the Division of Economic Development. And I'd like to thank Honorable Chairman Vince James and all the honorable delegates for letting us give this report to the NABI Committee and Navajo Nation Council. Again, my name is John Largo. I work out here in Church Rock, and we've been working with, on the agenda, it says the Crownpoint Hotel and C-Store. So these two projects were funded under the Permanent Trust Fund way back when, and so we have money divided between the hotel project and the C-Store project. We have Navajo owners for both of them, Jacqueline Dagama and John Dagama. She's the Navajo 51% owner for CSV Enterprises, the ones that are doing the hotel project. And then Alvin and Ivan Thompson, they're located in Church Rock, New Mexico. They had a store, C-Store, convenience store, gas station in Church Rock. So they're doing a new C-Store in Church Rock and also the convenience store, gas station in Crownpoint. So they've been running their convenience store, gas station for over 40 years, and they're both Navajo owners. So we'll go through the hotel project first. We do have everything's ready to go basically on these projects. We have the land withdrawals, the land clearances, chapter resolutions. We have business plans, feasibility studies that were completed for both projects. We have pro formas, the financial projections that show the numbers for the future during the development and during the when the business is running and in place. We have a business site lease that has been approved for both sites. So those are in place. For the hotel, we have a franchise agreement with Choice Hotels, and then with the C-Store, we have a fuel agreement with Empire Petroleum Partners between them and Thompson's Acquisition, so those are in place. We did the Crownpoint Hotel and the Crownpoint Convenience Store gas station. The owners of these facilities did invest. They got money from Navajo CDFI for design and engineering of the project. So they did borrow money to start the design and engineering of the projects, because we didn't have initial money up front for them. So we were trying to help them secure construction financing. We also worked with them to seek outside financing from a lending institution so they could fund the entire project. So they did have, each one did have a business loan from Native American Bank, but in the end that didn't work out because the bank was asking for the title of the building for the owners, under the owners, so that wasn't doable with Navajo Nation rules and regs. So we were able to move forward with the $9 million from Native American Bank. So, and we did get loan guarantees from the Bureau of Indian Affairs of 90%, but that came along with the bank loan. So we did, through all this, the design and engineering for the hotel and the C-stores were completed. The plans and specifications were completed. All the utilities, we worked with NQA, Continental Divide. We worked at BIA roads on the driveway permits. So we did all that. We got all the permits to start construction, and then we advertised to get a contractor in place. And so we advertised to get a contractor in place, and this was to build a 72-room hotel. So the contractor was Lamb Corporation, Navajo-owned company, that was selected for the project. So we did advertise for bids last year, and this contractor was selected in September. And like Mark said, there was a groundbreaking ceremony held in September of 2019. So right now, what's happening right now is the company, CSB Enterprises, for the hotel, and then Thompson's Acquisition. What happened was, because of the financing, and they were asked to come up with an updated feasibility study, because of they weren't able to accept the loan amount. So because of that, we had to downsize the facility, and so we're looking at a 35 to 40 room hotel instead of a 72-room franchise hotel. So working with the controller and Department of Justice, they made that request to us because this is permanent trust funds, they said, and then the sales tax funds, and the Navajo Nation would be investing into the project. So they asked us to, if the consultant, or not the consultant, the owners of the hotel, the owners of the gas station, laundromat, would come up with an updated feasibility study. So that's what they're doing right now. They're working on getting that updated. Also, because we're downsizing it, we have to complete a new design of the project. So what the Department of Justice is asking, if we could work with the owners to get a updated AIA contract that would show the redesign of the hotel. Also for the C-Store project, same thing. The convenience store gas station project is pretty much following what we're doing with the hotel. The hotel is kind of like in the foreground right now. So also, in addition, there was a lot of questions on the return on investment, and what is being recommended by the controller is that we complete an additional business site lease for the building, since the nation is investing in it, and we do an additional business site lease so the nation can get a return on investment for the project itself, for the money that's being invested into the project from permit trust fund and sales tax. So that will be put in place also. And also, we will have to re-advertise the request for proposals for the construction contractor, because we're changing the scope from a 72-room hotel to a 35 to 40-room hotel. So because of that, we have to re-advertise and then possibly have a new contractor come on board. So these things are in place, right? Are moving forward. We're working with the owner, CSB Enterprises, on getting these additional documents, and then once we get those documents, then DOJ can review them, and then we can start working on the business site lease, amending that or putting in a new business site lease for the building itself. We're looking at 1 year construction period once this gets all approved, and then we can move forward starting construction. So right now we're looking at a downsized facility. We're trying to do everything we can to get this project to continue moving forward. We've had things get in the way. It's not where where we wanted it to be, how we envisioned it as a bigger hotel, but we're just working with what we have, what's available, and trying to get it done, and hopefully we'll move forward really soon. So basically, we'll be following the same format with the C-store, gas station, and laundromat. We'll be doing the same type of changes with that project. Also, probably downsizing, unless the owner can find additional financing. And it's really hard to get financing for projects on the nation. So I really think maybe the council needs to look at that, how maybe something can change, and to make it a lot simpler to match financing from the government. But that's it for now. I like to turn it over to my supervisor, Brenda Jesus. She's the program manager for Eastern RBDO. Brenda?
Yate Brenda. Can you hear me?
Oh, Yate Brenda. Yate, this is Pro Temp Chair,
okay.
Delegate Vince James. I'll go ahead and recognize you.
First off, I'd like to say Yate Benado Ahiahat to the honorable representatives of the council. She'eya Brenda Jesus Yin Shiedo Titnajinin Shlon Torati in Bashishin. And I am the new program manager for the Eastern Regional Business Development Office. Again, regarding the hotel, the Crownpoint Hotel project, I've inherited this project as I came on board with the program, and this is a really good project initiative. I just wanted to state, our position, with the current laws that we have to abide by in terms of any type of business, economic development on Navajo. As a growth opportunity, whether as a nonprofit or for-profit serving, the purpose of developing business on Navajo, we need to, reevaluate the innovation process in describing the path of translating new or existing, knowledge into marketable solutions that would be more viable for business here on Navajo. And I believe that's what my colleague, Mr. John Largo, was referencing, saying that we need to refine laws. So here at Eastern Navajo, our Eastern Regional Business Development Office, we'd like to, advocate and also strategize for more Navajo entrepreneurs for our laws to be more business friendly, and in hopes that the realization of more Navajo entrepreneurs will increase on Navajo. You know, oftentimes we hear our president, Honorable President Naz, and Vice President Lizer, that, you know, the emphasis on Navajo economy is, they're very centric on it. But how are we really strategizing on how to make it better for our Navajo people? So again, we want this project to happen, and we know that it's a really good, you know, project proposal, especially for the community of Crownpoint, you know, talking about the traffic that goes north-south into Farmington and into onto I-40. And again, you know, I just want to really, you know, extend our appreciation to our executive office, Mr. J.T. Willie, and his efforts in bridging, you know, that path for this to even really happen. And I know that it's going to take hours of brainstorming and strategizing, but as legislators, you know, please understand that we want to move forward with this project. And I just wanted to, you know, just pretty much elaborate on this a little bit more. But I thank, you know, the panel here as council in taking this time to hear our position of the Crownpoint Hotel project. Ahihat.
Pro Temp Chair.
Thank you. Ahihat. Honorable Naabik'íyáti.
Yeah, Pro Temp Chair, I just asked that if I could be in the lineup after the report's done, please, sir.
Okay, Biga.
Thank you.
Oh. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Shana Shatilia. Can we hear from DOJ and OOC? Ashmiga.
DOJ, are you on the line? Department of Justice, are you on the line?
Good morning, everybody. This is Lillian Schwales from Department of Justice. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So I'm not going to add much more to the history or progress of the project. I think Mr. Largo has covered that fairly well. When DOJ was brought into working on the Crownpoint Hotel project specifically, we were approached about the construction portion of the project, which is to say that at the time, the Navajo Nation was going to oversee the construction. So after all of the procurement had been completed. And that's when we found out that it was going to be funded both by money from Native American Bank and by Navajo Nation funds, which put us into this question of what are the terms coming from that bank. It took us a while to get the bank to give us the loan documents. And as Mr. Largo mentioned, the loan documents from the bank were very clear in what they were wanting to give us. And one of the big things is they were demanding that the lessees have title to the building, which was problematic in terms of having any type of benefit from the money to the nation, and the fact that we were putting in almost all of the funds and overseeing the entirety of the construction. And it turned out that the decision eventually made by leadership and DED was to go in a different direction where it would be fully funded by Navajo Nation funds. This resulted in scaling down the project. And when they changed the scope of the project, that changes the need of the reports, the feasibility studies, and currently what we have on record. So what was originally designed was this 72-room hotel. We can't use those original designs because we're doing a smaller hotel, as Mr. Lager said. So now we're waiting to do, we can't do any procurement for a new construction or move forward with construction until we have new designs. That's just sort of step one. Then we need to understand sort of what's going to happen in terms of how do we change the business site lease as it relates to this building now being on that site. Is it a separate business site lease? These are all questions that DOJ originally posed, including what type of return on investment is coming from the money that the Navajo Nation is putting into this project. Is that money coming back to the Navajo Nation? And that's to say that we're not asking that that money come back to the nation. What DOJ has been trying to garner throughout all of this is just understanding what the needs of leadership are and what the needs of DED are in terms of how this project is to be framed, so that we can put together the appropriate documents and the appropriate agreements that really reflect what this project is supposed to look like. So one of the things is to think about, like, if we're constructing this building, right? Do we put this building on the current business site lease, or do we put it under a business site lease? There are benefits to doing it either way. I know Mr. Largo has mentioned that the controller's office has recommended a separate one. So we can now pursue that. And that makes it something that's a very good opportunity, because we can do with this separate rental agreement provisions prohibiting the lessees from pledging that building as collateral in future loans, because it will be owned by the Navajo Nation. So it's our building. And that's stuff that we just need to have those answers to as we move forward. And so currently DOJ is in the position of just waiting for the resolution of these questions so that we can move forward. And I know Mr. Largo already mentioned this. With the procurement, right, we are simply waiting for that procurement, and we can move forward with the Navajo Nation's own construction contract on this building. We did not do the original design, the A&E, the architecture and engineering portion of this construction. So we are not a party to those contracts. So we don't have any control on that. So we don't have control over that original contract to change it. So we have to wait for that change to occur. That's not something we can handle. And I think the last thing I'd want to mention, since this report is related to the C-store as well, it's simply that the C-store has not yet made it to DOJ in the terms of things that we are currently working on putting together. I have been in conversations with Eastern RBDO in terms of aware of what they're doing and making sure that we're in communication about it, but it's just not yet to the point of DOJ is continuously working on that project.
Thank you for that information, Lily from DOJ. I don't know how many minutes we have left. I think we've reached the 20 minutes. So with that, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Okay, thank you, Mr. Rico. Members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, are we consistent to provide them another 10 minutes so we can hear from Office of the Controller, from Controller Kirk?
I agree. Delegate Daniel So. Oh. Che, Halahoti. This is Delegate Daniel So. I agree to give him 10 more minutes.
Chairman Pro Tem? members of Naabik'íyáti, I do see Chairman Pro Tem James on there, unless there is someone else that would like to chair and give.
I'm here.
Okay.
I'm here. I guess I've been talking to myself. OOC, is there anybody from OOC? I called for Controller Kirk 3 times. Shudder Controller Kirk, are you on the line, or a representative from OOC?
Cecilia, this is Controller Perlene Kirk.
All right, Adjournment. Shudder. Oh, the floor is yours.
Yeah, Cecilia, Pro Tem Chair of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, and then members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Ado Yate Benado, Shao Ado Shiajdide, Delegate Freeland Eya, Yaya Hit this Crownpoint Hotel, Ado Nida Kon Hitendaznet from DED as well as Department of Justice. Ado Niki Kodo OOC, we've been part of the discussion and some meetings and so forth since I know I've been getting some emails since the summer of last year about, particularly about the Native American bank financing, DOJ Yindai Dishkido. So at the time, we were a bit busy with the CARES, but pretty much that's when the beginning of the information. Previous to that, the only information we had was what we can get from some of these periodic permanent trust 5-year plan updates. We were Lillian Schwale, who just spoke, let us know about the Native American bank financing that was contemplated. I had concerns regarding that financing. It was very pro-bank, anti-Navajo, I would say. It would seem, if I had to just describe it in one sentence, we would just be throwing out our money to somebody and then wave bye-bye. So we started asking questions about all of this. At the time, we got conflicting information as to who would own the building. It made sense that the bank would be owning the building or have some interest in it, because that would be the only way they would loan on this project. These projects, if you don't know anything about my history, my past, I've done deals such as hotel deals, C-store deals, and so forth. And so, but I try to let the people do their job over at DED, sorry. But when it comes to financing or funding these projects, then it comes to our office. And I think naturally, it is our responsibility to ask these questions, our fiduciary responsibility to ask these questions. At the time when we were talking about the Native American Bank and their role, I was really unclear about the deal itself, but I kind of figured out how it was working because I've been dealing with banks and financing enough to know that this is a dirt deal. It's high risk. Obviously, then the high risk there are, then the bank wants to grab everything, and that was the case. I was unclear, or I got conflicting information on who would own the building, but I knew the bank would want to. So that's kind of where everything started as far as our office trying to get as much information as we could. Right now, just listening to the other presenters, I don't believe and although we've asked, we haven't received or reviewed the franchise agreement. A lot of times when you get an operator, they will essentially do their takeouts. At that point, they pay themselves pretty well if you're not looking at those things. So that was one of my reasons on wanting to look at this franchise agreement. We are talking about a lot of money. We're talking about money from the permanent fund income from the last 5-year plan that just ended. We also are talking about the Navajo Nation sales tax dollars. Right now, we're talking about an excess of $7 million. That's a lot of money to not ask these questions for. So right now, I'm still a little unclear on how this deal will be structured. The easy way to think of these deals is, you know, you have your land, you have the box, which in this case will be a building, and then you have the business. So that's how you take these things apart, and then you figure it out who's putting in money and who's doing what. And so right now it looks like Navajo will own the building, which is good because we're the party that's bringing in most of the money. We're the funding source. And so anytime you put a lot of money into some of these types of deals, then we should be asking those questions. What is the return on investment, number one? When is our break-even point? And those types of things. Right now, if we were to ask those types of questions, we already have a lease, and there's a few things being mentioned about the lease. It's kind of like now we have to work back from an existing lease. And so one way the money source, us, would get the money back out is through a good lease. But getting $2,000 in lease, money per year doesn't help us. It'll take forever to break even. The other way a government like us would get money back out is to get tax revenues. In this case, if we're talking about hotels, we're talking about tax revenue, sales revenue. I did a quick calculation just sitting here listening. We're talking about maybe a 40-room hotel, and the assumption is if every day of the year this 40-room hotel, assuming a rate of $100 a night, every day of the year that it's full, that most we could get $116,000. That will mean it'll take a lot for us to break even if we're putting in $8 million. So in that way, we're doing these analysis to say, okay, when are we getting our money back out? What is the return on our money? Otherwise, we're just waving bye-bye. And so in this situation, I think it's in our best interest to own the building as well. So those are the things from which we do our analysis and we ask these questions. Now, we haven't received an updated feasibility information. I believe the last one that got sent to our office is from 2016, 2017. We really would like to get some of those information updated. We are in a pandemic, and obviously it's not hard to imagine how the pandemic has impacted, things like the hospitality industry and so forth. The other thing I just want to point out too is I keep getting different information too. One is that we're talking about tourist industry. The other thing is we're talking about the nearby Indian Health Service. They're wanting housing, but we're still talking about a hotel versus a multifamily project. So I don't know how much we're going to be relying on IHS and housing needs, but those are two different things we're talking about as well. So the other concerning thing we had was even though the project scaled down, but we are still dealing with the same price tag. So those are some of the observations we have from our office. All we're trying to make sure is that before we write the check, that this is a good project. We've done our work, our due diligence, we're transparent, we're accountable, and I think that's the definition of exercising our fiduciary duty for these funds. So that's where we're coming from as far as our observations regarding this project. So I just wanted to say that. Ado Hihat for giving us OOC some time to speak and report on this. Hihat.
Akihat, now that done, Shadow Office of the Controller for those who can now sing in echo. Shinat, Honorable Mark Freeland.
Thank you very much for the time and the opportunity to present this Crownpoint Hotel project update. So with that, I believe we'll go ahead and stand for any questions.
Okay, Shahat. So with that, the lineup is Honorable Adjournment and Honorable K. Allen Begay. So with that, the floor is yours, Honorable Adjournment.
Pro Temp Chair and members of the council, and to the presenters and staff and everyone that is listening, thank you for allowing me to speak, sir. On these two projects, my colleagues, that we are talking about, we've been talking about this, and it's been in the works for many years, okay? From the last term, we started this project up. And of course, you know, Crownpoint sits in the area where economic development is growing. I mean, State Road 371 is right along the road. And you got tourist sites up at Biscay, the Badlands, Chaco Canyon, and then also the hotel. From studies that was done, having contract doctors come in and stay, and then you know, for a month, and then coming back the following month again. So this hotel is quite needed there in Crownpoint. And then also the works of the gas station in Church Rock was done. And that's right across, we call the hill, as you're going into Red Rock State Park, the chapter and us, we call that Campaign Hill. You know, when we run for office, all of us from county, state to tribe, we put our signs up on that hill as you're going into Pinedale and into Red Rock State Park, Campaign Hill. Right across Campaign Hill, State Road 118 and 566 junction, a prime area, a gas station by Alvin Thompson, who owned the trading post there for many years. Talk about experience, my colleagues. And the old trading post is just as you go into Church Rock chapter. Now the store is closed, so Mr. Thompson can start up on this new store. And again, my colleagues, it's just been talked about. And again, we go through the process of the 161, 164 SAS process. It has gone through that for many, many times. And it is quite frustrating that every project gets set back. And, you know, and so groundbreaking, everybody was there. President Ben Shelley at Church Rock, and then the one in Crownpoint was President Nez, and then also with President Begay. And people were excited, people are excited that this is going up. But yet, after all these studies and the processes that we have to go through, a small setback. And it puzzles me, my colleagues, that we as council, this council, we approved $19 million grant, a grant to my good, our colleague there in Church Rock, Mr. Lee. With all due respect, non-Navajo, $17 million grant. His business is succeeding. And every time I drive by, you know, he has employed Navajo staff as well. And that's a grant. Don't have to pay back. I remember when we went through that process, there was hardly any questions, my colleagues, but yet we did it. And the result is jobs. The result is that business is going strong. My colleagues, I'm pleading that we give our Navajo, the business owners, a chance in Church Rock and then in Crownpoint. I know we can go on and on and on, my colleagues, and I thank Mr. Freeland for bringing this on during the Naabik'íyáti committee, and I appreciate the work of John Largo and J.T. Willie and past division directors that also worked on this, and then also Ms. Jesus, that's new on the team for Church Rock, the Eastern RDBO. And as you know, my colleagues, we've always have supported, you know, every economic development when it comes to our own Navajo people. So at this time, Pro Temp Chair, I'd like to make a directive, and this directive is to the controller and then to the Department of Justice, and a copy the staff has, and it's a simple directive, and I'm asking the support of my colleagues. And this directive reads, my colleagues, it's going to go to our Attorney General, it's going to go to our Controller, Ms. Kirk, and it's going to be from our Naabik'íyáti committee. The directive reads, okay, that the Naabik'íyáti committee directs the Office of the Controller and the Department of Justice to complete the steps necessary and to construct the Crownpoint Hotel and the gas station in Church Rock, New Mexico. These steps are to be completed within 30 days of the date of this memorandum. And the Office of the Controller and Department of Justice shall notify the Naabik'íyáti committee in writing when this directive has been completed. And that's a directive, Pro Temp Chair, that I would like to share with the colleagues. And a copy has already been given to the staff, and I don't know if we could have that email. And that would be my directive, Pro Temp Chair, sir, on this report. Hello?
Honorable Naabik'íyáti, thank you.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
Thank you for the information and then your directive as well. But are you okay that the next screen up before we move on? Can I ask for a motion and a second to the report for the record?
Delegate Rick Nez.
Yeah, now let Honorable Rick Nez. Do you have a second?
Yellow hair.
Delegate Stewart.
Yeah, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair for making that second motion. Mr. Rico, we did receive the email. I received the email. If you want to read that, and then we'll ask for a motion in a second.
I'll motion.
Chairman Pro Tem, members of Naabik'íyáti Committee, the directive is exactly how Honorable Yazzie read it. The Naabik'íyáti Committee directs the Office of the Controller and the Department of Justice to complete the steps necessary to construct the Crownpoint Hotel and Gas Station at Church Rock, New Mexico. These steps are to be completed within 30 days from the date of this memorandum. The Office of the Controller and the Department of Justice shall notify the Naabik'íyáti Committee in writing when this directive has been completed. Chairman Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Rico, for that. So we do have a motion made by, I'm going to recognize the motion made by Honorable Mark Freeland. Do we have a second?
Chairman Pro Tem, the motion would be from Edmund Yazzie. So you would just need a second.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Point of order, Shanala Keelan.
Shanala, point of order, Honorable Keelan again.
I guess normally, unless I'm mistaken, point of order, the report get I don't motion earlier. A became directive a separate directive by motion non listen. I think that's how we've been doing it because we don't want to mix a lot of these report. The report is separate now. It has all the series now what I've been motion earlier. I apologize for interrupting.
Now that we do have a motion in a second for the report, and then I was Honorable Edmund Yazzie was the first one on the lineup for question, and he made that motion with the directive. And right now, I recognize Honorable Mark Freeland as second to directive. The letter that we received in the email. That is correct. Right, Legislative Council, are you on the line?
Yes. Yes, Speaker Pro Tem, I am on the line, and I'm not sure exactly what the question is, but generally the report is heard, received, etc. After it is done, that is when the directive is issued. Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem.
Okay, so with that, we are in order. The report motioning party is Honorable Rick Nez and Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. And then for the directive, the main motion is Honorable Edmund Yazzie, second by Honorable Mark Freeland. So with that, is there any questions regarding the directive letter that was emailed to us and then also read into record?
Question, Delegate Daniel So.
Question, Keelan.
Okay, with that question to the direct. Okay, question regarding the letter, directive letter. Since I have a motion on the floor and a second question pertaining to the directive of the letter. Honorable Daniel So.
Oh, yeah, the Kodoshan and I, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, legislative staff, legislative council, attorneys with Department of Justice, as well as OOC, and the presenters of the report. My main question is the directive. I understand there has to be a new plan and design, and a new architectural firm would have to be engaged, and even to advertise for that would take a little longer than 30 days. And so that is, I guess, the concern I have. How can they, OOC and DOJ, come up with items that there are still blanks on the whole perspective of the planning of this scale down hotel. I think the other part is there'll be agreements. If the nation owns the hotel, then it'll be leasing to the operators. It just seems like there's still a lot of questions in the air to be issuing this directive. Thank you, Janantai.
Too, Honorable Daniel So for that question. Okay, moving on to the lineup regarding the directive. Next one is Honorable Kiel Mbige. Shanale.
Good morning, Pro Temp Chair Shanale. You recognize me,
Oh, Shanale, you got the floor.
Oh, Shanale. Lado Kodo, brother, amendment Directive E Lagi, with the motion. It just goes to show that the Navajo Nation will just continue with, if we're making a directive to get this done, the overall situation is that every project on the Navajo Nation will continue to be asking directive that DOJ and whoever is involved in these particular projects that the controller, it's understandable for her to overlook the funding that the Navajo Nation receives. But economic division, economic development, and that's the one thing I brought up. If you go to a day from now or a week from now, we know that something has been developed on this, or Albuquerque or wherever. Our Navajo Nation is very much into not develop these type of infrastructures on the Navajo Nation. We've been asking, how do we modify, not to set aside the policy that's in place, but how do we modify to say that there's a streamline where everything is accountable, but yet at the same time, projects are being developed. I recommend, I believe that where's the hospitality program, where's the Division of Economic Development program, where's the land department, and all of these the same situation that we've been dealing with and that I've been dealing with regarding cell tower, because the officer controller determined that a lot of these projects were not feasible with all these fundings that we get. I guess Kodo, as an RDC member, what specific are we missing or overlooking that these type of directives is unnecessary in a way? This will resolve this particular project. Now, if there's another project going to be popped up, and then it's going to take a long time just so to get things done. Directive and I support this directive, but how many more times will we ask for or support a directive? When is it and how is it that the programs of the Navajo Nation has to be in line, making sure that every project on the Navajo Nation are accountable, and at the same time that there's progress on the Navajo Nation. DOJ, maybe DOJ needs to, the Division of Economic Development Division from the Department of Justice, overview and provide us the recommendation to the council, if not to the oversight committee, to say that the Navajo Nation. Ayoholni jogot and halong to has anin hicha o z 8 hours hockey at ato especially on him hit the nab go go ala il go oh you a lab at the need geo il unlit or then go on the ada go show piece of that deal no the tion unlit no ban yel tikla a quack is it shanal the directive. I support that, but how many more times do we have to ask for a directive to get things done? Is that normal? At the same time, a lot of these are business development. Where's the fine line where, as a legislature, that we appropriate fundings for projects, but at the same time we turn around and start in a way of trying to be project managers again. Committee, is it possible for DOJ and the Office of Controller will abide by this particular directive? And I sure like to hear from them. If not, I'll ask for what was the other one instead of the point of order, the point of privilege. So chairman, directive Eliagi, take at on us for the not need Nico got Hashin Zapa Bahorji in the Ebanati Tihoton Nido that's in desert, Donna the doors quit that it's not desert in the Ebahodonjish. Hash at this shit that I could do John Chitahasto Arco hit a quack. Zo think I've been yet not so much of it needs Nike a cut all his Ed house of Sink go 8 all at the little bit Ilia. It's not necessary to combine this conk at not so that the shin get a dot and set out as to add in. What ego go shit sato then based in his hot dots hicking ye kate on the national for DOJ and Office of Controller.
Hakoshina Hatan Shinale Honorable KLMBK Ado Nanat Kodoshiche Honorable Daniel, so not Ados Tidiki. So with that, I'll go ahead and give the floor over to Office of the Controller. Shade? Controller Kirk.
Shitsila, this is Controller Wadid
Oh, Wadida.
Okay. Oh, Abira, just checking. Auto Cleveland, Didas Kidigido, Bam Date Energy, Auto D Directive, D Auto Shinale Kudo, Kialan Bigay Kudo, the United Kid Elahit Ayan to that case. No. In terms of the directive, Satashin here Ako Nigat Ase da Ala Dandal Kate no. And then I'm sure that's been the case in this situation as of late. The reason for a lot of our questions is, and it goes back to, and I'm glad Delegate Edmund Yazi mentioned the the glove manufacturing deal. In that situation, our office at OOC raised the same questions. And that was the CHSN funding as well as the sales tax. At the time, we had the same concerns or similar concerns, but nobody listened to us. In fact, we did write a memo for the record. I believe it's attached to the legislation, but nobody paid attention to the similar concerns that we have. It is a lot of money. I believe all total, we gave $19 million. It is a grant to a non-Navajo, a Korean business. At the time, we questioned essentially the rate of return on these things. If I remember the numbers, even if the term of the lease in that situation was 50 years, and so given the lease payments that could be paid, we would barely recover about 11 million during that 50 years. So we don't even break even. That's assuming the business is in place for 50 years. And then also the building itself would be built on non-trust land, which means that we don't even have taxing jurisdiction on that. So all the sales that would be happening off the non-trust land, we don't have taxing, we can't assess sales tax. So it doesn't take much to think like what are we getting off of the money that we send out? I mean, the intent is good, that we're trying to promote business, etc., but it's just in the manner in which they're structured. And then trying to get a return on our investment. The nation has a history of these types of projects. We just all have to look at the BIDF fund and how much, some of those activities did not amount to anything at this point in time. There's investments, there's loan investments that were never repaid in that instance. So we did write a memo on the glove manufacturing deal, and we did express our concerns. That one was a little bit different because that went through the CHSN, and it went through legislation in that, as opposed to the projects that are on the 5-year plan. In this particular case with the Crownpoint Hotel, it was approved through the 5-year plan on a 3-page document, the first page being a cover letter. So, and then having to go from the 3-pager to where we're at now. And since time has passed, now we're dealing with a changing deal. So as far as the directive is concerned, my concern is that we don't have all of the information. Everything's changing. And as I mentioned before, there's things that are referenced that we don't have copies of. So we're all working in a vacuum at times. There's changing due diligence essentially. If done right, then these due diligence documents are usually periodically updated. And to me, that's not the case here because our office only received due diligence documents from 2016, 2017. So that's a concern, and so forth. So I feel like most of what needs to be done is still with the ED, and we're just the ones checking their work essentially so that we're able to say we're blessing it and yes, we'll write a check for it. So that's our job, but we're also not the ones to run around and make it happen. So I feel like if there's a directive that needs to happen, the ED should still be in it as well. And then the other concerning thing is since the deal keeps changing, I feel like our office is charged to look out to what's in the best interest of the nation, and it has to be because we're the ones that write the check. And because we're a government and that's just how it is. I mean, it's nice to just give out money to people, but at the end of the day, we're supposed to held accountable for it, and we're supposed to say, here's the rate of return on investment, et cetera. Here's how we get our money. Here's the benefits. And that's all simply our office is doing, given the history of some of these projects and so forth. I don't know, like I said, I feel like people want this project despite the feasibility of it or despite the current market conditions. Everybody knows that the hospitality industry is not doing well. So the fact that this is going to be feasible, do we really know that? Is this going to make money? You know, I think that's something we all should be thinking about. And so if this directive goes through, then it's like saying, well, we'll fund it no matter what, you know. So that's how I really feel about this. But I feel like it's not just OOC or DOJ, it's other parties involved to make it happen. So those are my thoughts on it. But I really think that there's a lot that still needs to happen regarding this project. So 30 days is impossible. So I just wanted to say those comments. Shaho ato beninache.
Here none of the shut controller Kirk are not start many behind the they could all not dedicate to Department of Economic Development. Just Yunando this.
Hello,
Economic Development.
So this is Brenda Jesus again with Eastern Regional Business Development Office. I'd like to thank Office of the Controller and Department of Justice and my colleague here with DED that had elaborated on this particular project. Again, at the inception of my employment, this was a project that I inherited, and I know that we are at a position where we had to re-strategize and brainstorm as to how, you know, we could make this project become realistic. So to this point, to answer the question to several of the members that had asked regarding the updated feasibility study along with the plan design, also the business plan. Right now we are working with the business venturers. In this case, it is the Dogmas, to where they are getting these particular studies and plans updated to the downscaling of this particular project to a 40-room with a conference center. And one of the things that we did emphasize was that maybe this particular project can be phased to where the initial plan was a 72-room with a franchise agreement with Choice Hotel. So since I've come in, yes, there have been questions, and I know that there has been past practices with Division of Economic Development as to how these projects are seen through and to where construction actually really happens and where occupancy does happen. So right now, one of the recommendations, and we did internally discuss this with our executive office, is that we needed to reevaluate and reset this particular project initiative. And we did come to that to where it's a 40-room now. And I understand, you know, the fiduciary, you know, responsibilities and arguments with Office of the Controller along with Department of Justice laying out some options. And again, we don't want to circumvent any laws that are currently in place under business development with the Navajo Nation and also with the financing portion of this particular project. We were trying to look at alternatives in terms of financing, equity on part of the business venturers, but that's still going to come forth here possibly in another couple of weeks as to whether it's going to be a probability that they're going to get an alternative funding. So right now, Mr. Largo, my colleague, has been working, with the dogmas in hopes that would happen, but I really cannot answer that at this point because, there's still also a due diligence or due process on their part as well. So again, as the new program manager, I really don't want to point fingers, to anyone as to say, well, DOJ and OOC or DED is not doing their job or whatever. But all I want to say here is I want a positive, contribution and having us come together and bridge that partnership and really sit down as to say, okay, let's sit down and really talk about this project and let's make it become realistic. Because right now we are kind of trying to push this, and I totally understand, the controller's position on this, but I want to do it in a way where, to rectify this issue in a way where we don't really bend a lot of rules. And again, controller made a good point about the glove factory. We don't want this common practice to be here and then, 7 generations down the road have our, grandkids and kids be, worrying about the issues that we developed in this current day of society right now. So, Shanat Ani da no Linigi Kodo Hajo Shaban Sada case. Ani e Kodo na Nishat no Chaligi Bakajo ba ini Zindin late Jahat Ninigi late East Ozade Hahot so Higi. A Kodo e own hinge cage, Jokoja egg at a large not Ani do a teat in Shlenkoje Eastern Regional Business Development Office Hahot so Hajo Kwagi bin Yashi. Let's retry let's refine this and let's be a little bit more welcoming of certain recommendations. So could ela shik eshit na doshanat ani da no lini ado ya shahat hidini do.
Shahat Donat Aden Hikilasin, thanks for the response. With that, we'll go ahead and move on to question was also addressed to Department of Justice, DOJ.
Good morning. Thank you. I think in terms of the directive, the answer, quite frankly, is that practically speaking, it's not necessarily possible to do this within 30 days. The things that we need access to, like the architecture drawings, the franchise contracts, and things of that nature, aren't anything that the Navajo Nation has at any time been a party to. So we have no control over those documents. Brenda Jesus brought it up, right? They're working with the Dogmas on doing all of those changes and controlling those documents, but we don't have any control over what happens to that in any timeline. So just speaking in terms of the procurement for construction in and of itself, right? First, we need new plans. We can't even begin to procure for construction work until we have those plans, because those plans have to be a part of any solicitation that goes out so that we can get proposals coming from offerors. So we can't move forward on that initial procurement stage until we have those plans. And so that's step one there. The procurement will have to go out. The solicitation will have to be held open for an amount of time that will allow contractors to really develop appropriate proposals that are to the benefit of the Navajo Nation. There's a selection process that under Navajo Nation law will have to be followed. And through all of that, that is likely to take at least 30 days. And then from there will be the contracting process. There's also going to be, the business site lease itself. Under its current terms, likely did not account for the business on itself, but we will have to look into modifying that or this lease for the building itself. those are things that while DOJ can work on them, we don't create the data for that. So what those terms necessarily are going to be, what is the amount associated with that rental? That comes from the feasibility studies and the appraisals. And as the controller mentioned earlier, that is coming from DED. That's information that once DOJ gets it, we can work from it. But at the moment, we can't move forward in those areas until we have that information. And I'm not going to add much more since I think it's also already been stated by Controller and Brenda.
Thank you. Thank you for the information again from DOJ. Also, we have the lineup. We have the lineup which is in place, and moving on to Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Another. Okay, I received a text back. I received a text from Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton that she needs to be excused for a few minutes, so we'll probably come back to her. So moving on down the listing, Honorable Chichi, Honorable Carl Slater.
Morning, Shitsui. Thank you very much to the presenters, and thank you very much to the agents and technical folks. I'm deeply uncomfortable with this proposed directive. It essentially seems to circumvent any sort of ordinary project development process that should be conducted. And I remember, because I wanted to know where this project was at, I listened in on one or two of the meetings that happened a few months ago, and it seems like we're still reviewing the same issues. And some of the facts have changed, wherein we don't have the funding from Native American Bank. But that makes this all the more concerning as an agent of the nation who is elected to oversee our finances. We should not have as a practice using years and years old market studies when there's been a lot of change within the market. We have a completely unprecedented event with the pandemic, and its effects are unknown, but some of them are known. And with that uncertainty, it's really important for us to do important due diligence. So when, as a leader, you hear that your aide is supposed to review these items on behalf of the people, the fiduciary items, that includes the market study, looking at the plans and specs to understand what sort of risk the nation will be exposed to. This just seems like a way to bypass that. Okay, you just go ahead and sign off on everything within 30 days. If that's not the case, then it should be much more specific on what those tasks are. But by assigning the blame for the holdup to DOJ and the controller's office, it's a misreading of the situation. Those items don't belong to those two entities as it was just explained. So we're trying to compel or force them to do something that they really can't do because they don't own the data as it was just expressed by DOJ. So I think this is an important learning lesson for the nation, and I'm not really sure why this report was brought to the council just to say that a bunch of work still needs to be done, and there's been a really deficient process in evaluating the risk to the nation thus far, how it's been handled, the necessity and viability of the project, how the nation will collect revenues. So we have an investment committee, and we've also made the precedent that we'll invest in certain types of projects outside of that. For example, via Permanent Trust Fund, CSN, and some of the other funds that are under DED. It shouldn't be our practice that those funding sources, say, that are outside the investment committee, have a less rigorous analysis on what the return to the nation will be. we can't use these other funds or create the perception that we're going to use these other funding sources to circumvent what would be ordinary, I think, evaluations in starting up a business under those other investment committee objectives. And this is one of the pitfalls of government-led economic development. Is it really right to have it composed this way as we have it right now on Navajo, where there are so many different entities that can pursue economic development under the government, but in effect, there isn't one coordinating agency across each of these programs. And I'm talking about the Department of Justice, the Controller's Office, the Division of Economic Development. I'm sure we have tourism and land department and all sorts of other groups. There are those programs that are confined within the executive branch that answer to the president. And then there are some that have a little bit more autonomy. And I hope that this is an educating process for us as legislators. And this is why I added that amendment to our past budget, so that we could have technical expertise directly to the council. We don't have to hear it from anyone else. Perhaps us as legislators, based off some other experience, I think this is what has clearly been expressed on this particular motion, they're dissatisfied with management of certain programs or entities within the nation. And they've raised those grievances, and they don't feel maybe that they can get an objective answer from those programs. So I hope that the Speaker's office can get that consultant on board as soon as possible, so that we can get those sort of analyses, because I think we're going to hear the exact same things. But the fact that we don't have a sheet in front of us that says, here's each of the funding sources, here's who's assuming risk, here's how revenue will be collected and when the nation will break even, that to me shows that we're nowhere near to really building this project. Those things should be right off the top in front of all of us. Say, look at how this is going to be a viable project. Here are the potential risks. Because there is immense appetite for hospitality outside of the areas where it exists, say Chinle, Window Rock, Kayenta, Tuba. And a lot of people think that it's a simple endeavor to just stand up. But this needs to be a case study for us and how we can get it right the next time and hopefully rectify some of the issues that have been brought forth right now. But to come back to the directive, it's assigning responsibilities to entities who cannot perform that work and are not capable of performing that work, wherein that responsibility actually lies with the developer and the Division of Economic Development. So I'm happy that our fiduciary agents are taking a breath, trying to breathe in all of the facts of this situation. I do have one last question, and that is, what are the risks that the developer are taking? What are they investing into this project? Because what I hear right now is just that the Navajo Nation is investing in this. And if we're doing that, we're investing in competition with our own enterprise. And I'd like to understand some of the logic on, I am fully supportive of trying to build up small businesses and businesses outside of our enterprises. But I think we need to be really shrewd in how we do this. Are we within the hospitality sphere and market? Is that the best way to do it? Are there different aspects of hospitality that we should impress upon our enterprise to focus on and leave other areas open for individual entrepreneurs? I think these are some of the questions that aren't really answered. If you're a business owner or an entrepreneur who's trying to come in, you don't have those facts readily available to you if you want to pursue a project. So, again, I think it's clear that this directive is not going to improve anything with this situation. and it'll only be something that is not followed through. And when it's not followed through, everyone's going to raise their hands and be upset, but it was deficient from the beginning. And then second, what is the risk and what is the investment from the developer at this time? Thank you.
Okay, no necessarily. Ada Nadine Kidigi. Ado quick question K on out a Nadine Kitsuli. So with that, I'll go ahead and go back to the lineup. And the lineup next one is Honorable Mark Freeland. No.
Thank you. Shana. Talia, can you hear me?
Oh, Hodita.
Okay, there you go. Thank you. I'm glad we're having this conversation, colleagues. This particular project really is a prime example of how our current business laws, our current business regulatory laws, and how they need to be overhauled and updated. And I bring up the Procurement Act as well. I also bring up the Navajo Business Opportunity Act. And we need to strongly look at our laws. And if we have entrepreneurs or small business owners who develop marketing plans and want to develop on Navajo and have some great incentives and great ideas, we're sending a wrong message to them, unfortunately. This is the kind of thing we need to really take a good look at. How are we going to help small businesses thrive, grow, and prosper on Navajo? A lot of our Navajos want to come back and develop. A lot of our Navajo people get experience off Navajo. They want to bring it back. But we send the wrong message. And this is one example. This is a very good example of that. We have too much red tape. We have too much obstacles. We need to update our laws. And that's what it comes down to. And, this directive, I'm glad my brother brought it up because, what more is it going to take for us to get a project completed until we overhaul our laws? And I'm glad he also mentioned recommendations to the oversight or to the council as a whole. I've already started looking at the Procurement Act, not the Procurement Act, excuse me, the Navajo Business Opportunity Act, and I've spoken to JT Woolley about it already. I've heard from a lot of small businesses already myself, Shanta. We need to help them. Priority one especially. They're falling through the cracks. This would be a priority one business, yet we're not there to be supportive of them. This project has gone full circle and we're starting back at point A again. This is going to be a smaller circle this time we're going to have to go through. And, I appreciate this discussion because I really wanted this for us to take a really good hard look at why and how our laws are not amenable to development or to entrepreneurs at this time. We're not business friendly, unfortunately. So that's why I wanted this report to be on the Naabik'íyáti agenda. But how do we make changes to that law? How do we create new policy? It's up to us. Let's make Navajo business friendly. Let's help Division Economic Development really create some great policy that will be amenable to our small business owners, our entrepreneurs, those who can come back and make a difference in small businesses. I hear the president talking about buy local and buy Navajo all the time. A lot of our people still go to border towns. But yet, how can we make these types of changes and make a real difference to our own economy? In regards to the PTF, this is not a loan. This is a permanent trust fund grant situation. And, I understand that. It was a part of the 5-year plan. We talk about return on investment. Maybe we should develop a portfolio for all of development that were under the PTF. Are they all targeted? Are they all suited for the return on investment that we're looking at or we're hoping for? Are we measuring those other projects as well? We really need this project in Crownpoint. There's so much traffic right now that goes back and forth up 371. We saw people going, huge RVs going in and out of Chaco Canyon each and every day. There's a lot of tourists out there, and we need to capture it. In regards to feasibility studies, I know that the feasibility study needs to be updated, but the market always changes from year to year, it seems like. The banks differ. I know the controller mentioned that she used to work with a bank or a funding institution. Each bank is different. Each bank is unique. But feasibility-wise, demographic-wise, it changes. There's going to be changes here real soon too. So I just wanted to mention that the feasibility it's not going to be consistent. It's going to change. It varies. So we also need to take that into consideration as well. I mentioned earlier that we're years behind other agency hubs. I want to do as much as I can for our area. We're prone to this. We really deserve this project. We deserve something like this in Crownpoint. We have nothing out there like this, anything. I know earlier was mentioned that, we don't have the population, we don't have the traffic, but what we do have is people. What we do have is a lot of great people, and what we do have is a hospital. And when at the midst of this pandemic, we had doctors and nurses coming in at Crownpoint Service Unit. We had Department of Defense personnel. We had Health and Human Service Commission Corps officers looking for places to stay. They were going to Grants. They were going to Gallup. They were going to Farmington. And they were those industries in those areas were profiting because we didn't have the accommodations to house them at this time. So I just wanted to make that point and say, Shant, please help us. I appreciate it. I appreciate your understanding and your considerations as well. And I respect everyone's discussion today as well. So Eddie Shant, I thank you very much.
Don, Shanat. Don, not being political. A change ya don, Shanala Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Quite for not all this other not outside the heart of the Higi issue, then not all this OC, DOJ, and Division of Economic Development, DD. Shanala, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Yeah, Shanella, Otto, good afternoon, colleagues. I was just listening to the conversation that's going on right now, and I think it is really an important conversation. What I worry about a little bit is the funding that is this grant that's being given to a private business. I think a lot of the PTF projects are given to gaming or they're given to hospitality. And so it is a concern to me that we are giving grant money to private individuals. And it makes me wonder if the Navajo Nation is turning into a bank where we can actually loan funds to businesses. So those are my concerns. Thank you.
Shanada. With that, I'll go ahead and recognize OOC to respond back to those questions. Shade?
Oh, yeah, can you hear me?
Oh, Kwadita.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Otto, members of the committee, Otto con Baya del Tito Benai the Kid So I'll just kind of go through at least my notes. Delegate Slater had a question on investment. What is the investment or the risk taken by the developer? Essentially, that was our question as well. And near as we can tell, there's minimal. I believe there's some lease payments, and then I think some of the expenses were paid for, and I think it was mentioned before, some of the architect design, those types of things. That's all that we can tell. The other question our office had was, and Shadeja Eugenia Charles Newton mentioned, the nation giving money to a private individual, Navajo individual. That was one of our questions too, and I believe DOJ's when we initially started raising the issues, especially in light of the Native American bank financing, because they would have taken on that loan, and as well as that's why the bank wanted the title to the building. And then within that financing, there's Dutch interest, meaning interest reserve funds, and then also basically they would be financing their startup monies as well. So given that part of that, what was contemplated involved startup money, then that just tells me whether there's what they bring to the table as well. And yes, that brings up the question about, Navajos doing business and as well. And so, so it would be, I think that was a concern, a major investment in this case, in the form to a private Navajo. And so that has been our question. We are not really clear. We don't have that, but that's all the information we have by the investment amount. The other questions we've had is why these individuals and what were the criteria to select these individuals. Right now, we didn't really get those questions answered by DED. I don't know how they were chosen or how they approached so that the deal came before the nation way back when the 5-year plan was done. And then, so I'll make those comments to Delegate Slater and Eugenia Charles Newton. Triage Delegate Freeland regarding the laws and the PTF, whether we measure performance. We haven't really done too much, as mentioned before, regarding this type of structure. It seems like what we're doing is we're trying to say we want to promote Navajo, but the Navajos don't have their own money. As near as I can tell, the experience to do a development like this, and then even at that, if we're talking about a franchise agreement, I'm assuming an operating agreement by Choice Hotel, then that calls into question the experience of running a hotel. So I believe this deal is the first of its kind as far as dealing with a private individual. Most of the other PTF has been, as mentioned before, to our enterprises and so forth, or water projects, which includes our own programs, a lot of it. So there really hasn't been any performance evaluation on those, and I think that's a good idea because especially if we're going down this path. The feasibilities, I mean, yes, they do change, and that is the reason why we were asking for it. And again, as mentioned before, the last ones we've got were from 2016, 2017. We also asked for a traffic study. We didn't receive that. Traffic studies are useful because you're trying to figure out who stops there as opposed to just driving by. Because you have your destinations or just people driving by and they actually would go somewhere else to sleep overnight versus stopping. So those are some of the things we did ask for, but we haven't received. I believe in terms of structuring deals, there's ways to do it. There's ways to lay off the cost of these things on other people, your money sources and so forth. I think in this case, we're trying to go through and address some of these issues, but it has a long history. Again, the Navajo laws, I hear this a lot, even in the context of hiring. Because we have Navajo preference laws, the way to look at those things is just because you're Navajo doesn't mean you're automatically in. You have to be a qualified Navajo. It's the same thing with employment. You have to be qualified, and therefore then you're considered. So I think that's one misconception in terms of Navajo business opportunity. I know specifically to OOC, we look to, for example, when we do a RFP for our audit, we really have to, just because the Navajo Nation, as big as we are and as the transactions that we process and the grants that we oversee, we're probably the largest. We would be the largest audit client in the nation, and that that means we have to have resources for to get the job done, and so that's not just anybody. So those are situations where we have to work within the laws to get procurement done. So sometimes it's a misconception because people think just because you're Navajo, you're able to do it. You have to be qualified to do the work, and therefore you're preferred at that point in time. I just want to make some of those comments as well, based on the comments and questions presented. That would be my responses.
DED, Division of Economic Development.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. This is John Largo with Eastern RBDO.
Oh,
can you hear me okay? Can you hear me?
Oh,
okay.
Yes, we can.
Thank you, sir. Just a couple of comments on regarding some of the comments that are out there. We were trying to get the hotel tenants on the phone, but we can't seem to reach them. Mr. Willie asked me to contact them so they could talk about the risk that they were taking, that they are taking into this project, and the risks that the Dagamas and Mr. Thompson, the Thompsons are taking. They've already invested, close to $500,000 into the project itself. They got loans from Navajo CDFI, and they've gone through a lot of due diligence, getting that loan, then getting approved through Native American Bank, working with the Division of Economic Development with our due diligence. They've been due diligence to death. So we feel like, these are good projects. So, that's why we want to continue to move forward. And the risk, that they were taking, they got approved, like the Dagamas got approved for a $9 million loan. They got a 90% loan guarantee from the BIA. So, that's a huge risk for them because they got to pay back $9 million. But unfortunately, it didn't work out you know, with the nation, and like I tell everybody, that's another story. You know, maybe we got to relook at, you know, how we do business on tribal lands, you know, with Navajo entrepreneurs, because if you look at how the projects are done now, you know, the division, you know, basically pays for everything. And what we were trying to do out here was something unique. Instead of paying for everything, what about utilizing the permanent trust fund as equity and to bring in outside financing to do more projects rather than, you know, spend $8-9 million on one project? Why not divide that $9 million into 3 projects, and then that Navajo entrepreneur borrows money and we do 3 big projects instead? So that was the thinking when we tried to, you know, move forward with how we were trying to be innovative, but it just didn't work in the end, and here we are now, you know, trying to figure out how to, instead of build a 72-room hotel, you know, we're trying to figure out how to build a 35 to 40-room hotel. And that was, you know, during our meetings with DOJ, Controller, and DED, that was the recommendation from the Controller was, you know what, you know, maybe they can just build a smaller hotel, downsize it. So we went with that recommendation and began going in that direction. And of course, Choice Hotels, their maximum amount of rooms that they can work to get a franchise agreement is 72 rooms. So if we're going down to a 35 or 40-room hotel, you know, there's not going to be a franchise in place now. It'll just be a, you know, private hotel that would be built, and that building that is built, that none of this money has ever been would never be allocated to the business owner. So when people say, you know, this private company is going to get this money, it doesn't work that way. The tribe's money goes into the building, into the construction of the building, and the building will be owned by the Navajo Nation. It'll be a Navajo Nation asset. So the tribe will construct the building, and they'll own it. So, you know, they have ownership of that building. So the private person, private Navajo business owner, will not get a penny, but they have to go out and get money for equipment, inventory, working capital, just like all these other projects, permanent trust fund projects, are currently built on the Navajo Nation. You know, the nation builds them, and then they find a lessee to run the business. So what we were trying to do is get a Navajo in place, let them borrow money, and they can participate in constructing the project. You know, they would have a huge investment into it rather than the Navajo Nation building everything and then just, you know, leasing it out to a business, and then the return on investment is very low in that respect. But in this respect, you're getting a huge investment onto the Navajo Nation by bringing in loan funds from outside. That's kind of how we looked at it. So if you expand your mind, your thinking, then you understand. Wow, this is so unique. This is something different. But you know, council delegates, we just can't do it right now, unfortunately. And I feel really bad because we have entrepreneurs who are willing to take that risk to come to do business on Navajo, but we're telling them they can't do it because we can't structure financing this way, and I wish we could. So I know laws need to be changed, you know, but I don't know if, you know, we're able to do that, so we can bring outside money into the Navajo Nation. And if you look around, look everywhere on the res, how many of our bigger businesses, C-stores, shopping centers, whatnot. How many of them are Navajo? Most of them aren't. And these other businesses, they're able to do business because they have access to capital. So they don't have to go to a bank like Native American Bank that has all these requirements tied to their loans. They can just borrow because they have money. So we need to try to figure out ways to help our Navajo people borrow money, be eligible for money, you know, and so we can really have a Navajo economy. So that was what we tried to do to get this project moving. But just based on that, you know, we're willing to work with the controller, DOJ, to do what is necessary to keep these projects moving. You know, I'm not advocating to, you know, step on anybody's toes, or, you know, I've talked to Lily at DOJ, and she's telling me, okay, you know, if we're going to structure it this way, this is what we're going to have to do, John. So I'm trying to do work with DOJ, controller. You know, the controller wants updated feasibility study, so we asked our clients to do an updated study. So that's going to cost them money, so it's going to take them some time to get it done. And then they're working on getting the AIA architects contract. You know, they're trying to get all that together too. They have to amend that contract, and that's taking time too. And they're going to have to pay for that, so they're looking for money to pay for those redesigns of the facility. So there is a big risk, and they do need more money, and we're trying to do everything we can to help them. The way everything's set up, you know, we're just following what is being recommended here. You know, I'm trying not to create problems for my clients. I'm trying to just work with everybody here. And I didn't go to the delegates and say, you know, can you do this legislation? I didn't do anything like that. I'm just trying to get this thing done so we can have a Navajo business owner, and they're not getting a penny from this permanent trust fund. Not one penny will go to them. The oversight of the construction will be our office, the Division of Economic Development, like it always is. We're the division that oversees that will bid it out, and we'll select the contractor, and then we'll run the contract working with DOJ and hire the contractor and oversee the construction, and all the money will go from our accounts with the Navajo Nation to pay the contractors to build the building, and not one penny will go to that owner, the business owner. So that's how everything's structured. So I just want to tell you that right now. Hopefully it's clear, and that we do want to move forward with this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you again for that information, Mr. Largo.
Okay, Chair.
With that, I'll go ahead and, yes.
This is Edmund. Can I just respond back to the questions real quick, if I may? I don't know how many more people want to talk. Our delegates want to speak.
Okay, I'll go ahead and go back to you after DOJ.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
DOJ response.
Hi, good morning, delegates. Ms. Schwales had to jump off the phone for another matter. This is Catherine Belzowski from the Navajo Nation Department of Justice Economic Community Development Unit. The only response that we have is that, you know, we agree with the comments the controller has made. And then something to add is that in addition to what the, because there has been a change in the project from its original scope to a much smaller size now, that's also part of the reason these additional requests have been made for further studies and reports and whatnot, since the project that was originally studied has now transformed into something different. And then the only I guess the last point I would make is, in regards to, Mr. Largo's comments about the nation, these individuals not receiving any of the benefits to the money that we are giving them, something important to note is that every time the nation builds a building, and then allows someone else to use it, like we did with the Glove Factory and the Rhino Health, is that that's part of how the benefits that these businesses get when they come and do business on the nation. So while the Dogmas may not necessarily own the business, the fact that the nation is actually physically constructing it for them with our money, like we did at the Glove Factory, that's part of the benefit. And I think that's important to note because the nation is kind of acting as an investor in that capacity. And so it's just, part of how we leverage our incentives here for businesses to start. But it is a direct benefit to these business owners that they do receive from us. So that's just something else for the delegates to think about as they're conceptualizing this project. Thank you.
Thank you again for the response from DOJ. Just now, Honorable Naabik'íyáti, response.
Okay, Pro Temp Chair, thank you, Mr. James. And to my colleagues, I know we had some good talks on this directive amendment, and I appreciate the comments that all have been made. And I just want to let my colleagues know, we, of course, as delegates, we're in support of any development that goes within our area or throughout the Navajo Nation. And when it comes to businesses and individuals that want to make their own business, it is a big risk. And so I just want to share a couple of things, my colleagues. This directive was thought about when, getting up at 4 a.m. and just, thinking, and I know we all do that at times and about our projects within the chapters that we represent. And this has been going for years, my colleagues. So I thought and asked a few questions, and what is the authority within the council to push this project forward? Okay, and I know we go to meetings after meetings after meetings, and we do. Of course, there's a lot of talks, and personally, 18 years, my colleagues, on this whole project together. 10 years in the talks with the Church Rock gas station. 10 years. And then with the hotel, I know Crownpoint chapter shared their feasibility studies that was done and paid for by the chapter. And they asked what is needed in Crownpoint. I thought it would be a hamburger joint like Whataburger or a restaurant, but it was a hotel. And of course, Crownpoint ran on that. And so that's been in the work for 8 years. This directive, of course, is just to get projects done. And I'll share an experience, my colleagues. I still remember the comments and Mr. Yellowman pleading for Yellowhair with his road projects, in the way I felt for him, and I want to let the delegates know, don't give up on projects that are not moving as fast as we want them to. Of course, it's all going to benefit the people, and in this case, it's the business owners here, Navajo business owners. And so if, I'm still asked for your support. I mean, if it's going to take not 1 month, maybe we can change it to 2 months. But as we are talking about this, as more meetings are coming forth on these two projects, the price of steel is going up for construction. And the other day, a board of plyboard is now $38 a sheet. And I just was thinking, my gosh, in order to build a house, how expensive are any type of building? The prices are just going up. Even our fuel prices are going back up again. It's really hard on the business owners. And I can feel for them too. I'm probably not the only one that, that wakes up and thinks about everything that's going on. These business owners are doing the same thing. And there's probably many times they want to say, I don't know about this now. Let's just, go a different route. But my colleagues, we are here as leaders for the Navajo Nation. As I've always heard, let's help, these business owners and get their dreams and the dreams for the nation to move forward. So, Pro Temp Chair, that's all I'm going to say. Appreciate the vote on the directive, and we'll go from there. Pro Temp Speaker, sir.
Yes, if not us. Thank you. We do have, we still have a lineup for question, and next one's going to be Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Size yazı, Hadit aratı, Hadit asin,
Oh, Hadita.
Okay. Na ba Sindi Kudo, Na Liapa, one by a tea with this other, Na Lampe, Be Doni. Na liapa one dol ni adon and chado dol ni. Shena lance at el nagi. I think he had not under economic development. Had laid it up her nagi. A conde. Be Navajo sovereignty. She did Niniki a non George only kid touching their form and economic development. They had their own business law, both Nikita of course, such a Eban such case either. When you're going to have a business stick at the what he's a base or those Nisa not other investment base, but you have nothing data with the revenue. Every Eban see case should not other thing, also with 24 councilmen. Should this argue and leadership be did sovereignty in national heart and the business development. Do not constant. Heki they call annual rental by you let it Nihit Ipilakana, Nihit and Neta. The question that you let $200 a month go $2,400 need or live 1 year. Out of a profit and loss statement. These are it all what if you have a laundromat, you had to pay the maybe difference 5%, 3 or 4, 9%. 8 or in the year you pay your profit into late man in Navajo Nation. They could quacky they call a business lease. A quick egg or na iliado anapalasa you pay your own utilities. Or we pay to your employee. It's not a lease a quacky. The profit and loss statements are geared on that instantly. The bad is not on. Alla on name hit a never you have that they talk that named. Questions that he caught is a very bureaucracy. That all common as the nana should not the quadrinal you have by Yale Tiki. Now, what you are seeing that they are instantly. I would Nihinal Yapahanga de Jiki, the Nasta dog Kagot, it opened such case, a got under a Navajo Nation sovereignty. Maybe I'm correct or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Justice Department probably listens to me. You don't own anything as a business. When you lose your business, you lost all your capitalized expenditures to the Navajo Nation. It's one unjust KAR is not a on 1 acre. You buy the land, that's yours. 8 with it. When you get in the bankrupt, you sell that land and then you pay back on your bank loan. Now what either profit loss statement FLS now that's totally just annual rental not a quite Sinat Ani Hilchete Shirena Lam Sanal Yavan Nagi Aro Kabayel Kushi Nahoti Kuja Crownpoint Aro the proposal Nalyagi 70 room ni back to 35 or 40. We need a correct proposal amount which blueprint they're going to go with. Ora thing need so the that's not only which are not left handing the cost 88 let you open I wish it just table it and put it back and give it back to them to the program. Let's do the things right with the Department of Justice. Hey, once about us Honorable Vince James, thank you very much for being a pro temp. Here, I'm not losing because she's snitty. She's not all says the here, she's not and she's in it and Nikinar Yaba one day, Niki didn't then got Chinese Anki, Narlan, the Niki, the Queb, which is not any your by your yacht. But what needs in the here? Once to go about the here. Thank you very much. Yeah.
We had done here. Other things do other episode a photo down but not things critical. Do report the other and his not other base case do base case it as a bit not the kitten mini although Nana reports it he didn't not a table though links and those many get so behind now the Hala reports it his name his wrote the kodo ye ke na azdo ye it's not not this kid withdraw and ofte hota it on ha behind na akot ado na no hot what are that in the
withdraw or it all little chuck at other bond it's not over yell tin and George and actually as the if you had not hatten how you would or withdraw it at all little not just it all oh thank you very much Zayas what the Latin I apologize for let's withdraw and take care of this and put it back together everything back in order kid that's all once about her seat on the withdrawal now all about your children here at all. There's other items that are important too on the agenda. Thank you. Can we withdraw this? Thank you very much. Inch Kate.
She had she had honorable Jimmy Yella here. She had that not being strategy. She's not as honorable Edmund Yazi. You have a request from one of your colleagues to kindly requesting to withdraw the directive memo. Honorable Yazi.
Speaker, I just would say let's continue to go with it, okay? I mean, we could go, instead of, 30 days, we could go, 2 months on this, sir. And then we'll come back and then hear a report saying, we're good, grand opening is going to happen, and we could go from there, Pro Tem Speaker, sir.
Okay, so with that, your recommendation is to do it for 60 days?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so with that, are you okay with that, Honorable Mark Freeland, to change it to 60 days? Okay, so just not us, Honorable Yellow here. Kodo behind the not being hit out the behind it not no don't they the got hodo needing the kodo ya cutting because to begin also has cutting it was me to put out and how you la ko to ye ke ni ha ki to nothing to me ko. So with that we do have a lineup achide ya kodo shinale Honorable Otto So Banaho G Sole. Chanale.
Question of privilege. I'm sorry to interfere with you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pro Tem.
Oh, Chanale Otto.
Ado, Jimmy, are you here?
Go ahead.
You cut another war. Naabik'íyáti, the hotel project. It is a project that was funded under the 5-year plan, the PTF. And Adishjig Shlachai. But also Hatin Shippen Natos, Ajita Nasta Gata. Kaya Hatninde, don't the Kaya Panina, no Hatnego. Ado Adis Pitana, no, I don't the Hashib. She don't need another hat no that call a can't hold nevo. I would ego over it. Don't get me wrong, I support this project. You know, the Ajit Alit Ego Lai Ajit is positive Ajahot, so you ego for Ajit. I don't like Yara, because I had those nevo, yeah, not yo. Yeah, and that's other Yahoo in the dot listen. I don't have a natural so India go hard she India nasty. None is the hot lake. I don't that in so none she yeah, the Naya cannot sit on the vaccine is that sort of lake. I conduct Oyo at the Nahot Ikit at the Bahanet Kit. Alcohol. The Nahot Iki Slanach at the Dexmato to had it ego the Yego you had a later. Alcohol the late Ella to did that Oyo Petit law. Ado Zona Nel Ego. Yeah. Ashbonet is the current developer in a financial standing to develop. What if the Navajo Nation did not come through and the developer had to just build? You know, according to the peso, we get next door is it the permanent trust fund monies come and they belong to the Navajo people. I don't the I did not get any a top of that. People yell that. So, done it in a son that later. The data at the agency. You don't see directors out there then. It's all not so busy, not that no hot on because Uncle the Sao Zange. Could the Jazao and the shut out it on that and then that nightly. Alcohol, double candy, sado, then. Only they just park it on the shelf and they don't go anywhere. So there's issues of following through, and I commend the project manager from DD who indicated that she inherited this project. Ni ahadit ara so petit lo don anel yadole akoho ya jo aspo netla and the kana ya feasibility study dikna halit ela akoho the 49 51% ownership nike 51% ownership is Navajo. The 50% owner, 49% ownership is non-Navajo. Haitian section. Alcohol. Niti yaligi bichana squid koko. Building nige yatne nishin na behopiko. Ya nishin khani dole. It's your building. You need to fix this thing. You need to fix that. You need to do this. Nani hit the thought me. If we can turn the tables where the Navajo Nation owns a certain percentage of maybe 51% to 49%, 49% will be the non-Navajo owner and the Navajo owner. Directly based off of how many people stay there. We get a percentage ratio off of the yearly gross. I don't ya peso babet anach could deal what even ya. Out ego go shalia go ya up on net lando at 11th and not at each at all. And we need to find an entity that will that can do that. And I think that's just my thought. The other is, it'll bring in some sales tax revenue. Okay, the Navajo Washington that the is it on full Navajo jurisdiction, so we can at least benefit from the taxes. But the other thing is that, I think when the 5-year project was planned, they ought to yield with you days yield. I will relate back to the farming. We infused 14 million into 3 farming regions. But Navajo area, we have farmers that were left out of that decision in eastern Navajo and Fort Defiance and western. And I speak to this because I want to make the amendment to change to divide up the monies by the agency so we can address all the farmers. That chahnes na. Ako ebash na oyoti is what yaliki be that is to me, I see but I do support the project, and we think we need to rehome, come back to the middle and regroup on this, because what are the feasibility numbers? You look at the current state of the pandemic. What is the likelihood of people traveling? People that are artisans, the people that go to these large art shows. Right now, they are in a market that they're not making money. Artisans, some of them sell, some of them don't. This past year, Santa Fe Indian Market was supposed to go on, but I don't think it went on. Okay, there's other Indian markets that happened, and even the president did his YouTube show or his Facebook show last night to plan to reopen the nation back from a red to a yellow. In the 1 year ago, as the nation's been the economy, and the hotel. You look at gaming, it's not is great. And then our other enterprises are just holding on by strand of hair. The current developers, what is your financial health right now? If the Navajo Nation wasn't to put these monies to the table, and you say, let's just move forward and let's just get the loan from Native American Bank, where would you be at? I think you can continue to move forward with Native American Bank and your current financial health to build a facility. And but until we see something that's really doable, I think that's when we can commit something, because deep baseball as this lead based on permanent trust fund interest, derived income baseball because they never baseball I don't need it never baseball. Those that need I don't some revenue factors. What are the projected amount of incomes coming into the nation in forms of investments from the hotel? What is the nation's planned investment that we will be getting? What is that paycheck that we will be getting each year? Because oil bashin oil ajik appears about that feet quite bashin. Yeah.
Shinale, Kodoshi Response, Division of Economic Development.
Good afternoon, colleagues and delegates of the Navajo Nation Council. This is Brenda from Eastern Regional Business Development Office. Again, I'd like to thank all the representatives that had asked questions and how to rectify this particular issue. A lot of this has to go back to discussions with the business ventures, the Dagamas, in obtaining all the updated information that would be parallel with the 40-room and conference center at this point right now. And I know that when in project management, it's best to be, a couple steps ahead in case other questions come up. And it appears, that a lot of it is put back on Division of Economic Development right now to reevaluate and reassess, this particular project initiative. But I am really standing on the position that this development still does need to happen. Just as Mr. Honorable Freeland had mentioned, I don't know how many of the delegates or representatives on this phone call right now have ever gone out to the Bistai Badlands or the Chaco Canyon. And you see, the tourist attraction is there, but, with no amenities or a facility for, these individuals wanting to explore, the Netra, we really don't have that lodging amenity right now. And maybe that's the reason why, we just see a lot of traffic, just going northbound and southbound. But again, it is coming back down, as a business venture seeker, that equity, along with some sort of a capital, is, the very most important variables of any development. And right now, yes, as natives, Navajos, we really don't have that equity, a mortgage that we can put on loan to at least show that, yes, I have equity in this amount, at this very point right now. And I believe Honorable Slayer did make a good argument in terms of having that package, readily available for you as honorable delegates on the council to examine for yourselves that the full, homework has been done. So right now, I would like to, just thank everyone that has, taken the time to question and the concerns that were brought up and some recommendations that were brought up. And again, in any type of work environment, there's always the time for trials and errors, and then, to pretty much just based off of reevaluation and assessment to know that, okay, we need to work towards this. So right now, I do honestly think, from the bottom of my heart, John Largo really putting forth the effort over the years and try to make, this project happen. But I'd like to still make this project happen, and I like to see the hotel there sitting in Crownpoint. If it's not, this coming year, maybe the early part of next year, but what I'm saying, is coming from a position as to, okay, well, let's come back to the drawing table and see what would be more feasible. There is a lot of questions, on terms of Navajo Nation's investment and some prior practices that have gone on, but what would be more suitable to where we at least granted that opportunity to these Navajo business adventurers right now. And that's what I would like to see, because in Eastern Navajo, we have a really big competition. We have very little business site leasing activity, to give to Navajo entrepreneurs. I don't know if you've seen the demographics as you drive within the Eastern Navajo region, but our competition is the non-natives that have business that have been in existence for years. Now, as I have been talking with my team, since I've been on board, I said this is going to be a really big task that is charged to us, because we've got some serious competition. And when you're talking about competitive advantage, what advantage do we have as a Navajo Nation? And it's kind of, really hard to think about that, to even really come up. So I've been thinking in the process that we need to do a SWOT analysis. What opportunities, what threats, strengths, and weaknesses do we have in Eastern Navajo? But right now, along I-4 corridor, there's already businesses. And so now what I'm saying is that we need to be innovative to create, those opportunities for our Navajo entrepreneurs. But how do we do it? Do we refine the current laws that are set in place and make it a little bit more business friendly for our Navajo entrepreneurs? So these are ways that we could talk about it and take it from a more rational perspective. So again, this is something that, yes, we definitely have to come back to, but I don't think too much is a sufficient time. I know we want the construction to go. Groundbreaking's been done, I understand, but, let's take it more from a more, perspective as to let's do this right. And maybe even 3 months, out would be a little bit more suitable, so we won't be crunched against time, because again, we're just, coming out of pandemic, and, people are finally getting back into the regular norm of, the activities that we had before to this pandemic. So, again, I just want to thank, everyone for recommendation that was made. And maybe this is where, we really need to go back and do another blueprint of, okay, this is what we want, option A, B, and C, so that, we see this hotel happening. aliye na nishil ingo hajo oban ha keso. Kot a eya donan aho eya dik addition to bena sil trada don day. Ako all kunstogo yiche ha de to I am available, and apparently we'll get back together with the DED team internally and rediscuss this issue. But again, you know, Mr. Honorable Freeland and Honorable Yazi, thank you for your true support and wanting to move this project forward. And I know that you want development in your communities, and that's what I would want to see too. But let's, you know, take this from a more tactical position to where we answer all the questions and make sure that our T's are crossed and our I's are dotted, is what I usually say, so that in hopes that any other future project that we put before the Navajo Nation Council, whether if it's utilizing sales tax monies or permit trust fund monies or sihasin, that our homework is going to be done on our side. So, for this time. Thank you.
Office of the Controller, said it Perlina Kirk.
This is the controller,
Oh, what detail?
Okay. Oh, John, ado qui did by Tito Dido Kidigi ado in terms of some of the comments and then some of the questions, I think he was making some comments about maybe restructuring the deal. I think that seems to be what we were doing after we addressed that Native American bank financing deal, because that outright we would have just gave the money to the private individual. And then now we're at this juncture where the money will go to the building. So structuring the deal is important. In my experience, earlier I mentioned the land, the box, and the business. You can get this done. For example, you know, in terms of the Navajo Nation and tribes, we offer land. Sometimes I hear this misconception that our land is obstacles. It is not. It actually is a benefit if we can structure these things correctly. We offer land, we offer land leases, and we can use that vehicle to attract outside financing. There are people out there that they have their own money. There's developers that have their own money and they're looking for opportunities. They can actually build the building for you with their money and on your land, and then you can structure your deal with them. And then who owns the business? Could be the developer. If they have experience to run a hotel, then they're the best people to run a hotel. And then if they're successful and you work that success into your land lease deal, then you're successful. The money comes back. And then on top of that, if they're on your land and you have taxing jurisdiction, then more money comes through. And then that, you know, your management contracts, etc., those are all available. And the way to do this is to offer up all the tax incentives that you can lay off to someone who does pay taxes. And so those are the ways to structure a deal. So there are ways to do it, and essentially that's what I look for in some of these things. Because at the end of the day, all we want is a deal where the nation stands to gain. The money doesn't just go out and nothing happens. It doesn't come back because it's very easy for people to take advantage. Your operators, you know, hotel operators, they can cut a good deal for themselves, and if you don't recognize it, then you don't. we lose out. So that's just simply what, at least from my standpoint, when we review these deals, we try to look out for it and try to point those things out. Because when the nation invests in something, we should have a return, and we should be asking those questions. How do we make our money back? Because the alternative, when you think about it, is that these monies come from, like say the C. Hudson or the permanent fund. And those are monies that are invested currently, and we do make a return on those things. So if we're going to invest in these types of projects, then we need to compare those returns. So that's why structuring these deals is important. And I think it is a good question to ask. What is the Navajo Nation getting for doing this? It's a simple question, but I hope we all get a straight answer. In that sense, when the nation does invest in things as an equity, we should get a return. And then some of these types of deals, they are high risk because they're dirt deals. Dirt deals are always high risk because you have to build something from the ground up. And you have operating risk, you have financing risk. And right now, those are probably the questions we're asking too because of the pandemic. If the hospitality industry is not doing so well, then we got to ask ourselves, how is this going to do, and so forth. So all of those information that we're asking for on a due diligence, those updated due diligence documents, those need to be updated. Those are really relevant right now. And that way we know what's going on. I know there's needs out there. We need development. We need, businesses. We need small business entrepreneur. What are they looking at? What kind of, business friendly, government are we? Those are all good questions also. But the other thing that we also deal with, at least from our office, is on the back end. When these business leases are done, and there's a lot of them, some of them to our own business owners, Navajo owners, we do get to see the activities or lack of. For example, if these payments don't happen back to the nation, those are a concern too, that I think the nation should be aware of, because these lease payments sometimes are not being paid back. And so those things need to be addressed as well on the back end, even though we're trying to encourage leasing to our entrepreneurs, but we also need to look on the back end, where are they paying their lease payments and so forth. So those are all questions I think we should be asking as well. So those are just some of the comments I have. I think this deal, if it's viable, feasible, and that's where the reason why I say if is because I haven't seen a traffic study. I haven't seen if this is going to survive, because the reason why on the back end nobody's making rental payments or lease payments is because it's really hard to, all the risks that a small business owner has to go through. They have to be profitable to pay all their bills. And so that's why it's important on the front end to do all the due diligence. And so as my Shujaa said earlier, when this was done, the first 5-year plan was done, maybe there wasn't a lot of due diligence. All we're aware of is a 3-pager. And so going into the next 5-year plan, I think we should really look at those projects that are being proposed. So we wouldn't be here trying to do things, it seems like, after the fact. So those are just some of the comments based on some of the questions and comments earlier. So I just wanted to say that
Donna, Controller Kirk. With that, we'll move to DOJ, Department of Justice. Department of Justice, DOJ, are you on the line?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Pro Tem Speaker. I just wanted to say that I don't think DOJ at this time has anything additional to add. I think OC and DED both expressed their thoughts very eloquently, and we support DED in trying to make this project happen, and we also support OC in trying to make sure that it's done within the best interest of the nation. So, you know, we'll continue to work with both to move it forward as best we can. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that again. Also, there is no one else on the lineup, so we're ready to vote for the directive. Motion was made by the Honorable Edmund-Yaldi and second by Honorable Mark Freeland for the directive letter. One change is from 30 days is scratched.
Pro Tem Chair. Pro Tem Chair.
Yes.
My question relating to the financial health of the developer was not answered. Could I get that answered? Thank you. On mute.
Thank you, Shanella. Also, response for that?
Hello, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Largo.
Okay, thank you. Regarding Mr. So's question about the financial health of the business tenant, and when he first started this project, like I said before, they had invested money into the project, their own financing, and also, you know, borrowed money. And we thought we would move quickly to get the project done, but unfortunately, it hasn't happened. So, to bluntly answer your question, their financial health isn't great right now, but they are able to go to other finance institutions, and that's what we're doing right now, working with them to. We actually talked to two other financial institutions with the Dagamas and Mr. Alvin Thompson, who is sitting here with me right now, and talk to other financial institutions to see if they'd be willing to lend this money, but without the issues raised by, you know, DOJ and controller regarding the lease and having the what's it called, the title of the building. So that's what we're looking at right now. They do have a good financial background. They have experience in business. They have experience in the private. In government. The main owner has been basically running the Crownpoint IHS hospital before she retired from that job. And then the co-owner, he had run a business in the Phoenix area for many years. He had his own company down there, so they do have experience running a business and running an organization. So we are working with them. We are working with the Thompsons to seek additional financing because the tenants, they're what they want to do is they still want to build a 72-room hotel, but they understand what the tribe is recommending is a 40-room hotel, and they said, okay, we'll go in that direction for now, but you know, maybe it's possible for them to get additional financing, but they don't have that financing right now. Neither does the Thompsons, but we feel confident that they possibly could get it, but I can't say for sure that they're going to get this financing. But you know, but I'm like with Catherine from DOJ, we're ready to move forward the way things are. We're ready to work with DOJ. We're ready to work with the controller to get all the documents necessary, the feasibility study updated, the architect's drawings, all those things updated. We're willing to work with them. The tenant is willing to work with them to make sure they have all the due diligence in place, you know. And that's where we're at. We're ready to move forward, you know. We don't want to shut down or anything, but we want to, you know, the tenants, the Dogmas and the Thompsons who are doing the C-store, they want to show the controller that they are capable of running the businesses. So then they can get a lease, a second lease to run the businesses. So we want to move forward, and it was, you know, I thought it was just a report to show the committee or the council that we're continuing to move forward, and we're working together with the controller and DOJ to get this done. That, you know, that's kind of that's how Mark Freeland told me, you know, that's all he wanted me to do, was to show the council that we are moving forward and that we're working together to get this done. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you for that response. Are we good now, members of 24th Navajo Nation Council? I have nobody on the lineup for question.
Delegate Daniel.
The Honorable Daniel.
Chair Pro Tem. To the panel of agents as well as DOJ and OOC. In this particular project, what if we separated the C-store and let that be a separate project? And what if we made the hotel proposal a different project? Then the other aspect is, okay, permanent trust fund, then what about the citizen fund? But it seems like it is, what do you call it? Infrastructure development. So those are my basic questions to the panelists and to the reviewers. Thank you.
Response, Office of the Control. Office of the Controller. Controller Kirk.
Mr. Chair, this is Robert Willie. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, it's Mr. Willie. Yeah, what was your...
Good afternoon. I'd have to confer with the controller. She stepped out at the moment, so we'd have to consider that question. I'm not sure, based upon how it was passed, is one of the variables that we'd have to look at. And then we'd have to consider Delegate Daniel So's question. So that's my response currently. I'll have to confer with Madam Controller. Thank you.
Che, Honorable Daniel So.
I guess again, the question also goes to the panelists, Mr. Largo and Miss the new RBDO director, De Jesus. The last name slips my mind right now. But that would be the thoughts as we go forward. Thank you.
Honorable Daniel. So with that, DD, Mr. Largo.
This is Brenda with Eastern RPO. Yeah, Honorable, asking the question. Just as, you know, it's been mentioned several times now that apparently we do have to revamp and how it would be most suitable and efficient to structure this particular package in terms of the hotel development. Again, to stay away from circumventing the current laws right now, we would have to discuss this with Department of Justice and the Office of the Controller, along with our Executive Director, Mr. J.T. Willie, as to how we can restructure this whole project proposal. So, Aishi Nasholjish, Dishchindo do Nasko, Aishi A Ajib Naabik'íyáti Tieto Ba De Nit Ido, Hajo Adol Niligi, Koho Aishi Anasholjish do Leshi RDC committee da shi batach in Linigi Nanal Nal Sosi Nil Sosto Dit A Eya Be'radat Dit Ado Dit A Eya Dadil Nil Dadit. No, where we all have a consensus, you know, with DOJ, the Controller, Executive Office, and our BDO as to what would be most, you know, efficient to pretty much do this project. So, from Eastern RBDO, but I don't know if my colleague, Mr. Largo, has anything to add.
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Largo?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, just thank you for your comment, Mr. So. In my thoughts of the projects, there are two projects with this permanent trust fund that was allocated. So we did allocate funds for the hotel project, and we did allocate funds for the C-store project. And each project has its own business unit number. So I don't know if that shows that it is separated. So they have different business unit numbers, and then, you know, each one has its own tenant, it has its own business site lease, it has its own contractor. You know, we worked with the different tenants to do each separate project. So I don't know if that answers that question, or do we have to do something even more than that to separate them? But, you know, in my thoughts, it is, those two are two different projects, but under the same legislation. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for the response again from Division of Economic Development. With that, moving on to DOJ responses.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Lillian Schwales. I apologize for having to leave earlier, but I'm back now. I just wanted to say that I believe that, as John said, that, you know, these are two separate projects already. I'm not sure that if them coming out of the same legislation or from similar funding sources necessarily means that they need to be separated further. We can certainly look into whether the fact that they're both being developed using similar structures is something that we should have separated in terms of like doing them two different ways. But I believe currently, you know, they are two separate projects.
Project Chair, got one more question.
Thank you for the response from DOJ Controller's Division of Economic Development. I don't know, Mr. Willie, is Controller Kirk back on?
Mr. Chair, she's not back yet, so no, she's not.
Okay, I'll go ahead and move forward, and we'll come back to her. Shanella, Honorable Adoso.
Thank you very much. The other thing, maybe the AG could help us here, or our legal counsel. The 5-year PTF plan that was passed through the Navajo Nation Council during the 23rd Council. Is there a timeline on all of the projects? And if there's a timeline in place and that time expires, what happens to the funds? And this thing that I'm looking at, because if we have projects that are idling and not going anywhere, these dollars need to either we need to have a new discussion on what will happen. Maybe we can reallocate these dollars to some sort of hardship assistance for our Navajo citizens, because these permanent trust fund dollars truly belongs to our Navajo citizens. The nepe the peso asa yenige ad the nepe nache budget baka ko ad peso asne. And if these projects do not pick up and go anywhere, and I think we should amend so that we do another hardship assistance with the balance of this current 5-year plan to help the Navajo citizens out there on all the projects, whether they're getting off the ground or not. So I believe there's a couple of projects that is in limbo on Navajo. Pertaining to the PTF. The other is that, we know we funded some water line projects, and we haven't really get an update from Mr. Jason John on where we're at on these water line projects. Have these dollars been third, fourth, fifth, first, third, second, third, fourth, and fifth year were these funds allocated? Things like that. So. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so now that DOJ.
Good afternoon. I can say that under the resolution that allocated this money to this project, it did not provide any clarity as to what is to happen or any guidance on how this $3 million would be utilized or when it should be spent, within what time it should be spent. If there is any other restrictions applied to permanent fund income and the 5-year expenditure plan, I would defer that to our tax and finance unit or others who are more experienced in that area. It's just not something that I do practice with. I can certainly follow up and reach out for that answer.
DED.
Don't get Nino. I can speak to Xavier.
Hakwashinak, she Honorable Jamie Hino. Ado, we have new individual as well. Shana Honorable Herman Daniels. So with that, Division of Economic Development, response.
Good afternoon again. This is Brenda. I'm not really too familiar right now with the stipulations or a clause on the expenditure of the permit trust fund when they're committed under the 5-year plan after it's passed by the Navajo Nation Council. So right now, I'm not too sure if there was a set, time limit that's supposed to have these funds expended once they're committed. So I don't know if my colleague, Mr. Largo, would be able to answer this question. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Largo?
Okay, thank you. In my review of the Permit Trust Fund, it does have projects listed in 5-year intervals, and I know not all projects have been completed. And like year 1, there's some that aren't completed. Year 2 and Eastern is year 3, and we were hoping to get them going by year 3, but because of delays and pandemic and a lot of other things, we weren't able to do that. And we're just on the edge of we're ready for construction, but because of what has come up recently, we're looking at doing other things. But basically, I haven't seen anything in the language that says, okay, in exactly 3 years this has to be done. But it is listed as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 year. But nobody has ever said, okay, get it done in 3 years or you're going to lose the money, and I haven't seen anything like that written down or even verbally, stated to us, especially during the update meetings that we have every quarter with Budget and Finance. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you for the response. Shut it, Controller Kurt.
Mr. Chair, this is Robert Willie. I can answer that question. The permanent fund didn't have a time limit on these projects, so there are permanent fund CEJASEN meetings that were being held up until the pandemic started, and I think they just restarted those meetings. That's on the legislative side. They go through each and every single project and where they're at with them. I believe the next one's scheduled within a couple of weeks. I don't recall the date, but I believe that Speaker Damon was the one that was running these meetings. And so there is no time limit. I know that with recent CEJASEN projects, they put time limits on them, but as far as my knowledge, the Permanent Fund 5-year plan and the CEJASEN older projects did not have any time limits on them. Thank you. Also the dollars, the second component of Otto So's question was, are those dollars just sitting there? And the budgets are sitting there. The money did stay with the Navajo Nation, so they are being invested with the permanent fund and also with the CEJASEN. That was one of the provisions that the controller wanted to make sure that we were still earning interest on those dollars also. So thank you.
Honorable Naabik'íyáti, do you want to respond?
No, Pro Tem Chair, nothing at this time.
All right, Hakwasina. So with that, honorable members, I did have a text come in from Honorable Mark Freeland requesting if Crownpoint chapter president can speak. So as Pro Tem Chair, I would like to give a few minutes to Crownpoint chapter president, and then from there we can move on to back to the lineup. Crownpoint chapter president.
Yat-A, can you hear me?
Oh, what is that?
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Pro Tem Chair and Honorable Council Delegates. I just want to say something really, just make it as short as I can. She'eya Rita Capitan Initiado Crownpoint Chapter Gi'eya President in Shlonk. This is my third term as president. And I could in Shlonkia Ani Bashishindo Cottage Eatney Dashinalado, Tanal Bisney Dashiche, got is a son and Shle. Ado called the Crownpoint Chapter. We sit in the midst of our Eastern Agency. Called the Be Honey Londo. Sit Nihlato Atra Nihit East Aunt Johod Benitne. A call the Queen Nahaya dancing hot arbitahadit hotel sipetinitle that did no. I don't we want business from tourism resource or Crownpoint agency. And I just wanted to kind of elaborate on some questions that were brought up. Council Delegate Odo So from Tuba City area, his Janet Hotel, the Halo do businesses, do Chin Lido, his Janet businesses, the Halo, and of course Fort Defiance is right within Window Rock, so you have a lot of businesses there. Don't the Shiprock Agency don't Nihikoja Crownpoint Agency because of the different land statuses. Nihijanet needs the Nihe Kojoko 8 Ayot Anihit Nahit now. Allah at 8 and we do have some trust land that was put aside for businesses, and that's where the hotel will take place. And of course, our C-store that we're talking about with the laundromat. Ako adult tenants, developers, iki khaisha atato ne no the dogmas, Crownpoint is lucky enough to get some people to step up and notice that we do need businesses here in Crownpoint. So these two individuals, the dogmas, stepped up, and we are fortunate that we have them to take the initiative to build a hotel with experience. These people wouldn't do that if they didn't have the experience to run a business and to operate something of that magnitude. And then for the Thompsons, I've known them for many years, that they run the business there in Church Rock, which is now closed now. So I have trust in these people. The Navajo, the Crownpoint chapter have been meeting with them for years now. And we trust them to do the businesses here in Crownpoint. So Ashonde, understand that. Although, like Mr. So said earlier too, this is the people's money, the permanent trust fund. It's the people's money, and yes, it is. And it also belongs to Eastern as well. And we haven't had the opportunities like other agencies to request for monies like this. Ako ashonde ado beni jendahayos nane ade council delegates and osenigi ado yeah Council Delegate Edmund Yazi for really taking an interest in this. And I really appreciate the fact that he wants this thing done, within 30 days. But, we're willing, to work with the 60 days. Hasha, let's do some work, let's put our heads together and see what can be done. The 72 hotel room is is cut down to 40, about 40. You know, Crownpoint chapter is willing to work with you all to do that. But I would still like to see some, you know, kitchenettes, at least 5 rooms of kitchenettes, you know, for this hotel as well. And then along with the conference room. I just also want to say that, you know, we do have IHS here. We now have NTU, we're a university town. And then we have the Chaco Canyon, we have a high school, we have 2 mid schools, we have 2 elementary schools. We have rug auctions here, we have truck drivers driving by, and a lot of times, you know, our children live out in Phoenix or Albuquerque, all over the place. And so when they want to visit here, their families in Crownpoint, we'll have a hotel where they can stay at. I know a lot of, even my nephews and nieces say that, you know, if the hotel was there, I'd come and visit. So I want to take this into serious consideration. We like to be a part of other agencies who have businesses, and that's what we're trying to do here. I get asked all the time, when is the hotel coming up? Groundbreaking almost on a daily basis, because our communities, and we do have a lot of communities here surrounding us, like Standing Rock, Lake Valley, Vicente, Little Water, Smith Lake, a lot of chapters. And they know that they all belong to Eastern Agency. So I'm asked all the time, when is the hotel going up? Citizen no. Ati penanish kotete holjish on dishni. Naso oyo doshe, you know, I took other steps. And so I just wanted to say ashonde beni hansata case. Maybe in 60 days we'll get a lot of that work that needs to be done by all working together. We're a community just like all other communities here on Navajo Nation, and we want a piece of that pie as well. Mark Freeland, thank you for doing this, for getting this report on the NABI meeting. Thank you so much.
That Jonathan sat many behind the Ando Dobinat upon the Niki. What Ben so Dobin on it is Nibe, which I can see this was on the Niki. That she not so told a Kodo okay, a nada so not the dish on the Niki. Shinale, Honorable Key Allen Begay.
Chairman, you can hear me, right?
Oh, good day, sir.
I believe that we are trying our best to help local communities quite again. I haven't heard anyone opposing it or anything as such. And then we always also took precedence in allowing others to take part in discussion. So that just be mindful of that. But the basic question I will be asking, again, as an RDC member, and specifically from DOJ, Division of Economic Development, and Office of the Controller. Okay, these projects, what specific recommendation can they recommend to the oversight, if not to the full council, to make changes
to streamline the process. I guess that's what we need to talk about rather than who still has money and what needs to be done. This goes to the question as well. When we say private individual or private company, no, are we still saying this to our Navajo people as well? If that is the case, maybe the Division of Economic Development need to be more specific and to say that these are the individuals who are registered already to do business on Navajo. And I don't believe that the hotel shouldn't be downsized. I rather see expansion that will be added more later on. In a way, we're just allowing and we're just talking round and round of what the situation is, but we're not specifically providing a specific recommendation. Ako ebe benachiko eto indaho peso sa onas nel hat ninikito becheta hat denetato sachon nato soto tahat nigo ha itli tatole. Yes, a lot of these funding are tied up just because of some internal process that we continue to make some changes. Ako aki gila ela shenale ajiko tashabete di ka. Akot ko ebe benache in lache kapa dinto project ito linka ninikito to na hon ago beton nestoten dort sesto ato hit ashi bi mito na so haton jish. So akwaki gila HA satin ze what on C case. Ako bebe nache ko koto to the nan ninikito all 110 chapters papan C case ko ati nadida. Ako ebe benachiko kodo shanale hasha akwake ninanens through you as the pro temp chair specifically to OOC and maybe the Division of Economic Development and maybe to the DOJ, the Division of Economic Development. So until maybe I get a response, specifically maybe in writing, though I could early be how otherwise I'll be continuing to ask that question. Thank you, Chairman.
Again, Sinalet, Honorable K.L. Begay, that Bahananin Zito Bahana Diskidako. Oko Ani, the Queen she had the Dadanil J. Kodoba Nate Anigi, the directive Yiki, Ecuador Kidney Aj, the directive letter, Oko A. Quakiba Nate Oko. Adonana. Stop Kodo the Quigo she beha is the Linko. The behas Ani behated a dip has aimed at us. Jokot Quaiki the oil in Jokot Ado behata is the Kobe has Ani behated a higi. As Kates in the league, Jo put I being Jahana or Z Lin Adonana, a stop Kodo permanent trust fund. Bedit no, a stop Aja resistance him, bedit no, a stop. Ajaba yield kito bahanate to Ado project big dasto, Ajabe so but a dasto, the chat but a daliago, Ajabin that donation no co. So Ado these the sleepy, so it's at the go your cash or store, but yet it's not nuclear. We do have a meeting that's coming up regarding the PTF CSM project on March 17, and a lot of these questions and concerns and recommendations are going to be brought up at that time as well. $6,000 loko hunt not state chinale honorable key Alan Begay ado legislative council aje na badish kids adala hit aho aad de na nation linigi baja dalia besa ba dalia gila hit aho hala edo ni chokot to na ade kid lini which is ako hot not hana state or national. So with that, we do have a lineup. Ado kodo na adi dish kit nini gito skit na das to oko connect ya na git ya she get honorable Don Jamie Henry.
Kashina kailan kodolcha pro tem chair ng KLT committee ado sunod 24th Nomination Council ng KLT committee iba hinte nagi kashinza so the economic development ya so hata kodo nisa si hey others not these nisa even gets to zero economic development kodo ni hota shadno chasli hota should be zero no si hey kodo ni hota hey zile ba hota kodo di na ho shige ya but we forget that di koi sin so the opportunity to ni tato na so the question ni tato na inte of the need so yeah sure we need to support these opportunities that come up to the Eastern Navajo Agency. This is the opportunity for the Crownpoint chapter to develop some sort of economic development, and therefore we as the lawmakers should be supporting it 100% during the report, and to find avenues to lift the barriers that come about, especially within our own internal government structure. There are people that like to put barriers in place for some reason or not. Maybe it's just because of personal reasons or something. But then again, we need to be aware that we are lawmakers, and we need to start working towards getting those obstacles out of the way to get a free-flowing economy moving. I always wonder why young entrepreneurs don't want to come back to the Navajo Nation, and it's because of situations like this. Where's the problem here? Internally, within our own programs, our divisions, there are people that like to put barriers in place and stand on those barriers. And then there are others in leadership that will say, okay, well, this if you're not going to do, we'll put it someplace else then. When we make comments like this as leadership, all we do is we are deflating the hopes and dreams of these entrepreneurs. We should be saying that. We should be supporting in our comments and say, okay, let's see how can we make this work. Let's work together and move on that. And then it could become a reality. And so it really bothers me when within our own ranks, we start sort of putting these statements before the people that are listening in. There are a lot of people listening in, and we start standing on our soapbox and start saying, well, maybe we should just forget about this project, let's put it somewhere else, let's give it away if they're not going to do it. And I sure that we shouldn't be saying that. We should be supporting them all the way to the end. Even if it does not succeed, we should be supportive and say, hey, okay, we tried. But then again, these are the learning experiences, the way I look at it. As for the Crownpoint Hotel and the convenience store, I believe it is something that, especially the hotel, that the people are looking forward to it. And so therefore, we should be looking at moving this and way to where they're overcoming these barriers and finding solutions. Therefore, when another opportunity comes up like this, at least we know where we need to make those solutions and do some corrective action on it. So that's where I'm standing right now. I do support the Crownpoint Hotel and any development across the Navajo Nation as far as economic development of Haiti, because you look at Salt River, and if you go down Pima Highway, you see all that development going down there. And it makes you wonder, how did they get around the barriers and stuff? And it's because they support their business. They see the opportunity and then they undo it. But for some reason, here on Navajo, we like to put up barriers. And I've seen this from our own internal departments that are always coming up with red flags here, red flag there. And it just deflates your enthusiasm and also all your hopes. And so, well, it makes you think, what am I doing here then? I should just go to Gallup. I should just go to open my business in Flagstaff. At least there, I'll be treated with a little bit of dignity, and to say that, okay, the city supports my business endeavor. They'll give me a business permit right away, and I can open my doors. And so that's where I stand on this. And I thank you for allowing me to make some comments.
Honorable Jamie Henry, sa te hananin si on adikit lini te hananin si ko. Ade ya kwana nana ki ya ta shina Honorable Herman Daniel.
Mr. Pro Temp Chair, Kudo. Donana Kudo, the Naabik'íyáti committee members of Senigi Kudo Shnat Senigi. The Inta Kudo, the Kitchen Kudo reported that Yilagi, Resident Economic Development, RBDO, and that Egi. Adonan on the Crownpoint Hotel. So that in that Benda and Michigi. Kudo the basement unmeet Lenigi. Zodash not a Yale key. Zodash not LC kiss. Ashin Ecuador, the Kodosha had 3 could delegate out of so. I need instant Kudo. I need based on digest. On the great permanent trust fund 5-year plan, 150 million over 5 years. And all these that did. Some of these could all the great like the shipwreck. That eggy a shipwreck. Oh, it's not the whale, geez. I don't know the great did Ecuador the great the Crownpoint Hotel. It was not the whale, geez ago. So but not the sneaky Ecuador. Basically the year when it's not your horn listed. When out Asian rate FY 2022, FY 2023. Rashid $8. Aden Feskesti. Hunderte. Hundzaun to take his Slatnachin as Vanachegu. Adonana Ticodo, big echolia, and maybe what that. I called out, oh, what echo just ante. 11 not, oh, what Elan song, what was that did. I could chat that Zabigaho. Kada in Mason Hashon a day, May Spigaho. Mareda sea store to the hat note about to the hasta. Aronakat Hotel. AIC shit is Mahashan and honest, but the hot or let or quite a hood. Oh, what the Nequite. Aronanak. I understand that the pandemic, a year is linked. 80, I understand. But could not agree with that, with that. 11 not. I see with that the nation. So what is the hold up? What is the barrier? So the band just case over. So nagayta ita pesos bigeta holia projects bigeta holia peso ya antai ni solesh to the Navajo Nation. Nanis ta hodolesh. Nahal chineman nanis but a honodolesh. 100 stolesh. No hodo bigeta holia to the state out of la neta. Play that like then a hotso. Then a hotso sa C store. Shanto C store. In halchin ajadale nisho. Adonana Kodovich in art is Desha Nagaita, the Shanto hotels in Nagaita next month. Groundbreaking, a day, that Aja. So, what on Nagaita, which one are we on that side on then from the band, first case of that did in Nagaita along the I-40 bar, the route. I see on that side on them sort of kids. The route, the traffic is there. But the gun is all you ya not kai. I don't know what should it sort of you that. It's not arguable. So I just on that side on front of even bands cases that's a big at. I could be Arjut or Crownpoint now Arjut that was now the bonnet done sort of that could do 8 or that is need I could. I see it in nation has the Hardship stage niche big at the cut. Though a netta. A cocodo dam. I bet he cases the codo. Codobana or Kausaka or Z. I do Haju that it's out and not at or Z. A codo a Haju that was either should be Ben he cases Zin the codo but seems like that on the Hagi Shiba the hunt, Hagi cut. Which had these dedos at Aliado, not what that was niche. So AIC Bana Oshkahodo. She says then the way with Adonana question the traffic is on this side, up a husband yesto, I-40 ba. Adonana Nagay 191 ba hasto. Adonana Nagay Highway 163, Highway 160, 98, 89. That's the traffic, Belaganat. A the year Kana Aja. When you go to Kienta, there's 3 hotels at Fuhadapi, Adonana and the Manma Valley. There's 2 hotels. One is privately owned. Yes. Edo Fuhadapi. 1 year in advance for that Spencer. The Jagaho room the Banais. Yendai this kiddo. It's booked for 1 year. So Kwaziki that we have Papa, that's case of Ecuador, Salit, I have with these nations, so the Kuzita, I see on us in the state. So Ecuador, the great is saying that about I think she holds just about not this, the Hudo. So the great detail could have based on that test and they get a 5-year expenditure plan. AD gets here about that on this. According to the Ecuador Directive area, we have cases has been that on Tahonat Zago. So it is sold over a seat or but could have been cases the Crownpoint. I need of Nigo. Ben he cases the Quado. I don't know the bitch that had these data, but that on the shop Ben he cases the or less. A co art hot air and hot egg or a don't know. We don't say what one needs added that. For it also about less, Mr. Pro Temp Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, Shana, Honorable Herman Daniel, Ado Kodo, Controller. Kurt, Shade, are you back on the line?
I am back on the line. Oh.
Okay, now we teach us. Controller Kurt.
I was trying to follow, and I was but if I didn't answer, then they shouldn't not hadoshne. But Shiyaj Chair Henio, I think he was talking about barriers and obstacles, etc. Nikikodo Osi Kujindej Nishi we just became aware of the Native American bank financing back in August. So we were being asked about how that would, I believe the context in which we were asked was some structure questions, and essentially because we're putting in the money, but we didn't own the building, so they wanted title to that and so forth. So that's when it came to our office, and that's when we started asking questions. And just for the record, because we started asking these questions, now the deal has been changed, where we were unsure previously of who owns the building and so forth. I do know that financing that was contemplated, it was pro the bank and really anti-Navajo Nation. And so that's the reason why I started asking the questions. I don't know if that's a barrier, an obstacle, etc., but we're, from OOC standpoint, we look at these things, and because I believe we were asked to guarantee or waive certain things for the Navajo Nation. And that is the reason why we had to look into the finance that was contemplated, and therefore we started asking these questions. At that point in time, whatever deal that was on the table, that's where we started asking questions not only on the financing, but on any of the due diligence that is available to us. And as I mentioned earlier, we didn't get all of it, but at least as to stuff that's being presented to us right now, they're pretty much outdated. So that's why we're asking these questions. So I don't know what happened. I forget who stated earlier that this has been worked on for 8 years, or that type of thing. I don't know. That would be a DD question as far as what they've been doing for all these years. But from our office, our perspective is we got into this because of the Native American bank financing. And from that standpoint, we started asking questions. Even to this day, as I mentioned earlier, the deal itself is changing and the information is changing. And all we're asking from our office is that we get all the information as well. So I think in terms of how the timeline is, I never heard of doing a groundbreaking without getting financing. And the deal is right now still changing. So I'm even sometimes unsure of how the deal structure is. And so that is the reason why it's a concern from our office to, say that we're going to pay somebody, I don't know who, and to put those timelines in. Right now, with the deal that has just changed again, then now all these plans has got to change again. And we're not signing over anything unless we get all of these documents that are updated and we review it, etc., and we understand the structure. And of course, we're open to working with DEP. And all of this is so that when we send those payments out, if this project becomes to fruition, everybody is on board, everybody's done their due diligence. So I just wanted to re-emphasize that. So right now it looks like we're back to the drawing table, and I do have a concern about this directive because I'm being asked to do something, but that something that I'm doing for the next 30 or 60 days is based on information that I don't have, and as mentioned earlier, that we may not have because it takes time. So I do have a problem with this directive. And I feel like, you know, I'm just getting my arm twisted just to say, yes, it's all right, it's fine. But as everybody knows, our office cannot do that. So this is a lot of money. It's over $7 million that we're talking about, and we really need to get all our work done and so forth. So we're here. We hope to get the information, and we hope to work with Ms. Brenda Jesus and go forward as well. So I just wanted to reemphasize that based on some of the comments. Our office is here. We're not against promoting economic development. We're not against entrepreneurs. Our office is mainly charged with the funds that, you know, we're charged with, we're responsible for. So because at the end of the day, if somebody questions this, you know, a payment that comes out of our office, that goes to me. So if she based on data, based on the ilihaki did, so benina na the kitchen abahalo to so ni bad house no she de ado jo dalia go baya de hito benina the kids in that she be holo as ho di based on the kitchen to abahasti ajanshi jan he sa in season again he has ango and he based we can spend our own personal money in our personal way, in our private ways, but when we comes to the government and the public, so we have that. Therefore, we have that fiduciary duty to be transparent, be accountable for these public monies. So so I just want to make those comments. Hajo haishi benai the kidiki that ado not ankonestla da e beshin da dosne stop. If I didn't answer any questions, let me know. Ado yeah.
James Eugene So.
Hakwasina dan siya Eugene So Ade Nacionando the Department of Justice Ado Division of Economic Development dollars. DOJ, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I think just to add to what the controller said, the Department of Justice, in terms of this project, we became aware of it as it stands currently, and has stood in terms of the Native American bank financing last year, so just 2020. It wasn't until July that we knew about the Native American bank funding. And while I myself had actually repeatedly asked the bank for this information, it wasn't until December that we even got I think October, we got documents. And I know, myself, the moment we got anything, I sent it off to controller. There was open communication and collaboration between the three departments, DED, OOC, and DOJ. The thing about this project and where it stands and what's happened with it in the last year is while DOJ does counsel caution in what's going on, it is because there is a need to understand what's been happening with this project. It came to DOJ with a request for working on a construction contract. Just working on simply the construction in and of itself, not knowing much about the history other than we have a construction contract and it's going to be funded through public and private funds. That particular structure had never been done on the Navajo Nation, a construction contract that way. And so that's, like controllers mentioned, that's when we looped in controller's office, wanting to make sure that what we were doing was something that we could have appropriate to the needs and the fiduciary responsibilities of all of us on the Navajo Nation. And when we started working with Native American Bank, once we were able to have meetings with them, we were not getting responses. It was not progressing. Native American Bank was insisting on the lessees having title to the building, while DED had been under the impression and had been telling all of us that the Navajo Nation would be owning this building. And that was a huge misinformation that was going on. We don't know where, when that happened, but it had happened. And then there was the next meeting we had, DED had decided that it was going to go in a different direction. There would be no funding from Native American Bank, and it would be fully funded by the Navajo Nation. That's, from DOJ's perspective, that's something that we can work with. All we need is the information related to the structuring of that project. To this day, we're still not fully aware of the final structure, what those details are. We have a basic understanding, but we need real concrete information and data to move forward. If that can come across, quite frankly, as barriers and something related to the need to streamline the process as it comes from our laws and our regulations. But that's also just we need this information before we can really make these agreements. We can't even do a modification to a business site lease without this information. So I think that what I just wanted to add there is that we are not by ourselves, DOJ are not mandating the structure. We're still just waiting for the information that we need to help fill in the information and build those agreements and modify as necessary. And while we are more than willing to assist and provide recommendations for leadership, council, anybody as necessary for what we preferred for streamlining any of the business processes, I myself am not going to do it here in this phone call or by myself. I would certainly first go back to DOJ as a whole so that what comes out of DOJ is a collective recommendation. And that's the conclusion of what I would have to say.
And thank you for that again. With that, we'll go ahead and move on to Division of Economic Development. Members of the council and presenters, please know that we've been on this report since 10:45 a.m. and we still have 12 legislations to go. Division of Economic Development.
This is Brenda again from Eastern. I'm not going to reiterate, the process or the progress of this project to this point. I believe the Office of the Controller as well as DOJ pretty much elaborated on, the activities that I had come to find as I had come on board with the program. So right now, again, as I had stated and mentioned before, this was something that needs to be evaluated internally, and in hopes that we come up with a quantifiable, structure plan on how we're going to proceed with this project. And I don't know if Mr. Large wants to add a comment to this as well.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for the response.
Mr. Chairman? Hello, Mr. Chairman?
With that, Honorable Eugene So, the Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair Daughter.
Sheila, you give me the floor, yeah. So, I see so always McGrady, Hahoya, that 10, not as it. That's what. Aber husband has on seasons. Has what is the problem? What's the whole lot? So if you're going to do something and you come up to an issue or a concern, what is the problem? So we know now These he call coach the Navajo Nation coach. The Navajo Nation Council is the process. The controller base of the army from the Navajo Nation Council's resolution. That's how the husband got a controller now, and that's what she's saying. Deepa Haliad of it all, a peso, but it has army. It's I Bahadalia. So this regulation, if it's an issue, what's going on with this project? So not one there, the Hatnigi, Chutabahazen, the concern, quite us, $8, Nilgi has on it, Joey compensation from the DOJ and the controller. Correct it, as Abahazan, it us, it was neat. How to resolve this? So the controllers are re-emphasize her judiciary duty. We did it. So the DOJ then army the crack now it's neat a contract construction contract the trade on the other caution and not on this then. So the question is a building. Is she building? She that's it. The ownership, who's got the jurisdiction? So even now we go over on this case or the what the problem is, what laws can be used on it, how to resolve it, and then the building, all the things that we're discussing now should be on the ground. If I were to make a director, I would go that route to do these laws and base those on the question. I don't want to announce base what the council has codified within the Navajo Nation Code. Other jurisdictions that so it's very easy to resolve this problem if somebody can just sit down and do it. And it's how I see it. I don't know why we have to go on all day long because of this. It's right there looking at us. Thank you.
Yeah, the Honorable Jimmy Yellow here.
Janella, this is Delegate Charles Newton. Can you add me to the queue?
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Yellow here.
Oh, yeah, that's it. Nana, I got they but you're gonna buy it. 60 days daily. Out of our hearts, all these other needs corrections we can do it. I about the net, they don't care. Or she in a the Hutchin not so late, already see. Or she says, not bad. The other share support this business. Austin down. I don't know, big let's take care for Crownpoint. There's a big agency over there. They have fair, they have the big rodeos, and a lot of activities. Exhibit halls been going on, so let's take care of this business. Several cases, it's not funny. Let's take care of it. Let's have this motel up there for Crownpoint agency. Of course, you all talk about not see the about the next dinner. 60 days, let's go with that one. It's not funny. Once about still, thank you for the floor, pro temp chair, and my colleagues, 24 councilmen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Shanella, can you hear me?
Oh, what is that, Shanella?
Okay. Otto, thank you, colleagues, again, listening in with the debate here.
I do support economic development. I think that is very, very important. And I know that that during this pandemic, our economy has been affected because of the continued curfew that got put in place. But I'm glad to see that our businesses are opened and that we'll be starting to open them up to allow people to go back into these businesses. So I'm excited to see that happening. I also support jobs. One thing that I do try to encourage with my colleagues is if there is an area that does show the potential of being having a good, a business, regardless of what that business is. I've always been in support of that because to me, jobs is economic development, or actually improves economic development, and it also creates, that opportunity for our people to be employed. And then also we always talk about how, we want our kids to get an education. We want them to come home. And I think there are a few of us here on council, who did leave the reservation for years. We got our education and we returned home and we got the runaround that, many of us have talked about. I remember being told I don't have enough experience or I have too much experience. Or never hearing back from the Navajo Nation on jobs that we applied for. So I do support this hotel that's going up in the Crownpoint community. I support the Crownpoint community. I worked 2 years in the Crownpoint community. I know how difficult it was to find housing, and I've shared this story with my colleagues before. I drove every day 100 miles to Crownpoint to be the prosecutor there in that community. I did that for almost 2 years until becoming a council delegate. So I know that Crownpoint is in need of a hotel, and they are in need of housing there. And I also know, the need that's there, not only with the community, but also the need to have to build their economy. And so I support 100%, this project to get going. However, I am concerned about the information that's coming out from Department of Justice and also the controller. I feel that as delegates, we kind of bend the rules a little bit. We break the rules where we see fit, to try to push things to make it happen. And then what we wind up having a few years down the line is a lot of problems. I haven't really been up to par with what has been going on with the Navajo Nation government prior to me becoming a council delegate, but I believe we entered into a lot of shady deals that resulted in a lot of money being taken from the Navajo Nation. I'm talking specifically about my area. I believe that the issue that we faced here in the Shiprock area was the ONSAT. And, it sounded like such a wonderful idea, and those key words were used, job creation, building the economy, internet access. There were those key words that were used. Everybody was in support of it. And then somebody, took the money and they ran off. And to date, the Navajo Nation, I don't know if we have an open litigation against that individual to try to, retrieve some of that money back. But we do talk about how this money belongs to the Navajo people. And so that's when we talk about our fiduciary duty as delegates. I've heard that from multiple delegates when we have these debates on the floor about what our duties are. And so, this directive to me is a little bit. It really concerns me because we're basically putting a timeline, and we're saying that, DOJ and controller, you guys better, be getting these things done. But at the same time, we heard from DOJ and we heard from the controller that a lot of the documents haven't been submitted. And that's not the fault of the Navajo Nation. That's not the fault of DOJ. It's not the fault of the controller. Every single one of us on council has experienced that. We email people and we ask for documents or we ask for information and it goes ignored. And oftentimes when when we don't get those documents, sometimes we're fortunate, we can reach out to a higher level to try to get those documents, and sometimes we can't. But we oftentimes find ourselves frustrated because our community is holding us accountable, and they're saying, where are those documents? How come those documents haven't been released? How come, this project is not going forward? So it's a really collaborative effort on behalf of not only the nation, but the community and also all the other partners who are involved. I heard DOJ and controller say that they did request documents, and those documents were never sent until recently, and then everything changed again. I recall, having similar, many of us experienced that when we debated the coal mine closure. We were told that as delegates, that documents would be coming, and we never received those documents. And so some of us based our decisions on the documents that were in front of us at that time. So I think in terms of DOJ and the controller having to also make those decisions about, do I proceed forward without the documents? In my mind, that to me is, I would think that depending on what those documents are, those could possibly be, issues regarding malpractice. Some of us have professional licenses and we're required to, we're required to have the knowledge, and we're required to know what questions to ask. And I, give full faith to controller and also to Department of Justice, because I am not an expert in business and I don't pretend to be. I can read a contract and I could tell you what the contract says, but I couldn't tell you, what the Navajo Nation required as far as getting these businesses going. But that's where DOJ and controller have that expertise to do that. And I think that they're not saying that they don't want this to happen. I think they're saying that there's some concerns. I appreciate them telling us what those concerns are, because I certainly wouldn't want to, 2 years down the line, look back at this day and say, how come, DOJ, how come you didn't tell us that those were your concerns? Controller, why didn't you say that, that was a concern, or those documents were not submitted? So in essence, I look at this directive and I feel that we are basically pushing the controller and DOJ to move on a project that they need cooperation from other partners. And so I feel it's only necessary to include within this directive that, if we're gonna consider this directive, that we also include Division of Economic Development in this as well. Because Division of Economic Development should also be pushing for those documents. We should not just be putting this responsibility on the Department of Justice and on the controller. There are other partners who are involved in this. And so I think this directive needs to be, it needs to include all the people who have their hand in this project. I think that would only be fair. And then the other issue that I have with this directive is the time frame that's put in place, the 60 days. We're telling them to do your due diligence in 60 days. Can you imagine if the Navajo people told us council delegates that we have 60 days to do our due diligence? We would be telling them that that's not possible. And yet we're expecting this of our departments and our divisions. And I said this before, and I'll say it again. Oftentimes as delegates, we put immense pressure on our divisions and our departments to deliver. When they have told us that they can't deliver, we continue to push them to say, you will deliver. And then when they don't deliver, we turn around and we hold it to them and we say, you didn't deliver. When they're telling us right now, we need help. We need the bank to send us the documents that we request. We need the Division of Economic Development to work alongside of us to help get these documents if they're going to push for these projects. So this directive, to me, it's not fair. And if it continues to proceed forward in this manner, I'm going to vote against it, because I would rather our Controller and Department of Justice carry out their due diligence and their responsibilities, because that's what they owe to the people. And for me, I would rather have all of our T's crossed, all of our I's dotted, and then be able to move forward when DOJ and Controller feel comfortable enough to say, okay, this project, we're giving it the green light, because we know and we have heard that from DOJ and from Controller with other projects. So I just don't understand why we are pushing this, and I understand it has been going on for 10 years. Shiprock is in the same position. We don't have a hotel, and we are currently trying to work on that. But, at the same time, it's very difficult to try to push a project through, when you have the Controller or DOJ saying, whoa, we have to ask these questions and we have to get these documents. Because ultimately what's going to happen is, if this project goes forward and if something should happen, knock on wood, it's not going to be DOJ and the Controller who are going to be held responsible. It's going to be us delegates. And that's what is going to come out when we start talking about, whether the Navajo Nation really did do their due diligence and making sure that these companies or this hotel was, if it was actually done correctly, I guess is just basically what I'm trying to say. So I support this hotel. All I'm asking is that it be done correctly, and that, that the Crownpoint community and the people there in the Eastern Agency can, see that the project has been done and that there's nothing to worry about once the project has been completed. So again, I support the Department of Justice, and I support the Controller and what their concerns are. I also support the project. I'm just asking that as council, that we follow the rules that we put in place. We were the ones who wrote the law. We were the ones who said that this had to happen. We need to follow those laws, and we need to ensure that this project does get completed, but it does so in a lawful manner. So I appreciate the time, and if we can maybe change the directive to include the Department of Economic Development in this, so that they know that they are also being held responsible for making sure that this project does go through in the 60 days. Thank you.
Senale. With that, there is a request to add on Division of Economic Development. Honorable Naabik'íyáti.
Pro-Tem Chair, members of the council, good afternoon. Quite a good debate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, almost 6 hours. I'm good with that, okay, with the business office. So that way everybody can work together, and everyone that works together, then everyone will benefit from this. So I'm good with that request. Pro-Tem Chair?
Kwashina, thank you. And are you okay with that second, Honorable Mark Freeland? Okay. With that, are there any response from OOC, DOJ, ED?
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Oh.
Okay, this is John Largo. The last time something happened to my phone, so I couldn't talk. You couldn't hear me. But so I'm glad you can hear me now. But yeah, like I've been saying through this whole meeting, we're working with the controller and DOJ to get these documents in place. We're working with our the tenant to get the feasibility study updated. We are working with them. You know, I'm on the phone and not on the phone, but I emailed Lily and she told me what she needs from her side. So we are working to get these things done, and so I don't see, you know, I don't really see the need to, you know, put this in place, but it's okay if you do that because we are working together. It's just the tenant has spent a lot of money, so he's trying to get some additional money so he can do that new feasibility study. And then we're working with the architect to revise the architect contract. So that I am in constant contact with the business tenant. So these things are moving forward. So just to let the committee know again, we are working together to get these things done, and I hope to have it, you know, hopefully soon, so we can get it over to controller so they can review the new feasibility study and then do their due diligence, and then we can get the architect contract over to Lily at DOJ so she can start reviewing it. Then we can start moving into the modifying the business site lease. You know, everything that's been spoken, we are trying to push forward, and we are working together. So, but just one last comment. Mr. Key Allen Begay talked about, you know, what can we do to make changes, and I did send Mark Freeland an email because our boss, Mr. J.T. Willie, asked us to listen in on the meeting yesterday with RDC, and Mr. Key Allen Begay talked about, you know, economic development, what can be changed, and I was emailing Mark Freeland saying that, you know, we got to look at the structure of how we do projects on Navajo land with the banks and then with the Navajo entrepreneurs, you know, and look at what we try to do and how we can make changes, you know, what's the possibility of making changes, you know. And I did talk to Shannon Ward with Native American Bank. I haven't talked to her for a long time, but she called me this morning because she heard that this meeting was coming on, and I told her about what's going on, and she said she's willing to come on to talk to the council, to talk to whoever, DOJ, controller, and to give her recommendations of how, you know, the nation can work with the banks to make things, you know, work easier for our Navajo businesses, and also the net chamber, I think, should be brought to the table, and also the Navajo businesses should be brought, like John and Jackie Dogma. They're never invited to these meetings. We always say, you know, let's keep everything, you know, in-house. So they're never allowed to talk. You know, Alvin Thompson is never allowed to talk. The only time they talk is when we have our Division of Economic Development meetings. Then J.T. Willie allows them to join us to, you know, voice their concerns. So they have a lot of ideas of how, you know, what changes we can make on the nation, because they've gone to many, many banks, and most banks do not want to lend on Navajo. So something needs to change there. So, you know, my thing was, you know, Keon Begay came on, and I think, you know, he's got the idea of how can we make changes, and Mr. Begay, you know, these are my ideas for that, because I did tell Mr. Freeland, you know, whatever we can do to make changes, to make it easier or simpler, I don't know what the right word is, for Navajos to develop on the Navajo Nation, you know, that would be a recommendation from me. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for the response again, Mr. Largo, in regards to my colleagues' questions and concerns. And then also, on top of that, I think this is an executive branch oversight project as well, and at this point in time, I think it's just a matter of working together and putting things together and making those recommendations that were made by Honorable Martin Field. And we need to make some amendments, but then understand that any lawmakers, any council delegates of the Navajo Nation can generate that legislation and then also make that amendment and drop the legislation as well. So it all works all the way around. So with that, I'll go ahead and if there's no response from Office of the Controller or DOJ, I'll go ahead and give the floor to Honorable Ki'ala Mbigay-Shanale.
This is Lily from DOJ. I would like to just say one thing. I would just like to say one thing in response to what's been said up till now, which is just that, obviously under this directive, with or without it, we're clearly going to be working collaboratively with DED and OOC, continuing what we've been doing. And then I think just to point out that I think one of the things that has been thought of as cutting out in this case, the lessees, the Dagamas, from meetings, I think it's felt that it might be coming directly from DOJ, so I wanted to address this because we do have to preserve attorney-client privilege in our meetings. We can't advise clients when we have non-clients in the meeting. And I know I have in meetings made this clear with the Dagamas and others there that we will have meetings without them where we can't have them present because we have to preserve our attorney-client privilege. And so there will be meetings with and without in this case, the business owners or the lessees. And that's just something that's going to happen from at least the attorney's perspective, because we have to be able to preserve our attorney-client privilege. That's all I wanted to add.
Okay, thank you very much. Any response back to OOC?
Shutsila, this is Controller.
Desada? Controller Kurt.
Auto 24th Navajo Nation Council, Anzao Hoji Atifaya del Tito del Mashalia. Just wanted to add for clarification that in addition to what DOJ just said, we are aware also at times that the lessee is, we have to go through attorneys. So we have attorneys on our side, on their side, and those things. So, but I think as it has been discussed, some of the information has not been forthcoming, at least to our office as well. And then also the deal keeps changing. So everything keeps changing, and this is where we're at. So the only other thing I wanted to make is in these types of deals, these projects, they're, as I mentioned before, they're dirt deals. So banks will generally not lend on dirt deals because banks usually lend on cash flow, like if you have 3 years worth of cash flow. Otherwise, they'll secure everything under the sun, which we're trying to do. So that's just how it works. And then also, beginning of a deal, essentially what you need to do is you need to get your deal structure in place and your deal together, and who's financing who and what, who's bringing money, who's taking on the risk. And a lot of times these things, people pretty much cough up their own money until such time that everything comes together and then you're on a project basis, essentially. And that's normal because I keep hearing people saying, the lessee spent money on this. The way this is being done, obviously, it has its long history. Naturally, because it keeps changing and everything, then those things are happening. But the thing about it is just because there's money being expended by, potential developer, business partners, etc., to the nation, does not mean the nation has to be under some pressure to get it done. So I just want to make sure that I kind of have these kind of input just based on my experience on how to do these deals, etc. So just wanted to underscore some of those and clarify some of those things given the chance to speak. So
Subject Controller Kirk. With that, I'll go ahead and give some time to another Honorable Kialan Begay.
Another area could only be about to eat directive Niniki do a DOJ do a office controller a Niniki you could based on some because at a deal that's all every other month or quarterly that's permanent trust fund projects update of Yaba or Dato Binyasana outlay. A that what was the purpose of those meetings? Shani did that Hagi Hajobe that Inishto Jobe and Naho Teki Beta Hoyosi who did out not this no Jot of the AP meeting in the Atle. According to directive Niniki that says the AR then hit it or dot ask a store. According AR then shohe did all labor that's in the dot niche. It died that his aunt in the other ordinary than the other Ilia that's in the dot niche store. According and the Kahoji Zeta would ego go by all that did. Permanent Trust Fund update meeting no a anti could base pass on Adjournment nately. Ada says the directive at Niniki beat Zohot. What Argo was if the Bonet Johnson Simon could Argo go 8 or that deal the RJ Hot at the neither and hissy zingy she to Sato the ego go quagula or Zealand Ashin Hisato Nahat and Dinigi. Neatly, it died the other job and seat either. Jokotai then don't hit or see from the Eastern RBDO. A high seals are John Hito need a baby Nachico a quaggy behead Annie la 80 ego and the has a gay quaggy in Habernas in store in Hapa on in Hart and not play to 80 Isiki Koto Chadia with the dash and they then jot out the shade of an yet hit and 80 there. Ako ebe ben nasigo kodo ego kodo bahanana sigo go request a slot on this channel to the motioning party.
So now as Honorable Naabik'íyáti, request made by Honorable Kialan Begay.
Pro Tem Speaker, members of the Council, everyone that's listening online, teamwork is the name of the area that we're trying to say. Yeah, I'm good with it, sir.
Okay, Hakwashina Hat. Second, made by Honorable Mark Freeland. You okay with that, with the request? So, Honorable Kialan Begay? Honorable Mark Freeland? Okay. Hakwashina. So what ela ta sinat ano klini kito sinale Honorable Kialan Begay la hoto ni da ko ishi to hot anam so sinad ne to le Ado Nihitato Shade A. Not so Linigi. Not Azigishi Kodota, Mr. Rico. He made us talk. That way we all know what the motion is on, and then also what the second, with the amendments and the changes and the add-ons that we've done to the directive letter that was sent to us earlier this morning. And then we'll go ahead and call for the vote since I have no other colleagues on the lineup. So with that, Manuel, can you reread the letter with the new amendments and the add-ons?
Chairman Pro Tem, can you reiterate that last modification by Honorable Kealan Begay?
Shanala, Honorable Kealan Begay.
I'm sorry.
The modification behind the angle, this kid, Mr. Rico.
My modification, Shanala, Pro Tem Chair, my modification is with this directive, I'd like to include the permanent trust fund. I believe the Budget and Finance Chair, and then sometime Speaker Damon coordinate this meeting. So they'll be the one that probably will be part of this directive to provide updated information on the progress of all these update permanent trust funds meeting to the council to resolve this particular issue.
Honorable Any other questions to make those modifications, update the letter? Mr. Rico?
Shanale?
Yeah, Honorable Autoso.
Yes, that I guess that it's a subcommittee of the of Naabik'íyáti committee. And I believe that's in place and probably listed as a subcommittee of the PTF subcommittee, so or within Budget and Finance Committee. So that's all. Thank you.
Okay, Shahatan Shanalata Honorable Adoso Ade Bahnanen Eko Kodoshi de Yainat Sos Linigi Mr. Rico and a Plato Shin Hije, Hidos Kako Ahayu Naabik'íyáti Tiako Ani Dohni, the Quigo Shade in the house Ako, a corner. Bishmas and the Bunny Glenigi, a Konza the A, then his whole Jishako, Adula, Yat is those his Yat a king. None had not suspicion that what on Hitaton him deho, but Haditato, but a Idani kid or a Konza the Epenat, Bunny Glow is the whole Jishako. Ako Ajit is also then he has Anishi what out so they had your but in so case so what are a Uniatotosin Yat Ehigi King Yat Ehigi dot says Adonan Lini had not checked the Chokot are a one side case ako Ani Kodobe had a sticky residential there the Anish has under Jokot out a for for this is the Hansen Pito so that he's in all the A Ado let Artiso Nado Artiso but that in Mexico on the AAD the question Sanas is at the new translate do AD station they have net A could AH the who is net to Yabit Ado let the Nahit Arco. You know, she Habik Ehodor the stone, you know, she Habik Ehodor the lesson so in the Snako. Ajit is also care not any dog aho. There are this Ajit care not any shit in the end of the Niki, or could it seems like Bahanana Street or the other Mr. Rico. I'll go ahead and give you some time to go ahead and reread the letter that's been rewritten, the directive letter, with a motion made by Honorable Edmund Yazi, second by Honorable Mark Freeland. Mr. Rico?
Mr. Chairman Pro Tem and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, With the modifications to this directive, we have directive to the Office of the Controller, Department of Justice, and Division of Economic Development regarding Crownpoint Hotel and Gas Station at Church Rock, New Mexico. The Naabik'íyáti Committee directs the Office of the Controller and the Department of Justice to complete the steps necessary to construct the, modification. The Naabik'íyáti Committee directs the Office of the Controller, the Department of Justice, and the Division of Economic Development to complete the steps necessary to construct the Crownpoint Hotel and Gas Station at Church Rock, New Mexico. These steps are to be completed within 60 days from the date of this memorandum. The Office of the Controller and the Department of Justice shall notify the Naabik'íyáti Committee in writing when this directive has been completed. There is also included a directive to the Permanent Trust Fund Committee to set up a meeting and provide an update report to the Navajo Nation Council regarding all PTF projects. Mr. Chairman Pro Tem.
Question of privilege, Shanella.
Another question of privilege, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Yes, I don't have the amended language in front of me, so I just need clarification. The last sentence on that directive for the first paragraph, does it read the Office of the Controller, comma, the Department of Justice, comma, and the Division of Economic Development shall notify the Naabik'íyáti Committee in writing when this directive has been completed? I missed that part. Does it include all three, Office of the Controller, Department of Justice, and Division of Economic Development?
So now that the Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton with the reading, with the modification, it did include it, but other than that, we'll go ahead and have Mr. Rico email it. Give him a few minutes to email the modified letter. That way you guys have it on hand as well. Hold on.
Chairman Pro Tem, did you want me to reread that for the record?
Yeah, go ahead and reread it and then just email it to the 24th Navajo Nation Council email address. Thank you.
Okay, for the record, the last sentence that Honorable Charles Newton is referring to will read, the Office of the Controller, Department of Justice, and the Division of Economic Development shall notify the Naabik'íyáti Committee in writing when this directive has been completed. Mr. Chairman Pro Tem.
Hakoshina Ikihat, Mr. Rico Shashash. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Shanella. Is that good?
Thank you for the clarification.
Okay. So with that, the new revised directive letter memo was read into record, and you guys all heard it. We ready to vote? We have a motion made by Honorable Edmund Yazzie, second by Honorable Mark Freeland. No other questions? Going once?
Point of privilege,
No
Shanella.
Shanella, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Oh, Shanella, my point of privilege is that we still have not, at least I haven't received the new amended language. Is that still going to be sent to us like that? I just got it. Thank you.
Hakoshina, Shanella Ikihat probably was taking its time somewhere over the mountain there. Hakoshina, I think we're ready to vote. All the members of the council was emailed to you all. If there's no question going once, no question going twice. Oh, there's no question of privilege. Hey, Honorable Daniel Show.
Oh, in regard to the amendment and Naabik'íyáti. Gas station. Is that the appropriate language? Is that the project name? I thought it was a convenience store. That would also include the gas station. That would, I don't know who prepared the amendment language, but that's who it would go to. Auto Che, to Honorable Edmund Yazi, Honorable the other Che.
The directive. It has gas station, the directive.
And the directive I'm saying should say reflect the project name, because by just saying gas station, okay, you're just going to build a gas station and forget the rest of the other amenities of a C-store. So that's my question of privilege. Thank you.
I had Chiche, Honorable Daniel, so Mr. Rico.
Mr. Chairman Pro Tem, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, the language was forwarded to us that way, but we can make that change to clarify that the project is a C-store. So with the, I guess, approval of the motion in the second, we can change gas station to convenience store. Mr. Chairman Pro Tem.
I can't have none on Mr. Rico. Motioning parties, Honorable Edmund Yazi, are you okay with that to change gas station to convenience store?
Pro Tem Speaker, members of the council, yes. Yes, sir.
Honorable Mark Freeland? Okay. Hakwashina BSK, not as not ye case is any Latin need a co issues out on those links to check. Honorable Daniel.
Hakwashila,
any others? It's not no shenigi based on other. Kodo BSK need are the BSK circle. So Nados Kedoshi going once, going twice. Ready for roll call with the new amendments modification of directive letter, and that will be emailed out as well. With that, roll call, Chanel, Bella.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Green. Honorable Calvin Begay Jr.
Delegate Cal votes green.
Honorable Calvin Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Canes-Bacardi is excused. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon did not vote. Honorable Herman M. Daniels.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Canal Halona.
Honorable votes green.
Honorable Canal Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Ricky Nance. Honorable Ricky Nance. Honorable Ricky Nance did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
Vote red.
Honorable Otto So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edson Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edson Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Paul Brigade Jr. Honorable Paul Brigade Jr.
Delegate Paul Brigade votes green.
Honorable Paul Brigade Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Regina Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Regina Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon did not vote. Honorable Ricky Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. With that, Mr. Chairman Pro Tem, the vote is 17 in favor and 3 opposed.
This is Delegate Brown. I vote green.
Ms. Uvella, this is Speaker Damon. I vote green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Speaker Damon votes green. With that, Mr. Chairman Pro Tem, the vote is now 19 in favor and 3 opposed. Mr. Chairman Pro Tem.
This is Delegate Amber Kineswal-Cruddy. I vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kineswal-Cruddy votes red. Mr. Chairman Pro Tem, the vote is now 19 in favor and 4 opposed. Chairman Pro Tem not voting.
Thank you for that, Chanel, Ms. Uvella. With that, motion carries with the modification letter with 19 in favor, 4 opposed, and Pro Temp Chair not voting. With that, we'll go back to the report. We have a motion that was made by Honorable Ricky Nance and second by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair regarding the reports. Are there any questions? Any other questions?
Delegate Rick Nez requests to speak.
Honorable Rick Nance. back
Thank
to
you.
the main report.
Thank you, Pro Tem Chair James, Adjournment, 24th Navajo Nation Council. Now that we have provided a directive to the Controller, Department of Justice, and DED, so if it's not fulfilled within 60 days, what do we do? Do we arrest them and put them in jail, or what is it that we do if it doesn't work out? That's just my concern. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, can you hear me now? Okay, ik ga het snelle honorable witness Kiligi. The question, I'm going to refer the question to Legislative Counsel Dana. Or any other from Legislative Counsel?
Thank you. This is Dana Bobrov, Chief Legislative Counsel. That is, of course, a very relevant question. I'm not prepared to answer it right now. I would prefer an executive session to do that, or I will have a discussion with Mr. Nez, or excuse me, Chairman Nez, separately. There are various options that we can explore as to how to address that. I do think that all three entities, DOJ, Controller, and DED, will be reporting on this to numerous entities such as RDC, BNF, and the PTF CSN task force. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification, Dana, Legal Counsel. Yeah, thank you very much. Any other question regarding the report? Going once. Any other questions? Now this could have going twice. No questions. Okay, we have a motion made by Honorable Ricky Nez and second by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair for the report. Roll call. Shanalit, Ms. Vela.
Honorable Albert Begay. Honorable
I vote green. I vote green.
Honorable Albert Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Delegate Kealan votes green. Green.
Honorable
Thank you.
Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Knaspach-Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knaspach-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knaspach-Crotty votes green. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker
I vote
Damon.
green. I vote green.
Honorable Speaker Damon votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels.
Green. Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Ricky Ness,
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater,
Delegate Slater, red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So,
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So,
I vote
Honorable Daniel So,
red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So,
Uncle.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, Honorable Otto So, Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.,
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Monica,
Green.
Honorable Edison Monica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie,
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up, Honorable Paul Begay Jr.,
I vote green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, Honorable Nathaniel Brown, Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona,
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona, Honorable Pernell Halona, Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo,
Jamie votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Otto So, Honorable Otto So, Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. With that, Mr. Chairman Pro Tem, the vote is 15 in favor and 4 opposed. Chairman Pro Tem not voting.
This is Delegate Brown. I vote green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Chairman Pro Tem, the vote is now 16 in favor and 4 opposed. Chairman Pro Tem not voting.
Pekihatan Shinale, Mr. Vela for the roll call. Ado Nana Kodo, Hostans at the Ilan donate over 118, donate Ado Kodo Alanje. Asamidli Yafose Ado E after 16 for, and Pro Tem Chair not voting. Motion carries to accept the report. So with that, we'll go ahead and move on to the next item, which would be old business, but I believe we have Honorable Speaker Seth Damon on the line, so I'll go ahead and give the gavel back up to Chanel, Honorable Speaker. Damon.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vince James, and thank you very much for taking the helm this morning, and thank you very much for dedication that you gave, and thank you very much to our colleagues for being on the line. Good afternoon, everyone. We are on legislation, looks like legislation 0318-20 under old business. If you're just joining us, good afternoon, everyone. This is the Naabik'íyáti Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. It's a regular meeting, as we do have a regular meetings every second and fourth Thursday of the month. Today's date's March 11th, 2021. Again, good afternoon to everyone that's listening in online. Good afternoon to all the Navajo Nation employees of chapters If you're just joining us, we just got done with receiving a report, and we're moving on down to item number 6 under old business, which is legislation 0381-20, sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair James, co-sponsored by Madam Chair Charles Newton. This is an action related to the Naabik'íyáti Committee of the Navajo Nation Council, amending Navajo Nation Council standing rules, committee rules of order. If you remember, colleagues, this was a legislation that needed to be coming back within 60 days. And we did have a work session specifically on this legislation. I'll go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Rico to give a backdrop of what has been done. And then I'll go ahead and ask for well, I don't think we need a motion because it was a referral, so we're good to go. So, Honorable Mr. Rico.
Speaker, before we do that.
Yes, Chairman.
Yeah, Speaker, this is.
Before you,
okay.
Okay, this is Chairman of the Naabik'íyáti Committee and 24th Navajo Nation Council, Naabik'íyáti Committee. Before we get into new business, I have a concern here regarding maybe if I'm in the order issue directive to the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority because I understand they are holding on to the leftovers of the CARES money that was allocated to them, and they are not complying with the law that was passed by Navajo Nation Council and signed by President Nez. And so even it's a concern for me, and if I'm in proper order, I'd like to issue a directive to NTUA to promptly return the unused CARES Act fund money to the Navajo Nation Council and the Controller's Office, because that will be in compliance with the law. Otherwise, any future considerations, I'll be looking the other way if they should come back to the council.
Thank you, Chairman. I guess this was stemming from the report. If that's something that was talked about, we can go to that directive. It would be adding on right now, and usually, colleagues, if you remember, directives where there's been precedents where they don't need to be on the agenda. It would just be talked about, and it would be directives specifically in this case to Navajo Tribal Utility Authority, having them promptly return the unused amounts of the unused CARES funds. I do believe it's ranging anywhere between the last report I've seen of $34 to $38 million. So with that, colleagues, there is a motion by Chairman Hino. Is there a second?
Second by Charles Newton.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Second by Madam Chair Charles Newton. That, colleagues, any comments, questions on this directive?
Mr. Daniel here, Delegate Daniel.
Good afternoon, Honorable Daniels. The floor is yours.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. I don't know, speaking to the directive. I don't know if they wired the money back in. Maybe we could get a report from NTUA. That would be great. What about this case? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. With that, I don't know if NTUA is on the line. Anybody from NTUA on the line? If not, let me ask the controller. Let me see if NTUA is on the line. There's no one from the NTUA. I think Madam Controller's on the line. Madam Controller, has the money, I guess a question that was arised, has that money been wired back to your office or back into any one of the accounts there under the Navajo Nation? Madam Controller, or Mr. Willie, or Mr. Wanika?
Speaker, This is Controller. Can you hear me?
Yes, you can. Good afternoon, Madam Controller.
Good afternoon, Speaker and Otto Kui. As far as NTUA is concerned and regarding the amount of CARES funds unspent as of December 28th, and based on the 60-day period, they did yesterday wire to our accounts $35,866,719.43. So they did reverted those funds, CARES funds, our office is also right now working on written notices per the subrecipient agreements. We also handle other subrecipient agreements. Right now we have NTU, they do have some amounts left over as well, and I'll get you that number. And so we have also the Net College. The Net College also has unspent funds. They are, as I understand, reporting not wanting to revert those funds, and I believe they may be pursuing legislation similar to what NTUA wanted to do or may be doing. So the Net College, I think they have between $1 million to $1.5 million. That's where they say they want to do keep the money for certain things. I'm not sure if that is going to be coming down the pipeline. NTU, as I mentioned, that one, they have unspent CARES money of approximately $575,000. And so we're working on those written notices to revert the funds. And then we have Talani Lake Enterprises, which I know they received CARES funding for drilling wells, etc. We have a hard time working with them as far as responsiveness. So we have no idea what their unspent CARES dollars are. So again, our office is required per the subrecipient agreement, not just the subrecipient agreement, but also on federal rules that require us to do subrecipient monitoring under the uniform guidance. So we have to make sure to monitor them and then also ensure that we get the final reporting, and then if there's any money left over, to get those reverted. Again, this is because these CARES funds are federal dollars, so we treat them just similar. If we do subgrants, we do it similar to what the federal government does with us when they give us grant dollars. So we have to do that as well. So just wanted to report that in addition to NTUA's sending the unspent funds to our office yesterday.
Thank you. Let me go back to Chairman Hino. With that, Chairman, it seems like the directive has already been met regarding to Navajo Tribal Utility Authority. So what is the wish?
Speaker, Speaker Damon, Chairman of the Naabik'íyáti, I'll modify my motion to conform with what the controller has just reported, that the directive to all the subsidiary agreements that were executed by the controller using CARES Act funding with a deadline of December 30th, 2020, the unspent money should be reverted back to the Navajo Nation Controller's Office and to the Hardship account as per the agreement, and I believe that's how we all agreed to. So we should uphold that part of the agreement. If we let it slide, then we're going to set precedent. So that modify my motion.
Chairman, I understand your modification, but the timeline wise, is that immediately or is that within 10 days or?
30 days.
Within 30 days. Okay, with that, adding on our directive to Navajo Tribal, actually Navajo Technical University, Dene College, and Tulani Lake Enterprises to promptly return the total amount of unused CARES funds no longer are immediate or within 30 days back to the controller's office. Mr. Rico, you got that? Or Jalissa?
Yeah, she's still writing, speaker.
Good afternoon, Chairman. The directive updated, it says, directive to Navajo Technical University, Dene College, and Tulani Lake Enterprises to promptly return the unspent CARES Act funding to the Navajo Nation and the Office of the Controller within 30 days. Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Chairman Henry, are you good with that language?
Yes, I am.
All right, great. With that modification, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, as a second. Are you okay with
Thank
the
you,
language?
Speaker. I am okay with the language, but I would have liked to have seen 10 days because I think we're at 90 days right now that these guys are still hanging on to that money. And we do have a wait list. We have Navajo people who are still waiting. So if Chairman Hanyo would reconsider the 10 days, if not, then I'm good with the 30 days. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Madam Chair, Charles. With that, Chairman Henry, there's a request to modify to go to 10 days instead of 30.
That's fine.
Fine. Great. So, Madam Chair, the request is modified. So,
I'm good with that, Speaker.
Great. Mr. Rico and Jalissa, if you could change that to 30 to 10. With that, colleagues, any further comments, questions on the directive?
Daniel here.
Chairman, our Honorable Daniels, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Without, oh yeah, 30 days, I don't know, 10 days. No, yeah, so I would feel comfortable with it immediately. If NTUA can do it within 1 day, I'm sure these entities can do it within 1 day. Immediately, it is the motioning parties to modify their amendment to the word 10 days, 10 days to immediately.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. With that, Chairman Henry has requested to modify from 10 days to immediately.
I'm proceeding again to the Speaker David, also to the Delegate Daniels. The only problem is that, as the controller had reported earlier, that they're having problems trying to connect with Tulani Lake Enterprises. So I think within that 10 days, they should make every effort to connect with them and then tell them this is due immediately within that time period. And so even I feel comfortable with the 10 days because of that communication barrier. So if you can support me on that, so that I will appreciate it.
Right. Okay, thank you. So we're sticking with the 10 days. With that, colleagues, any other comments, questions on the directive? Going once?
Chair, Speaker.
Yes. Vice Chair Walker, is that
Thomas
you?
Walker. Yes, it is.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair. Good to hear your voice.
Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon, sir. The colleagues on the call. Thank you for the time recognition and speaking to the directive here. So Tulani Lake Enterprises was mentioned. That entity is from my area, one of my chapters, and they were recipient of the CARES Act funding to do 6 projects in the communities that I represent all along the Little Colorado River. When we say unspent funding, it also means unfinished projects because of the unusual timelines that this council had created several months ago in looking at how to finish spending the CARES Act funding back 2020, the tail end of 2020. So it created unusual effects on those that receive funding to do projects. I don't want to get into that right now, but there, as leaders, as council legislators, we are also in a position to do legislative fixes on certain situations that we feel that were unfair or that we feel that were not workable. Mitigating pandemic aid, preventing the pandemic, some recovery. So entities or enterprises that attempted to do that did not quite finish their projects. That created the unfinished projects, thus the unspent money. We're in a rush to have money reverted. We created these timelines. About this issue, I would not support this directive because there are other ways to address or deal with this. But that's my opinion. I want to state that to the Naabik'íyáti committee and listening audience. It's not as simple as just unspent money that's just sitting there. They represent unfinished projects that meant to help the communities access water. So, over there, Speaker, Chair, thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Walker. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions on the motion for directive? There are none.
Speaker, Delegate So.
Honorable Otto So, go ahead.
Delegate Nez, put me in the queue. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Otto So, then Chairman Nez.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I guess my thought relating to this directive is Council has and these individuals that receive these recipients who got recipient agreements and so forth, I guess, have to comply with what they signed off on and what the Navajo Nation Council put in the law with Naabik'íyáti committee. But right now we haven't seen anything drop to change that language. It has ani ati sauce. After a certain date of when the peak goes beyond a certain date, the monies are supposed to revert into the hardship alcohol. That is the current policy, and that's what the Navajo Nation Council voted on. Alcohol. The only way to change that is if legislation is dropped to allow these subrecipients to keep those monies to reflect the extension of the CARES Act to December 30th, 2021. I believe that's the new extension that happened. But right now, the deadline that was set by the Navajo Nation Council was December, or by Naabik'íyáti, it was December 28th, 2020. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Otto. So with that, let me move on down to Honorable Chairman Nez. Floor is yours, Chairman.
Thank you, Speaker Damon, as well as honorable members of the 24th Council. Earlier, we requested NTA to get on the line and explain their situation. Perhaps we could have Dr. Guy and also Mr. Russell from the Neck College to explain the CARES Act funds that are still out there, and having them be the educational institution. A lot of our children are left without internet service, and I believe that was the area of broadband that they were focused on, and I would like to just hear from them if that could be allowed. Speaker, thank you. I'm going to go back on mute.
Thank you, Chairman. Now let me go back to Chairman Henio as the motioning party.
Okay, and so that Speaker David Nelson of the 24th Navajo Nation Council and Naabik'íyáti Committee. I believe that there was an agreement that was made when the separate agreements were signed that the entities would do certain functions and perform within a certain timeline. But they need to know. That's how they signed the dotted line. And then now we expected all subsidiaries to do that. And their subsidiaries, they complied, they reported back, and they were kind enough to say, okay, we cannot fulfill the obligation, so we'll just give this money back. And big kudos to KIN-TUA for complying with their portion. So I believe that we need to stand our ground with the laws that we have passed and forward. There is a second round of CARES that was coming down, and there's another opportunity for that to happen again. So everybody in Kadeya, we did pass that law. The President signed it into law with his name, and therefore we should stand by it and move on it. So I stand with my directive.
Hey, thank you. Colleagues, any other comments, questions?
Speaker Eugene So.
Honorable Eugene So, go ahead.
I should say, I mean, in your door, I do so. We don't have any about it, because the council already approved this legislation or regulation became a resolution. Then we fight it back again. I don't be not see plan. That's what happened a while ago, all for about 5-6 hours. About husband and keep a lot of clean or any, I know, I see control check.
because my chapter's been saying something happened to some of their application. The leader, the chapter, they misplaced it somewhere. And these people are inquiring by the kind of Navajo. So I knew that so it should go back the way we said it's going to go. So I thought not each side of because the deadline was in December for that CARES Act. We didn't cheat or we didn't do anything. Now we had to get rid of the money, or else we had to give it back. So I don't know. So I thought not to I don't never to due to hardship. Yeah, speaker. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Honorable Eugene, so good to hear your voice too as well. With that, colleagues, are there any more comments, questions? Are we ready to vote on this directive?
Speaker.
Yes, Vice Chair
Mr. Thomas Walker. Yes, the compliance and then non-compliance issue, that's a two-way street. So to say that the recipients of the CARES Act funding to do projects, if they did not comply, maybe it's due to the nation, their timing of when they release funding, if that was just pretty near the deadline or timelines created by this council, then that's the issue. So in the addition, it works both ways, and I am thinking that not only it has only the yagi scenario Ora sada le pen hitil trato digi eda the law is the law, but the laws there to be changed, also to be amended, to be made better, to be made to work and address other arising circumstances, situations. Johda intelligence. It so thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Vice Chair Walker. That, colleagues, any other further comments, questions?
This is Delegate Charles Newton.
Madam Chair Charles Newton, go ahead. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, and also Chair Henyo for your directive. It is true that we council, we made and we voted on the law, and the law is the law. This money is currently, it is in the hardship. So the way that I look at this is the hardship represents the people. We held the people to a deadline. We gave them less than 30 days to apply for this money. And there was no argument to extend it. There was no argument to give them more time. Once that deadline came and it went November 30th, 2020, it was cut off. And there are a lot of people who are now, I guess, that their applications were lost, or something happened to their online applications that Shajad Delegate Eugene So just now spoke about. That's what we're hearing. So if, yes, legislation can be amended, but know that when that legislation is dropped, you, in essence, are taking from the people. And because that money, we already said and we voted, 20 delegates voted in favor of this particular extension. 3 of us we said no, but it passed. The extension was given with the agreement that the deadline was put in place, and the people were informed that when that deadline came and went, that the money would go into the hardship. So we currently have over 4,000 people who are waiting on a wait list who have not received any of their hardship funds. And so I just want to remind my colleagues that we voted on this. We made the law. And as Shitsui Delegate Otto so stated, there's no law right now that says that we're going to consider letting these enterprises or these schools keep that money. So, and I think back to when we had the hemp argument, and I remember that argument kept being made. The law is the law. And as delegates, we need to uphold the law. That is our duty. And it is even stated on our oath that we took. And so at this time, because there's no other law that says otherwise, we have to uphold the law, and we have to inquire, or actually we have to tell these enterprises and schools that they signed an agreement and that it should be given back. And the awful thing is, NTU, Sinek College, NTUA, and now Tulani Lake Enterprises, now, they've kind of set a bad tone for themselves. And this is what I'm going to be considering when the second CARES comes around. When when NTUA comes before us, NTU, Sinek College, or Tulani Lake Enterprise comes before us and asks for money, this is going to come back up. You made an agreement. You said that you were going to abide by it, but you gave the Navajo Nation a hard time. And so I kind of feel like it's like paying a debt. You say you're going to pay it, and if you don't pay it, you have your bill collector standing at the door, knocking on your door saying, hey, you said you're going to pay this. And so we cannot bend the law. We cannot break the law. We can consider it. We can amend it. But at this point, that's not happening. I think that this directive is basically saying you guys agreed to to do something. You guys need to abide by it. And if later legislation is going to be dropped, then at that point we can, discuss the option of unfinished projects and give these enterprises and also these schools the opportunity to speak. But until then, the law is the law. And we have our people who are watching us right now, who are saying exactly that. The law is the law. We council delegates, we're not above the law. And so all I'm asking at this point is that we pass this directive and we make it clear, we stand firm, put our foot down and tell these enterprises and also these schools that they agreed to something and we're holding them to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair Charles. And colleagues, any other further comments, questions on the directive?
Speaker.
Honorable Otto So, go ahead.
Yes, one thing is that the current policy that's in place, which directs the dollars to go into the hardship, some of our people are still waiting for checks. I got some people here in Tuba City that actually texted me almost every 2 weeks or weekly. I haven't get my check yet, and they have submitted their paperwork. And actually 3 that I can think off the top of my head right now that have not received their check. And I'm not too sure what the number is. You look at what the controller memo issued to indicating this is how much CARES Act money we have sent out, but there's people out there that has to get their dollars out there, and maybe it's time to also include the ones that missed that deadline to apply. Give them a chance, because yes, we only give the Navajo people 30 days to apply. The other thing too is that any expenditures after the 30th to today, is that would those expenditures be counted as unallowable expenditures? And that's probably to the controller. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Otto. So let me go to Honorable Freeland. Honorable Freeland, floor is yours.
Speaker, good afternoon. Thank you. Colleagues, and this is a very good discussion. I'm glad Shanat motioned for this directive. I also appreciate NTUA returning the funds as well, because we did set a deadline by December 30th, and we need to abide by that. And 20 delegates did vote for it. Colleagues, I really want to encourage this body to start looking forward to the America Rescue Plan and preparing for it right now. I think we learned a lot. We can take a lot away from CARES. And I'm asking my 8 chapters to start identifying who is particularly in need right now. We talk about hardship, but hardship comes in many ways as well. Hardship could also include no running water, no electricity, no access to a bathroom. That's a hardship too. So I think we need to start preparing and really start talking about a deadline that will follow the next America Rescue Plan deadline as well. And I knew for some reason or another, I brought this to the body about what if we got an extension? What if there was an extension by Congress? Then what? We ran out of time. We already voted on it. But I really want to encourage you, colleagues, to start preparing right now with your communities and start identifying those who still need water, those who still need bathrooms, those who still need electricity. NTUA did a great job by over 700 hookups. Well, we also need help on Eastern too, with electric co-ops, the Famous Mountain and Continental Divide, Socorro, and the city of Farmington. There's challenges everywhere. Everyone's in a hardship, and whatever money that we don't utilize, maybe we can do another hardship round again, or distribution of funds. But we've got to address these basic infrastructure needs as well, and let's not pit our people against one another as well. Let's not drive a wedge into it, because that's what we did. It seems like with CARES, and we've got to support one another. And I heard a lot of feedback about that from my area. Why are you guys doing that? And to speak to what Shana mentioned as well, I'm getting the same text messages. I'm getting the same inquiries about checks not being delivered, or they're still expecting their check. They call the number, they can't get through to anyone. That they're experiencing these difficulties, and there's no real answer to it. I think we need to broaden the customer service capabilities a little bit more, because there are individuals out there that still haven't gotten their hardship checks. So I just want to encourage you, colleagues, let's start prepare for the next round of the America Rescue Plan and really put down a solidified expenditure plan that will really benefit everyone as a whole. Let's not go back and forth with OPVP this time. Let's prepare. I think now is the time, Shanta. So I just want to encourage you. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, any other comments, questions? If there's none, we can go to vote. Vice Chair Smith, go ahead. Floor is yours.
Delegate Brigadier, Speaker.
Thank you, Chairman, and 24th Nomination Naabik'íyáti Committee. Also, the reversion of this directive. The thought that's coming forth is there was a deadline for everybody to apply during the hardship. And what are the numbers out there? Yes, this money will be reverted back, but is everybody going to be satisfied? There's numerous people out there very upset. Can't get through, can't get answers, can't get their questions on when and what has taken place with their application, if they're going to get a check or not. A lot of people are still waiting patiently. The question is, if we do revert this, well, it's got to be reverted back, period, to the hardship. Is there going to be another opening for those that could not make it on the 30th or the deadline? That's the question that a lot of folks are asking. They know that there's going to be some monies reverted. They're saying, am I eligible? Am I going to be able to put my application in? Can I put my application in? Will I be considered? I'm a Navajo. I didn't get anything. I didn't make the deadline. I don't know what happened to my application. I was denied. On and on and on. Those folks are left out. And yes, hardship goes a long ways. Hardship is also inclusive with the roads, electricity, water, homes, and this hardship funds that's provided for the people is a good idea, but in the long run, there's big major needs that are out there. So the question is this hardship going to be open for those that didn't make the deadline? Chairman, I don't know if OOC can answer that. And how much money do we have left in the account for hardship? Is it going to cover all the folks that have submitted their application? I know there was duplication. There was problems. There was problems that has arise from Baker and Tilly, and duplication of applications and denial, and it went on and on. Is this going to be another problematic thing? Those are the big questions we have. Chinanta, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. That, let me go back to Chairman Henio. Chairman Henio, response. Chairman Henio?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay. And just listening to the discussion regarding hardship, as far as the second round, possibly, I believe that's where council would have to come in and authorize the legislation to do second round with whatever is left in the CARES account, and open it up to momentarily for those that missed the deadline. I'm sure there are people that missed the deadline and now rethinking about it. I've talked to a few people that were saying, well, I didn't apply because I felt I didn't really need it, but then now in hindsight, they're like, I should have applied, type of thing. And then there are others that were lost in the mix. Like earlier, there was a comment made that there were family members or
constituents that keep calling, asking about where's my check. And I do have the same thing here where I get calls and I get stopped saying that they haven't received their check, and I just keep telling them, well, have faith in the system. It's still printing the checks out and everything. So I believe that's where we would have to work with the controller to see what's left in the after all the subtractions are made to see what the final numbers are, and we could do authorized legislation to go that route. But then again, there would have to be really I guess some checks and balances that have to be made, because there will be people that will be trying to reapply a second time when it's only open for those that they never applied or missed out or something. But it's something that we have to work with the controller on. But other than that, I still stand by my directive.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman Henio. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions on the directive? Oh, Honorable Alma Brigade. Honorable Alma Brigade, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. Out on the members of the Naabik'íyáti members, out of the one that we're talking about. I just want to say I know that some of us that we really want our community members to be served with the essential needs like water. They're not up to standards of that echo. But these people live way in the remote areas. All these broadbands, all these people talking about getting their power line extension, water lines. I've seen it like that. But some people that I know, elderly, those people that are disabled and low, they didn't even get any of this that essential need. People were fortunate to have all those, but she says, I appreciate that, but when we're going to be talking about the next allocation, I always wonder, they come by telling me that if there's another one, do we have a chance? What's the chance of getting us bathroom addition or solar or self-tank, system tank? Nobody comes over there though. Nobody's doing it. Even the roads is really bad. To go over there, they have to go. The nearest town they could go probably is to Joseph City. So I don't. My brother Delegate Walker, I was wondering about that. That's something that we have here in Dalcon is the dig deep water. They have it called. I know that they didn't spend all the money. They just return it back called. But it's a process that took a long time. But so I was wondering if we could include a directive on it that if they're going to revert these money like what Tanani Lake Enterprise. I know they're working. The people that they're helping these people that live in the remote areas. It's hard to get to that. People that are around here, like NTA and NECA, they did this road right off the road. They got that. But people that are given this other contract was way. They don't know how they had to get cement out there and all these drills out there and backhoe out there to do it. So That's one of these enterprises doing that. So I was wondering, Speaker, how we could include maybe they didn't finish the project. That's the way I understand my brother, Delegate Walker, that somebody has to finish it. It has to be the same people again. But we want to know to make sure that how can we make a directive to say that the second as the allocation that they're going to be a priority to get on this project again to finish off. That was just my thought to that. Can it be done like that, Speaker?
Honorable Elmer Begay, I think that is outside the scope of this directive, but when we do put the expenditure plan together for the Coronavirus 2021 American Recovery Act, I think at that time, that would be the place that we would put that directive in there. And that's the place where you would actually make sure that those same contractors that were receiving funds the first time around that did or did not, were able to start or weren't able to start their initiative or their projects, but just ran out of time. I think that would be the best place to execute that directive in there, especially to know that the Navajo Nation Council would have to appropriate funds to them, whether it would be from this from the past CARES funds, and that appropriation would come out of the hardship account, or if it's an appropriation through the new expenditure plan that would be coming forth that we'll be discussing starting March 29th. So I think that's something that I think would best be would best suit. But let me make sure that I'm correct on that. Ms. Barbroff, I don't know if you're on the line and heard that, or Ms. Lowell.
This is Dana.
Yes, Ms. Barbroff.
Speaker, I'm sorry, I stepped out of the room, so I did not hear your question. Can you repeat it?
Honorable Elmer Begay is worried about some of these contractors that received funding but weren't able to execute on some of these contracts. And he's indicating to see if we can modify this directive to make sure that when the next go round, those funds are available, that those funds go back to these contractors or these in small businesses that tried to expend the funds, but they just couldn't do it in the timely manner that they had, like getting through the internal Navajo Nation process or trying to get some kind of right of way through there. But my suggestion was that was outside the scope of this, the directive, that the best possible resource would be that directive would be, if there was an appropriation, it would be in an amendment to the past CARES dollars, and that would be a new legislation that would take dollars out of the hardship, because that's what council has directed through the last NABI resolution. Or the other option is when we do put the new Coronavirus 2021 American Recovery Act expenditure plan together, that's the time he would put that in there specifically with those contractors listed. That was my best approach for his answer. So I don't know if you had a possible another recommendation, or if that was a recommendation that your office might come up with too as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. You are exactly correct. As you cannot appropriate through directive. So you are correct, and those definitely are options. That what Delegate Elmer Begay would like to do will have to be done through legislation. And at this point of time, without having further, getting further information, I can't tell you what the appropriate legislation would be. Yeah, it will have to be through legislation. And if somebody wishes to request that legislation, the Office of Legislative Counsel will need a fair amount of documentation. So thank you, Speaker, and thank you for answering the question for me.
Thank you. With that, I hope that was helpful, Honorable Elmer Begay. Is there any other comments, questions on the directive?
Thank you, Speaker.
All right. If there's no other comments, questions,
Speaker.
go to the. Yes.
Speaker Thomas Walker.
Oh yeah, good. Getting into the good evening, Vice Chair Walker. The floor is yours.
Okay, I agree with my good chief from Eastern, Mark Freeland, that the hardship we need to keep that commitment. We also need to move beyond it. This is March, and we're still dealing with it. There's still people that obviously may have applied and qualified and are still not served. We need to take care of that in a expedited fashion as well. I think goes along with this directive. And then move beyond it. Then what's coming down the pipelines, to look towards that for future possibilities like funding water projects, other power line projects that nana ishin bandit ido liko. So otaban saskishan shitsile Mr. Henyo what ela kodani at net peso the seat ana it what in the manner that the Nabi committee had prescribed several months ago, maintain that commitment, but to also expedite it. Adot bayat adot net ben needs and Jean Bite what's coming down, the pipeline for more projects. Ilana Winston, Ado Benashin Benanjanotso Dezin Ivan Saskisako, to a feta a abeted or the Figito Idoban Sikista, Artsada or Odatso, the Kabakaito, Westernits and the deed echo, Janantako, Baba Hastido. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Walker. With that, any last comments on this discussion, Chairman Henio?
Okay. Eugene.
Before I come back to you, Honorable Henio, let me go to Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So, and then I'll come back to Chairman Henio. Eugene So, floor is yours.
Can you hear me? Sure.
Yes.
Oh, but you was competent this show, so let's finish the job what we started. Let's finish it off. At least we'll finish something off as a council delegate. So let other which in that issue which need those are not so that's the past $8 really how much order they need. They would try out how $8 is actually the other levels are and the house coyote kid and nesting a lot, and there's some kids that out there too. Oh, apartments that end that a later because of this and that. We can't not each. But I could be not still this speaker.
Thank you very much, Eugene. So let me go back to Chairman Henio now. And then we can, looks like we might be able to go to the vote. Chairman Henio?
Speaker Damon, Adjournment 24th Nomination Council Naabik'íyáti Committee, and I do support the effort that we do need to finish what we started with the CARES Hardship Relief Fund. To service the our Navajo citizens that possibly have missed out on the application process the first time around. Include them so we can move forward on that promise that we made on the hardship relief fund. But the second CARES is coming around, the second fund relief funding. So opportunities much larger on that side. And they'll get Freeland. We need to get our chapters ready and get them to inform them, be ready. We need to get all of our ducks in a row projects in line, identified with their quotations and everything. We can move it through the process. And so get these many projects that are needed on the Navajo Nation moving and completed. So there is another opportunity coming up. So let's move this first one forward, fulfill the obligation of the hardship relief funding, and then move to the other side, which is the projects.
Speaker, this is Delegate here. I'd like to say something for a few words.
Thank you, Chairman Henio. Good evening, Honorable Yellow Hair. Let me go to Chairman Rick Nez first, and then I'll go over to yourself, Honorable Yellow Hair.
Thank you, sir. Yeah.
Okay. Chairman Nez?
Thank you very much there, Speaker Damon, as well as 24th Nomination Council. Shananta, if we already passed the legislation and it's become a law for all the monies to go to hardship, and the controller already sent out their memos to NTU, Diné College, as well as Tulani Lake Enterprises, why do we even need a directive if it's already in place? Why don't we just allow the law to fulfill itself? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. That moving on down, Honorable Yellow Hair on the directive.
Speaker, 24th Councilman, clear hardship money by any a cut all I did as a by the all height art or this. In this case, we should hire someone to collect all the names who have not been paid. What type of husband? Then we're going to see a roster list of how many people that have not received a check yet. What type of husband or this? Around the controller by those. So controller was also the answer to a bit of a consulting that to ask the phone answer this either. But then also you just you get this. Or I understand there's some people have been they closed the door on the controller 2 weeks ago. We thought to have got the job on it in the Okludo by years. I should this on some. Say auto that somebody told the people have not received their check yet. They should call that number
consultant or not, Mr. Atten, Opa Yev, even in the Sheshis, while still fresh here, out of one just kiss. Did care at but it extend Ilya, Nin Haranza extend Ilya. It is the first care money that was extended. Extend Ilya and Echo. That should be allowed to get these hardship funds to be available to the people. We should put it in directives to hire someone to get those calls into theirs. And he's a panel. I did all not eat at them. The next call this. These guys and councilmen or people call that number, there's no answer. You see, hard 2 or 3 individuals can take care and let them call those numbers and get the collector name and social security number. That way it will be done. You should direct the dealer up a shop we'll pay everybody else. Be fairness to each one of us. All our people need to get paid because this is a federal money that we make this put all money in hardship. So what also on vacation at on he's a hard and she all control it. All today by years could you never now can I make this directive to have hire 3 or 4 individuals can collect names who have not received their paycheck yet, so they can get their name and social security number and CIP and take those information to a consultant. I hope my request will be honored. Directives at the Speedo Johnson calls speaker. The job on C case or the thought on this case addition. Thank you.
Honorable Yellow Hair, thank you very much. That directive isn't under the scope of this, but can you can you reach out to Honorable Yellow Hair so you can help create that directive that he's wanting to create?
Yes, we can, Speaker.
Ms. Yazzie, staff.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Speaker. I was muted. However, I will reach out to Delegate Yellow Hair.
Okay, thank you.
Speaker, this is Controller on the line.
Yes, Madam Controller. Did you want to say something on the directive?
Yes. I just wanted to see if I can address a lot of these comments and questions on the hardship and the call center. So I wanted to respond to some of those concerns and issues.
Madam Controller, that's not per se particularly under the directive, but if someone wants to add that onto the agenda about call centers issues, we can come back to you at that time.
Okay.
Thank you. Colleagues, any other comments, questions? If there's no more comments, questions on this directive, going once.
Speaker, this is Delegate Yellow Hair. Question of privilege?
Yes, Honorable Yellow Hair, go ahead. Honorable Yellow Hair, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor again. Also, thank you very much, 24 Navajo Nation Council. As I request, this is very important to me. I say on his side, we need to hire our own so the people can call them, get their names and their social security number and CRP. We need to help us at all controller. We need to do something over a year to a piece of it. I think director should be thought on something. Let's have the director put it in there. So, but yeah, the NEPA is key. Once about enough. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable Yellow Hair. Again, Honorable Yellow Hair, that is outside the scope of this directive, but I have staff going to reach out to you and help you develop that language on that directive. And you're more than welcome to amend the agenda and put that a request for a report from the controller on these hardship payments too as well. That's up to every delegate to motion any kind of amendment to the agenda when I get back to the main motion. So with that, colleagues, at this time, are there any further comments, questions on the current directive? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Ms. Uvella, let's go to the board. Roll call vote.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Delegate Kealan votes green.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa-Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa-Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa-Crotty does not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels does not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Panel Halona. Honorable Panel Halona. Honorable Panel Halona.
One votes green.
Honorable Panel Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Add it off.
Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Ricky Ness.
Donovan, yes.
Honorable Ricky Ness.
Delegate Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Ness votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. does not vote. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, talk this. It's out.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhead.
Delegate Yellowhead votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. One back up. Honorable Amber Canespa-Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa-Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa-Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
I vote red.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels votes red. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Edison Juanita.
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanita votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 18 in favor and 3 opposed. Mr. Speaker, not voting.
Speaker, this is Edmund. I vote red.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes red. Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 18 in favor and 4 opposed. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Ivella. With that, 18 in favor, 4 opposed. Chair not voting, motion carries. Now, colleagues, let's continue on that to the main motion. Chairman Edmund Yazzie, I have you in the lineup before I go into old business.
Speaker, we're done voting on the directive, correct?
Yes.
Okay. This is to a legislation that I'm sponsoring on New Mexico State 371 further down the agenda. We already voted on that, sir. It was a chapter house style consent vote a couple weeks ago. I don't know if you want to double check on that, sir. If it is, then we'll delete it off, sir.
0020-21, Mr. Rico. There's a question. I'll get that question answered by the time we come back. Okay, they're looking into it. Thank you, Chairman Yazzie. That, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on. Question of privilege, Madam Chair Charles Newton. Good evening.
Good evening, Speaker. Speaker, I think some of these legislations, they were on the council legislation, but we ran out of time.
2-0.
So
yeah,
I don't
2-0
know
and
how.
12 consent.
Hold on, Ms. Ivella. Okay, you got it. Sorry, Madam Chair. Go ahead.
Yeah, Speaker. So I think there were a few of these through NABI, and they were presented at council for a vote, but then we ran out of time at council. So some of these legislations are back on the Naabik'íyáti agenda. I think there's a few of them on here, and I'm double checking to see from the last NABI which ones were voted on. But I don't understand how they're back on NABI agenda. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, I'll have staff take a second glance at the whole agenda, Madam Chair, before we go into new business, because I know for sure on old business we have to at least discuss 0381 or 18-20, or else it will. I do believe it will go into an unknown area. So staff, if you could research all the legislations under new business, and then I'll come back to you after we deal with legislation 0318-20. So if there's no other comments, questions at this time, colleagues, and anybody that's currently listening in and joining us, we are on a Naabik'íyáti committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council's one of our regular meetings, first regular meeting of March. We do have an approved agenda before us. We did have a report and a directive that we acted on so far. The time now is 4:56 p.m. Colleagues, I think we do have a couple of legislations, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 legislations on the agenda. And we'll clarify some of that, see if some of those have been acted on. But as of right now, we are on item number 6 on our agenda, old business. Legislation 0318-20, It's a sponsored by Honorable Vince James, co-sponsored by Madam Chair Charles Newton. That we did recently last week had a work session on this, which was required before it came back to the Navajo, or before Naabik'íyáti committee could hear it again within 60 days. But let me go to Mr. Rico, because I know we have on the main motion is held by Chairman Nez, seconds by Madam Chair Charles Newton. Mr. Rico, can you give us a recap of this, and then we'll go ahead and move forward on that.
Mr. Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0318-20 on January 14th was referred to a Naabik'íyáti work session to happen within 60 days. That was a motion by Honorable Herman M. Daniels, second by Honorable Ricky Nez. The vote was 11 in favor, 8 opposed, Chairman Damon not voting. That work session happened on March 4th, 2021. And that is how it is back on the agenda right now. Navajo Nation Council is final authority for this. We have a motion by Honorable Ricky Nez, second by Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. And Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Just trying to get the ducks in order here. With that, we don't need a motion to bring it off the table because it was a referral legislation. So this legislation just comes automatically back. So with that, on legislation 0318-20, there was a lot of discussion on this. I know that there might be a couple of amendments. So with that, I know we had on the main motion by Chairman Nez, which was reiterated, and second by Madam Chair Charles Newton, who holds that. So let me go ahead and go back to Honorable James. I'll go ahead and give you 5 minutes for the recap. And then we'll go to the floor. Honorable James.
I can have Speaker, another other members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Thank you very much. Just wanted to let you guys know that we did have the work session, and in that work session we did go through line by line and with all the different amendments, recommendations. It was a lengthy discussion, but we got through it, and there was a few delegates that were on the line working with our Honorable Carl Slater and other council delegates, and working with our legal counsel, Dana Bambroff, to move forward to make those amendments and make those recommendations. And those amendments have been emailed out. So with that, I'll go ahead and end my brief update regarding the work session, and then the updated information regarding legislative 0318-20. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable James. With that, colleagues, I don't have, let me see real quick. I do have Honorable Slater. Honorable Slater in the queue right now.
Speaker, are you recognizing me to speak?
Yes, on the main motion.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to offer an amendment to this legislation. I ask that OLS and OLC help send it out.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Rico, you got that? I think they're pulling it up right now. Once that's pulled up, Mr. Rico, you're more than welcome to read that into the record. or Jalissa. They're sending it out right now.
Mr. Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, this would be amendment number 1. And it reads, 1, amend Exhibit B, Rules 4, 8, 12, 14, 18, 19, and 22 as set forth herein. 2, renumber, reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and or exhibits accordingly if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Included with this amendment is modifications to Exhibit, is it Exhibit B or A? I believe it's Exhibit A. Let me check it. They are modifications to Exhibit B. So going through, let's see here. Rule number 4, the section is committee chairperson. 4G, new language includes the chairperson in their discretion may allow members of other standing committees to address the committee, including questions to the sponsor of legislation and the presenters of reports before the committees. Members of other standing committees shall not address the committee, report presenters, or legislation sponsors unless recognized by the chairperson. Requests to address the committee by other standing committee members must be submitted to the legislative advisor and chairperson in writing or via email for matters on the posted agenda. For matters added from the floor, members of other standing committees shall notify the legislative advisor and chairperson either in person, if convening in person, or via text, email, or other written notification. J, new language, paragraph J. The Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council, Overstrike Chairperson, shall issue a letter of warning to any committee member when they are not in compliance with 2 NNC Section 167, which includes that all delegates to the Navajo Nation Council shall attend all regular and special meetings of the Navajo Nation Council or committees. If any delegate is absent from 60% of the meeting days within a 1-year period, the Navajo Nation Council may consider a motion to censor said delegate. New paragraph K, standing committees may censure committee members who fail to comply to the 2 NNC Section 167. Standing committee censuring shall not interfere with censoring by the Navajo Nation Council for failure by a delegate to comply with 2 NNC Section 167. Rule 8, order of business. The modification here is to overstrike under B1, invocation, and a new paragraph I. New paragraph I will read, the chairperson may allow a short invocation after roll call and prior to recognize guests and visiting officials if requested to do so by members of the committee, end underscore. Rule 12, presentation by sponsor. Amendment to 12B. If the sponsor or co-sponsors are not present at the committee when their legislation is called for consideration, the committee may decide to recall or return to the legislation later in the agenda if the sponsor or co-sponsor present themselves to the committee. The legislation shall be eliminated from the agenda of the meeting and placed on the agenda of the next regular or special meeting of the committee if the sponsor or co-sponsor do not present themselves to the committee. Rule 14, debate. Paragraph C, before recognition by the chairperson to discuss the legislation or issue before the committee member shall inform the chairperson whether he or she will speak in favor or in opposition and or to request further information from the presenting parties. D, after a motion and second is considered a legislation or issue before the committee, any committee member may motion to enter a structured debate. The motioning committee member will conform his or her motion with the rules below. A majority vote of committee members in favor shall move the committee into structured debate. 1, the motioning party will identify the time allocated for the debate on the legislation or matter before the committee, the number of parties permitted to debate in favor or in opposition, and the amount of time permitted per speaker. The chairperson shall develop a roster of speakers in favor, in opposition, and requesting further information. 2, the chair shall recognize 1, the first committee member in favor and the members speaking time. 2, first committee member in opposition and members speaking time. 3, the first committee member seeking further information. The chair shall move through the rosters for each successive speaker according to this order. If an individual roster is exhausted of speakers while speakers remain on other rosters, the chair shall recognize a committee member who has already spoken, provided the member has not spoken more than once on the legislation or matter before the committee. After the speaking rosters have been exhausted, the chair shall call for the question on the main motion. E, at the request of a committee member and with the unanimous consent of the committee, the chairperson may permit informal discussion on any legislation or issue before the committee. Informal discussion permits for committee members to speak without recognition by the chairperson. During informal discussion, the chairperson may permit further presentation or discussion from parties not on the agenda on the legislation or issue before the committee. The chairperson, in his or her sole discretion, will recognize discussion by presenters not on the agenda and possess the power to remove the committee from informal discussion. Rule 18, tabling motion. E, legislation shall only be tabled by a committee without final approval authority a maximum of 2 times and not for more than 30 days for each tabling without the consent of the sponsor. With the consent of the sponsor, the legislation may be tabled for a period longer than 30 days. Legislation tabled twice by a committee without final approval authority or tabled and not considered within 30 days shall move on to the next assigned standing committee or the Navajo Nation Council. Rule 19, cease debate, new language, and clutter. B, underscore B, any committee member except the presenting sponsor or co-sponsor may motion to invoke clutter. Clutter motion shall limit debate on the legislation to a maximum of 1 hour. C, a motion to cease debate or invoke, I think it's cloture, shall be seconded but shall not be debatable. D, a vote of 2/3 of the committee members casting vote shall cause the motion of cease debate to carry, and underscore. Rule 22, point of privilege. 22A, underscore, a point of privilege, also known as question of privilege, is a overstrike question, statement, or request which relates to the overstrike rights and privileges, physical well-being or technological issues of the committee members during a committee meeting. A point of privilege shall not be seconded and debated. B, any committee member may raise a point of privilege, overstrike, to receive additional comments or documents from the sponsor, raise the safety of the committee meeting, maintain among and between all members of the committee and the public, and to maintain the dignity and integrity of the proceedings and over strike. Underscore, points of privilege shall not be used to engage in additional debate. And that is it, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. That, colleagues, we do have a motion on the floor by Honorable Slater. Amendment number, correct me if I'm wrong, this is amendment number 1. Mr. Rico, right?
That is correct.
Okay, with that, colleagues, motion by Honorable Slater. Is there a second on amendment number 1?
Second, Halona.
Oh, by Honorable Halona. Good evening, Honorable Halona. That, colleagues, any comments, questions? I don't have anybody in the queue. Going once. Going twice. Going 3 times. Good board.
Eugene So.
I'm Chair Charles Newton, and then Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Charles Newton, floor is yours, Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair,
Speaker, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Thank you, Speaker, and also Shiaj Delegate Carl Slater for the amendments. I think that these amendments are very, they obviously are going to help assist in pushing the meeting forward with, I guess, some of the issues that we currently are having and that we've experienced on council. So I do have a few concerns about the amendment that you presented here. I'm looking particularly about the debate on Rule 14. You have that before recognition by the chairperson to discuss the legislation or issue before the committee member shall inform the chairperson whether he or she will speak in favor or in opposition and or to request further information from the presenting parties. During the work session and also during, actually not the work session, it was when we had our Title II subcommittee meeting, I did bring this issue forward, and I did state that I had an issue with this particular language. My understanding based on this language is that that when we speak, we have to let the chairperson know where we stand on the legislation. So even before we can speak about it, we have to inform the committee and also the chairperson whether we are for the particular legislation that is before us or whether we are against the legislation that is before us at that time. However, the issue that I have with making our announcement at that time is some of these legislations come before various committees. It doesn't always necessarily go before every committee. I apologize. And so my concern is that sometimes we do get legislation that does come before us, and I know that I myself am guilty of this. Sometimes I don't have my decision made up on which way I'm going to go with a particular legislation. I listen to the debate, I listen to the arguments that are being presented by my colleagues. I might agree with them. I'm so sorry. This is one of the effects of I guess, COVID is when you talk a lot, you wind up coughing, so I apologize. And so with the debate portion on the amendments that you provided, My concern is that it doesn't really give us the opportunity to speak on the issue when we're still neutral. And I know that that may sound a little bit ridiculous that you want to speak on a legislation that you are not sure how to vote on. But everybody is different, and I tend to, I guess, talk through and it helps me with understanding sometimes when we're talking about particular legislations. So in this case, what you are recommending is that the only people who can talk are those who have a stance on the legislation, and you make the announcement, I am for this legislation, and you ask the chairperson for permission to speak, and then at that point you can speak. That's how I'm reading this legislation. So I'm hoping, or this portion of the amendments that you provided to us under Rule 14 debate, which really is not technically by definition a debate when you're announcing whether you're for or against the legislation. I think that Naabik'íyáti, my understanding is we talk things out. We talk about things. So this debate is very, very structured, and it does not allow for talking things out. And I do recall at that time I questioned, are we moving towards making council more business oriented, and are we removing the ceremonial aspects of Naabik'íyáti and also of council by making it clear that committee members have to have they have to state whether they're for a legislation or against a legislation in order to speak. So I hope that I made sense in that, but I do have some concerns about the debate portion of this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Let me move on down to Honorable Eugene So. Then I'll come back to sponsor. Honorable Eugene So.
The way is the big Rule 14. The way is this legislate the conflict the energy seems that you're holding a mouth on other people's facing in the Naabik order on that what the chair shall recognize, and also has to be favor and or opposing. 8 days, yeah. All be has all zero all comment just there 8 days has other. So this is more like I at Ohodni Asia Hansela facing chair and then I see Ohodni Pasalana Lindley. So these are what hot aid on Linky or hot aid. I would not favor that. The item of Rule 19 cease debate or closure Linky 8 or not. Is actually sad in that is it the same debate and order? Also, aid and race Senate would not argue the House of Representatives argue filibuster arguments the argue. So the Kojiki ayo put out is now that yet there are some others that I would comment on, but this because any all doesn't need cost. It doesn't need cost. What we're going to say in regards to a legislation or debate on a maybe on a report or something. Yet all it doesn't need cost. That's it. You can only speak 2 minutes or 1 minute. So in the Naabik'íyáti and she needs to teach a Naabik'íyáti so this legislation the debate kind of conflicts the Title I. What are honest and so I don't think I would favor it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Eugene. So with that, We go back to Honorable Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, legislation sponsor. And thank you to my colleagues for your questions and comments. So I think the first issue that was raised regarded the concern as to whether you could speak without having your mind made up. And the end of that sentence where it says C under Rule 14, whether he or she will speak in favor or in opposition and or to request further information from the presenting parties. So the rules here is just saying that, you know, you can speak in favor, in opposition, or if you don't have an opinion made up yet, in theory, you're going to be seeking further information. And so if you're neutral or what have you, and you're going to speak, it would be that third category. An issue that we consistently run up against when we're at council and we have the cease debate rule is that it's very difficult to ascertain in a transparent manner whether there has been an equal debate. And I can't remember exactly what that language is, but I think it's replicated in the cease debate section here. And that cease debate, well, actually, sorry, it's paragraph A under Rule 19, which is not there, but it talks about having a balanced debate. So in order to get around that issue and understanding, you know, wait, did we actually have this many people speak in favor and against and so on and so forth? The clearest way to do that is to have an individual delegate and speaker identify how they're going to be construed. And so I think that's a really simple and elegant way to get around that issue, is just to have people stand up and say what they mean and mean what they say. So that was the first concern. I think the second one spoke to the structured debate rules. So what's important to recognize in this amendment is that it's not taking out the regular debate rules. This is if a committee elects to, they would, by simple majority, enter into those structured debate rules. And the idea there is to move things along by majority will, which if you read the beginning of our standing committee rules of order, that's the principle that we're working off of there. So I think as we saw today and in a lot of committee meetings, you know, things can go on for a really long time. Sometimes it's really valuable and sometimes it's not. You know, today I think we had a really good conversation, a really valuable conversation on a report. And what is important is that we don't take away that ability. And so that's not going to be taken away with this amendment. No one's getting muzzled. That's the wrong way to construe this. Rather, if a committee elects to organize themselves in this manner, then they can. And again, I think it's really simple. Just says whether you're for, against, or on the fence, or seeking further information. And it doesn't prevent anyone from speaking really at any time once things have been adopted. And I think those also speak to Delegate Eugene So's comments. But again, just to clarify, these are proposed additions and for the debate rules and for the cloture. And to clarify that question on the cloture, it's saying that debate will continue for a certain period of time. So, you know, a committee, again, by majority vote and will can say, okay, well, we're not going to spend another 3 hours if we're just going in circles on the same issues by the same individuals or what have you, but, you know, wants to move things forward. An individual could raise this and a committee could decide to advance it. And it's saying 1 hour, but of course, you know, in this amendment process here or at council, we could change that to, you know, I don't know, 2 hours, 3 hours, what have you. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, let's move on down. Honorable Councilman Begay, floor is yours.
Chairman, Yate, Speaker, Chair. Dikodo Matsos, Hidanit Soziki, Kodoshna Ashi, the Yahaki, the amendment. The other quick machine is really going to confine each of the committee members to debate and make a deliberation on these legislations that goes before the committee. What is structured. But the first one, the order of business agenda. So the Zidiki, La Nachahad Zohaki, La 8IC Shadif Asha, Alit Allah, so the Ziniki, Nachahuitna. Although at the end it does say it may, at the discretion of the chair, Kodoina zone, the Dashan Kodot, so the Zane up Ake Kodola il on. Halit Elan Sonya Quagge, what all he had a Hoshida says to a Binti, Jot in the Asian, he said, which in Hano, it's hot eaten, it the shape in it after oh, but what ended Jordan and it lit the Isha. The court eyes it on Latchet or Jiblagana, before they has Ado, yet they Lishikit IC bed and not eat over out Abiba, hot all Nash indeed. Koko ebe ben nache kodo de kwi goshiti member del yagi ado the committee chairperson kodo shall to a certain extent give committee members certain areas to work or to be recognized if we already make a position that we are supporting it, that automatically will eliminate us to make even debate on it. I guess in a way it's okay. And then on the presentation by the sponsor, I guess that's okay with me as far as committee members need we move the items to the next meeting. Debate, I'm sure, because at RDC, some committee members, some colleagues, they participate. I don't know, the committee members, but our chair allowed that to happen. But the point is that this will be eliminating majority, some of our other committee members or colleagues to participate in other committee meetings. They're structured to say that you got to ask for a written statement prior to the committee meetings. We have to wait on a lot of these areas. Closing doors to the other colleagues that are sitting on a different committee, that they'll be structured to have procedures to talk at the committee level. Maybe it's because that too many are asking to be on certain committee to talk, or that committee at the committee member but again, the one thing that we need to be mindful is that we represent certain areas of the community, but each committee does have a representative from each of the agency. Committee members like for example, I would sure like to make it talk at the Committee of Law and Order, Budget and Finance, and HES Committee. But I normally don't do that because I know I have a representative from the each of the agency at these committee. In this case of the IC, other committee members, the committee meetings, not this unless there's sometimes if that's the final authority of the committee go down the legislation this about this stanisi ako ede edo le ko action and no sendiki as amendment benin ya haki ado a case the deed amendment alia amendment benin ya haki debate table in motion. Again, does this mean that once the committee tables it, it will not move forward out of the committee? That would be sometime maybe utilized just for a tactic to delay this legislation to move forward. Other point of privilege, I guess that's what Hajo clarified. Yeah, to Hajo his battles and go because the way I see it, majority of us, including me, we utilize it just to debate further on these legislations. Called a tactic to utilize it to get things or get something just to delay the vote or just to delay the legislation to be passed. The point of privilege is just a matter of getting a written response. Point of privilege like OMP. The net why is holding up the whole committee action on this? Maybe that a point of privilege is that just receiving a document for clarification for that individual, but the process of the voting and certain things should be proceeding. So area could up night desk Chairman, Speaker Damon.
Thank you, Che. Is there any other comments, questions at this time? Further, before I go back to Honorable Slater. If there are none, let me go back to you, Honorable Slater, for response to Honorable Kiambige.
Thank you very much, Chair and Speaker Damon, and thank you very much, Delegate Kiambige for the comments and questions. So I think the first issue you raised was about removing the prayer or the invocation. There's a couple ideas behind that. One of them is that oftentimes at committee meetings, there will be some sort of prior meeting where a prayer was offered. And so this permits us to say, okay, well, we're going to use that invocation. Second, I've had a lot of constituents raise the issue about proselytizing during prayers, and they've felt uncomfortable being forced to do that as a member of the government and performing their job, that they have to participate in someone else's prayer. And because of that uncomfortability or discomfort, I included that in here. Totally open to removing that portion of the rules if more people speak to that. And of course, we can request a modify or anything like that during this process. But I think that's a couple reasons that it's right there. And then the last one I would say is this is a forward-looking document and trying to be inclusive and expansive. We have a lot of Diné, and some of them are atheists, and I think we need to make sure that we have a big tent, and that this government isn't exclusionary by compelling that sort of thing upon our workers and the people who participate in these meetings. And if you're a traditional, you pray in the morning, and I think that's supposed to carry you through the day unless something kind of bad has happened that needs rectifying. And I hope the beginning of our committee meetings aren't something bad that's happened that needs rectifying. But I'm totally open to removing that, and I think it's an important issue. I pray a lot. Moving on down, I think there was a comment about delegates participating in meetings outside of their standing committees that they're assigned to. And nothing in this removes the ability for delegates to participate in other standing committees. What it does is try to create a courteous process to the chairs or the chair pro tems of the committees outside of their assignment that they'll be participating in. And that really is just to add some courtesy and decorum to the process and ensure that committee meetings are still governed by those committees, and we don't have people hijacking them. You know, there are some folks who have gotten on some committees that I participate in, and they've really, you know, gone on for a long time, and it's been a little, I would feel disrespectful to the committee. You know, it's one thing to offer comments and participate in debate, but you know, I think it's something that we need to formalize. And so this is formalizing that process just to notify them. You know, if you're meeting via telecommunication, you know, try and send an email and a text message. And if you're meeting in person, you just, you know, can go over to them and let them know that you would like to speak. And that's been the process ordinarily for requesting to speak too. So in this day and age where we are having the telecommunications, I think it's important to have some process. And that way people come prepared to meetings. You know, our colleagues come prepared to our standing committee meetings, and they don't go on about things that have been addressed maybe extensively by the committee and all the presenters and folks there are on board about. You know, so this is a way, I think, to prevent people from indulging in things that kind of go a little outside the scope of their knowledge, and sometimes they hold up the whole committee. But again, if enough people would like to modify that, that's something we could look at removing. Just trying to formalize a process and make sure there's some courtesy and respect in it to each of our committees. But it doesn't remove, again, the ability for anyone to participate in other committee meetings. Moving on to the tabling motion, what this does is provides a little bit more power back to committees on those matters under their jurisdiction. So if a committee decides that they want to table a legislation, so I'll give you an example. If you're RDC and say Delegate Slater, myself, introduce legislation that goes from RDC to NABI to full council, or maybe just, we'll just say RDC to NABI. Right now, you know, the committee could consider it, and if they table it or vote it down, what have you, it still moves on, and there's no control over the committee on that moving forward. But the committee may be very interested in having a work session or inviting the presenters back, holding off because there's other work that the committee's engaged in, and they would like to maybe find that synergy with that legislation. And as the subject matter experts, you know, for each of our jurisdictions under our committees, we have a lot to offer. And in those instances where something's moving forward and the committee maybe doesn't think it's in the best interest of it to be passed or considered right at that moment, they can table it. And so that won't prevent it over the long term from it going on. But during the tabling, I'm trying to pull up the exact language, I apologize here. Okay, so the first tabling can be for 30 days. The second tabling could be for 30 days. At the end of that period, if at the end of that period, the committee cannot table it again. So they'll have to consider it and have it move on. You know, if it's been tabled, then that is a committee action and it can move on. There wouldn't be a further action. So there's two opportunities for committees to work things out with sponsors before the legislation moves forward. And I think that this is a way to encourage more collegiality and conversations prior to legislations being considered, and make sure that we're getting the best possible product passed on behalf of our citizens, our constituents. So also, there are other examples where a delegate may want to table the legislation because they don't want it moving forward. And right now that's only informally held, but I would like to formalize that. And that's what is provided in here, where it says, with the consent of the sponsor, the legislation may be tabled for a period longer than 30 days. So it provides options. It doesn't, in the end, prevent legislation from moving out of standing committees, but it gives standing committees a little bit more power, for lack of a better term, in moving these jurisdictional matters out of their committee. And then on the privilege or the point of privilege, what this amendment does, and I just want to remind everyone, when you pull up the document, and you might have to pull that up in the Word application itself, not on your phone, because it won't show up on your phone. But the light blue is, there's strike throughs on it, and it says I'll just read the point of privilege as it would be read if the strike throughs were there. A point of privilege, aka question privilege, is a statement or request which relates to the physical well-being or technological issues of the committee members during a committee meeting. A point of privilege shall not be seconded and debated. So in this instance, there is no continuation of the debate. This is to align the idea of the point of privilege back to, I think, its origins, and that is, okay, I'm sitting at a committee meeting and I notice that my microphone is turned off. Nobody in the audience is listening to me or can't hear me, and potentially my comments aren't being recorded for the record. So you raise that point of privilege to the chair, and then the technological issue is rectified. We're sitting in a committee meeting and it's sweltering. Point of privilege, chair, can you please ask staff to turn on the AC or open a window? Something to that effect. So it removes the ability to make this a device of continuing debate, but ensures that each one of us has that right, and affirms that right to have a comfortable work environment that's safe, and also that we're following the laws. So I hope I made those clarifications. And again, the structured debate that's in there, that doesn't replace how we do debate. That's just an option for us to use if we want to at some point. And I think in the effort to make us more efficient, better prepared, and providing a better product for our citizens, creating this opportunity and option is good for the council, and it's good for us to experiment with. We have the ability at any time to change our rules if we need to. And I ask that my colleagues consider something slightly innovative that I hope will yield some good data, if not good results. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. Let me come back to Honorable Keon-Begay. Jay, Honorable Keon-Begay, is still there? I know that I've lost you. Honorable Keon-Begay isn't back.
Speaker?
Yes, Honorable Mr. Rico. Go ahead.
Keon-Begay sent us a text saying that he's going into an area where he might lose service for about 30 minutes. But he wanted to talk earlier, and he wanted to make a modification to leave the invocation in there. So I don't know if anybody else wants to go with that modification. Mr. Speaker.
Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. That I didn't hear a specific modification, but thank you for reading that text message. With that, I heard a speaker. Yes.
This is Edmund, sir.
Good evening, Chairman.
Good evening.
Go ahead, the floor is yours.
All right. Just speaking on the amendment, then to my colleagues, would agree with Mr. Keon-Begay on the prayer part. I mean, that's most important, that to conduct business, even from our elders, whether it's Christianity, traditional, I know we have to respect, all prayers. And so want to ask, maybe Key Allen's already made that motion. I'd like to second it. Or if the sponsor, he indicated, Slater, that, if he gets enough comments on this, he'll, leave that out. And I'm hoping he does. But, of course, I know all of us, have to say prayers for strength and protection. It's been like that for many, many years, all the way to our elders and their parents onto the grandparents as well. And so I would like to ask Mr. Slater if he could just keep the prayer, in or in the amendment, to scratch that out. Speaker, sir.
That there's a request to modify. Honorable Slater.
I'll consent to the modification, Speaker. Thank you, Delegate Yazzie. And I'll ask for OLC and OLS to help us with that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Again, I think they just now did that on Rule 8. Let me go back to Mr. Rico, if you want to state what you did just now on the record or on the screen.
Mr. Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, we'll make the modification to remove the overstrike over invocation and let's see, scroll down. I'm not sure if you guys want to leave the paragraph I in there. Paragraph I indicates the chairperson may allow a short invocation after roll call or prior to recognize guests and visiting officials if requested to do so by members of the committee, or do we overstrike that as well?
Speaker,
Honorable Slater. Honorable Otto, I'll put you in the queue. Honorable Slater.
Okay. With respect to the overstrike, Speaker, on paragraph I, is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Yeah, let's take that out.
With that, striking out I. Honorable Halona, are you good with that as a second?
Yes, Speaker, I am.
Okay, thank you. With that, let me go moving on down. Honorable Otto, on the amendment.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the amendment being entertained, and I believe during the work session there were some discussions that happened, and we assumed that those changes happened. And looking at the document, it never changed. There was a clause in there relating to cease debate, and they put this $1 million word in there and to prolong the cease debate for another hour. I believe the discussion at that time was that cease debate means cease debate, not to prolong it. And then the other was just one point is that if we're gonna move forward to allow the committees to be more effective, we need to take a take from council, because when legislations get to council, we end up treating the Navajo Nation Council session as knobby. And maybe if we can do a take and take and give or take, we can change the rules at the Navajo Nation Council and just allow, when the legislation gets to the Navajo Nation Council level, that there's a motion, second, and we vote. And we only entertain an amendment there. But we end up treating the council as knobby. And to make the committees effective, we need to change that, because that way we, the tabling portion that Honorable Slater is recommending, that allows the committees to work with the sponsor and the sponsors and the advocates to make sure that everything is fixed at the committee level before it gets to council, because what's usually hashed out at the committee level, the same thing is hashed out at NABI. Then the same thing moves over to council again. And I think if we're going to do this with at the committee level and structure them to be more effective there at the committee level, council where we just have a motion, second, and vote. That way we can take care of business and we don't have to have council for 5 days or 4 days, 2 or 3 days of council, and we're done with the nation's business each quarter. I don't special session alcohol, it's not every other week special session we have to if we're going to change the rules at the committee level and for the standing committees, we need to take something from council so that the effectiveness at the council, because the debate has at the committee and at NABI, not at council. Oh, what's up, Ben? I appreciate the amendment here, and thank you very much. On mute.
Thank you very much, Honorable Otto. So with that, any other comments, questions, colleagues? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Let's go to board on amendment number 1.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Question of privilege, Speaker.
Hello?
Speaker.
Yes.
Just a question. Was there supposed to be a second reading set? There was technically an amendment made to the amendment.
Yeah. Well,
I'm sorry, Speaker.
Madam Chair, you are correct. Mr. Rico just read the second reading on the portion that was modified.
Mr. Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, the only modification that was made was deleting any changes from this amendment to rule number 8, which took out the overstrike over invocation, and it also overstriked the new proposed language, the new paragraph I, which was overstrike. The chairperson may allow a short invocation after roll call and prior to recognize guests and visiting officials if requested to do so by members of the committee, and overstrike. That is the only modification. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, continue on, Ms. Yabel.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kunisba-Crotty. Honorable Amber Kunisba-Crotty. Honorable Amber Kunisba-Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Vote votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate James.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote
Honorable
green.
Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Green.
Honorable Jimmy
Winika votes
Yellowhair
green.
Green. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Keon Begay Jr. Honorable Keon Begay Jr. via text votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Amber Kunisba-Crotty. Honorable Amber Kunisba-Crotty. Honorable Amber Kunisba-Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
You have not entered any numbers. Please
Honorable
re-enter
Herman
the
Daniels
meeting
Jr. did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
You entered
Honorable
102.
Jamie Henyo.
Meeting passcode.
Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. That, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 16 in favor and 1 opposed. Mr. Speaker, not voting.
Yellowhair votes green. Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Did you comment?
Ms. Ziavella, Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Yellowhair, I did get your vote. Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 17 in favor and 1 opposed. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Uvella. This is Delegate
Thank you very
Yeller.
much.
I vote green.
With a vote of 17 in favor and 1 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries on amendment number 1. With that, let me go back to the main motion.
I vote green.
Chairman Henio?
I vote green. I've been trying to unmute myself. I wasn't working here. Finally, I vote green.
So with that, Ms. Uvella, does that change the vote to 18?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. 18
Okay,
in
with
favor,
that,
1 opposed.
18 in favor, 1 opposed, chair not voting. Motion carries on amendment number 1. Let's go back to the main motion. On the main motion, I don't have anybody else in the queue.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Madam Chair, Charles Newton on the main motion.
Thank you, Speaker. During the Title II subcommittee, there were some changes and amendments that were made. I'd like to present those amendments at this time, Speaker. I believe that they, I think they were sent out to the 24th Navajo Nation Council.
Mr. Rico, do you have those?
Mr. Speaker, yes, I do.
Mr. Rico, if you read it into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, Amendment number 2, amend Exhibit B as set forth herein. 2, renumber, re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, or exhibits accordingly if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. The amendments made, okay, this is gonna, we got 15 pages here. Rule number 1, purpose. There's an overstrike over the colon. And it reads, the purpose of these rules of order, overstrike shall be, end overstrike underscore is, to provide orderly and expeditious, regular underscore and special and underscore meetings of the standing committees underscore and subcommittees of the Navajo Nation Council, comma.
Mr. Rico, did you say 15 pages?
There's.
Let me, go ahead, Mr. Rico. Hold on, Ms. Barber.
Speaker, thank you. There is major confusion here, and
Okay,
Mr. Rico does not have to be reading all these rules and all these amendments in. What happened is, if you will look at your Exhibit A, is the document attached to the legislation. So what you're doing here on these amendments is amending the document attached to the legislation. That document, that Exhibit A, that had lots of underline and overstrikes. That's already part of the legislation. So all Mr. Rico needs to be reading in are the underlines and overstrikes that are in red and blue. Everything else, all the other verbiage is already in your Exhibit A, and even if it's underlined, that's because it was underlined in Exhibit A, or overstricken in Exhibit A. So
okay,
just the red and blue.
Okay, just the red and blue. Thank you for the clarity. Or else we would have been here till 9 on Amendment 2. Mr. Rico, are you good?
Mr. Speaker, yes, I am.
Okay, all right.
I don't want to be here till 9. Okay, rule number 1, purpose. The changes made is on the first sentence. Overstrike shall be, and then insert is. Second sentence, insert new language after standing committees. That is, and subcommittees. Fifth sentence down, overstrike underscore during budget hearings or. Rule 2, second sentence, after the words adopted by, insert resolution number. Last sentence, after maintaining, overstrike the, and after decorum, overstrike of the meeting. Rule 3, Rule 3B, overstrike subcommittee meetings shall be conducted in accordance with the same rules and procedures as that of the standing committees. New language, underscore, these rules of order shall apply to all subcommittees of the standing committees, and the term committee or committees, whenever used in these rules of order, includes subcommittees unless otherwise indicated, end underscore. Rule number 4, at the heading after committee chairperson, insert new language, duties, meeting procedures. Rule 4A, second sentence, new language after unless, insert in alternate start time is and underscore overstrike otherwise. Third sentence, after council and, insert new language, the alternate time is overstrike accordingly, insert in accordance with Rule 4C. Rule 4B, first sentence, after the chairperson, overstrike and, after a meeting, overstrike unless, after until the, overstrike agenda. New language, order of agenda business as listed in Rule 9A. After been completed, new language, notwithstanding the chairperson may adjourn a committee meeting if, and then overstrike unless. Last sentence of 4B, overstrike met and replaced with satisfied. Rule 4, new F, first sentence, insert new language after decorum, add shall. Third sentence, after 2 NNC section 184C, insert shall. Fourth sentence, after vice chairperson, overstrike to and insert so that the chairperson may. Fifth sentence, after committee and insert shall. Paragraph 4G, first sentence, after the chairperson in, overstrike there and insert his or her. Second sentence, after committee including, change question to questioning. Rule 4H, second sentence, after within 5, insert calendar. Change Rule 4J to 4I. Oh, right before that, you have overstrike of Rule IF. The chairperson or vice chairperson shall sign all legitimate claims for expenses incurred by the committee members during or between meetings, end overstrike. New paragraph I, overstrike, the chairperson shall notify any committee member in writing when they are not in compliance with, end overstrike. And then after 2 NNC section 167, overstrike, which includes. And then add new sentence at the end of paragraph that says, underscore, the chairperson shall notify any committee member in writing when they have been absent from 60% of the committee meeting days within a 1-year period, end underscore. Overstrike paragraph K, the chairperson of the committee shall have his or her claims for expenses signed by the speaker, Navajo Nation Council, end overstrike. Rule 5, second sentence, after committee shall perform a voice, overstrike the. Third sentence, overstrike for the morning and afternoon sessions and insert at the start of each meeting session. And after and, include the word shall. Rule 5B, second sentence, overstrike what quorums and insert a quorum. Third sentence, after the words committee members present, insert when the report was heard. New paragraph 5C, consistent with 2 NNC section 164A11, if a legislation is not considered at a committee meeting because of lack of quorum, the legislation will either 1, be placed on the agenda for the committee's next regular or special meeting if that committee has final authority over the legislation, or 2, if that committee does not have final authority over the legislation shall be placed on the agenda of the subsequent assigned committee's next regular or special meeting, end underscore. Rule 6, second sentence, after 183B, insert new sentence. The chairperson or vice chairperson shall sign all legitimate claims for expenses submitted by committee members. The Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council shall sign all legitimate claims for expenses submitted by the chairperson, end underscore. Then we go to Rule 8. Rule 8A, second sentence, overstrike resolve and insert remove. Then we go to Rule 8H. At the end of that paragraph, insert new sentence, underscore, the withdrawn legislation is then permanently removed from the agenda of the committee and shall not move forward to the subsequent assigned committee, if any, or to the Navajo Nation Council, end underscore. Rule 9, after the third sentence, insert new language. After the first reading, the chairperson shall entertain a main motion and second pursuant to Rule 11 to commence presentation by the sponsors. Fifth sentence, after the motion to adopt, insert presentations, comma. Sixth sentence, insert any before amendments. Rule 9B, fourth sentence, after entertain A, insert main, so that it says main motion. At the end of that paragraph, insert new language as follows, underscore, after presentation, debate, and any amendments, a second reading shall be conducted prior to vote on the main motion to adopt. The second reading shall be limited only to those provisions or sections of the legislation which have been amended. All readings shall be by designated Office of Legislative Services personnel assigned to the committee or by electronic voice recording, end underscore. Rule 10, last sentence, overstrike assistant and insert staff. Rule 11, paragraph C, overstrike. If a legislation does not receive a main motion or a second at a committee without final approval authority, the legislation will move on to the next assigned committee or the Navajo Nation Council, end overstrike. Insert new language as follows, underscore, consistent with 2 NNC section 164A11, if a legislation is not considered at a committee meeting because it does not receive a main motion or second, the legislation will then either 1, be placed on the agenda for that committee's next regular or special meeting if that committee has final authority over the legislation, or 2, if that committee does not have final authority over the legislation shall be placed on the agenda of the subsequent assigned committee's next regular or special meeting, end underscore. Change rule, overstrike E and put D. Rule 12, first sentence, after not to exceed, overstrike 20 and insert 10. Second sentence, after on the legislation, insert new language, the presentation time may be extended by the request of any committee member other than the sponsor, end underscore. Rule 12B, insert new sentence at the end of paragraph, regardless whether the committee has or does not have final authority over the legislation, end underscore. New sentence, new paragraph C, if a legislation is called before the same committee a second time, but the sponsor or co-sponsor are again not present, the legislation shall be permanently eliminated from the committee's agenda, regardless if the committee has or does not have final authority over the legislation, end underscore. Overstrike, Rule 13, informal discussion. Any committee member may request to suspend formal discussion on any legislation or issue by requesting an off-record discussion open to the public. It shall be at the discretion of the chairperson to grant such a request, and overstrike. Rule 14, fourth sentence, insert immediately before the words before the committee. Rule 14B, begin sentence with the following language: except for points of order or points of privilege, no, end underscore. Rule 15, 15A, at the end of the sentence, insert and through the sponsor to their agents. Rule 16, 16A, after a committee member, overstrike shall be permitted to propose in end overstrike, insert new language, underscore, may request consideration of a proposed end underscore. Second sentence, after amendment to the insert new language, underscore, legislation that is the subject of the end underscore. Third sentence, overstrike an and insert a proposed end underscore amendment to overstrike the main motion and insert said legislation. Fourth sentence, overstrike main motion and insert legislation. Rule 16B, overstrike any and insert consideration of any after the words amendment to the insert new language, legislation that is the subject of the end underscore. Paragraph C, overstrike A and insert new language, except for a tabling motion, the consideration of any end underscore after amendment to the insert legislation that is the subject of the end underscore. Third sentence, after debate of the insert the word proposed, after amendment insert comma and a vote on the proposed amendment. Paragraph D, first sentence, overstrike motion to amend and insert proposed amendment. Second sentence, after whereby the insert new language legislation that is the subject of the. Third sentence, overstrike and insert capital D in replace of lowercase d. After main motion shall, insert then. After continue, overstrike as amended and insert with the main motion consisting of the amended legislation. Paragraph E, first sentence, after only one, overstrike motion to amend and insert proposed amendment to the legislation that is the subject of the main motion, end underscore, allowed underscore for debate. Third sentence, after each, overstrike motion to amend and insert proposed amendment. Last, fourth sentence, after amend is, overstrike entertained and insert considered. F, first sentence, after legislation, overstrike requires final consideration by and replace with has been assigned to. Second sentence, after committee, insert or to the Navajo Nation Council. Fifth sentence, after standing committee, insert or the Navajo Nation Council. Rule 17, paragraph A, After member may overstrike, propose a substitute motion to any and insert move to introduce substitute legislation that, if adopted, would replace a legislation that is the subject of the and underscore. Third sentence, overstrike motion and insert legislation. After substance of any, insert legislation that is the subject of the main and underscore motion, new language, and must address the same subject matter as the legislation is replacing. Overstrike, and if adopted, shall do away with the main motion if the substitute motion is a proposed legislation. And overstrike, new language, proposed substitute legislation. Last sentence, insert new sentence at the end of the at the end of paragraph A. A motion proposing substitute legislation must be seconded without modification by any committee member so recognized by the chairperson. End underscore. B, paragraph B, after following A, overstrike substitute. After motion, insert and a second proposed. Third sentence, after 9A or B, overstrike and seconded without modification by any committee member so recognized by the chairperson. End overstrike. Paragraph C, after 1, overstrike substitute. After motion, insert for a substitute legislation. After allowed, insert for debate. D, a overstrike substitute. After motion, insert for a substitute legislation. After other, insert proposed amendments. Overstrike motions. After original, overstrike main motion and insert legislation. Third sentence, after of the A, insert tabling motion, overstrike, and the chairperson shall allow consideration of the substitute motion like a main motion. End overstrike. Paragraph E, after A, overstrike substitute. After motion, insert for a substitute legislation. Paragraph F, after A, overstrike substitute motion, insert a substitute legislation. G, first sentence, after motion, insert for a substitute legislation. Third sentence, after with the, insert legislation that was the subject of the. After then, insert the legislation that was the subject of. After maintained and overstrike the. After on that, overstrike main motion or in the amendment to the main motion if applicable. Overstrike. Insert new language, legislation, or any amendments thereto. After immediately prior to the overstrike making of the substitute motion and overstrike, insert new language, motion to substitute legislation. Rule 18, at the end of paragraph A, insert after reconsidered by the committee. Rule 19, paragraph A, after co-sponsor may overstrike motion and insert move. Second sentence, after cease debate, insert on the motion at hand. Fourth sentence, after against the, insert motion at hand, overstrike immediately pending issue before the committee, end overstrike. Last sentence of paragraph A, overstrike issue, and insert the legislation amendment or issue that is the subject of the motion at hand, end underscore. Paragraph 19C, after cause of the motion, overstrike of and insert to. Rule 20, third sentence, overstrike the and insert that, capitalized committee. Paragraph B, at the end of the first sentence, after report, overstrike before the committee and insert another before standing committee. After main motion, insert on that legislation or report. Third sentence, after specify the, insert other standing. Fourth sentence, after time allotted, insert for that action. Paragraph F, legislation, okay, let's see. First sentence after shall be taken, insert new word back. New paragraph 21. Third sentence after point of order, insert a point of order shall, and then overstrike which. Paragraph D, at the end of the paragraph, insert new sentence, the chairperson's ruling shall not be appealed. Overstrike paragraph E, once the chairperson has made his or her decision on the point of order, any committee member may appeal the decision. The appeal must be seconded. The appeal shall not be amended. If the appeal is made and seconded, the chairperson shall reinstate his or her decision and submit the matter to the judgment of the committee. The chairperson's decision shall then be subject to debate by the committee, during which time the chairperson shall state his or her reasons for the decision. Upon conclusion of the debate, vote shall be taken and the decision of the chairperson shall be reversed if the majority of all votes cast are in favor of the appeal. End overstrike. Rule 22, paragraph B, second sentence, beginning of sentence, insert information. After sponsor, insert agents or. After safety, insert and comfort. Third sentence, after committee meeting, insert or overstrike maintain among and between all members of the committee and the public, and to maintain the dignity and integrity of the proceedings. End overstrike. Paragraph C, at the end of paragraph C, insert new sentence. The chairperson's ruling on the point of privilege shall not be appealed. Rule 23A, overstrike the rules shall and insert one or more of these rules may. Paragraph B, after suspend, overstrike the rules. After question, insert issue or legislation. After while a question, insert issue or legislation. After provided, overstrike the rule is for the purposes connected with the question. End overstrike. Insert that the rule or rules proposed for suspension shall be related to the pending question, issue, or legislation. End underscore. Paragraph C, overstrike. The motion to suspend the rule may be made when the order of business, order of agenda business, motions or legislation are considered, or when the order of business, order of agenda business, which states to the specific matter proposed is considered. End overstrike. Insert a motion to suspend shall have a motion and a second. Paragraph D, overstrike. The motion to suspend the rules should state its specific purpose. End overstrike. Insert new language. A committee member moving to suspend shall state his or her reason for suspension. End underscore. After shall specify, insert the and overstrike rule or rules and insert rule. To be suspended. Okay. After to be suspended, overstrike semicolon, and upon its adoption, no other matter may be considered while the suspension is in effect. Rule 24, paragraph A, new language. For each motion before the committee, capitalize every. After cast a vote, insert for. Second sentence, insert opposed. Overstrike oppose on each motion before the committee. After unless overstrike there is, and insert the committee member has. After A, overstrike direct. After conflict of interest, insert related to the motion. Fourth sentence, capitalize committee. 24B, third sentence, after abstention votes, overstrike or not, and put shall not be. After opposed, but insert shall be. Paragraph C, new language. For every motion, capitalize the. Paragraph E, second sentence, after on the motion, insert pending before the committee, overstrike or rule on the malfunction if it is brought to the chairperson's attention through a point of order raising an electronic or telecommunication malfunction shall be made immediately before the chairperson recognizes another motion. End overstrike. Insert new language. A malfunction shall be brought to the chairperson's attention immediately when notice to by the committee member by raising a point of order. The chairperson shall rule on the malfunction before the committee proceeds with consideration or debate of any other question, issue, or legislation, and underscore. Rule 25, there's grammatical errors in or corrections on paragraph A, overstriking A and adding an A. Rule 25B starts with a new sentence. While any matter of a confidential nature may be discussed in executive session, lowercase o, those, third sentence after justice attorneys, insert or advocates. Paragraph D, first sentence after shall be taken, insert by the committee. Rule 26, at the end, third sentence, after has been approved, insert by the Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council. Rule 28, Rule 27, after has been completed, overstrike or when other reasons exist. Rule 28, first sentence after Navajo Nation Council, insert as amended. Second sentence after Navajo Nation Council, insert and certification by the Speaker. And that Speaker is the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. Take a break there. With that, colleagues, there is a motion in place by Madam Chair Charles Newton on amendment number 2. And with that, Madam Chair Charles Newton, is there a second to her amendment? For once.
Eugene So.
Eugene So. That, colleagues, any comments, questions? I don't have anybody in the queue. Going once. Going twice.
This is Eugenio.
Chairman.
Eugenio.
Good evening, Chairman. Floor is yours.
Speaker Damon, Adjournment, 24th Navajo Nation Council. Just listening to the amendment, there's one thing that really stuck out is claims again. The whole claims section. I mean, the way we operate now, why reinvent the wheel when there's really no issues with the claims? And it seems that we're reverting to agency council, the AA, or the chair would sign off on claim forms for everybody. And for me, we don't think we shouldn't be doing that. We don't need to do that. That's an administrative function, and we should have a lot of faith in our advisors and our reporters to take care of that for the committee. But this is at a committee level. And so therefore, as far as the whole amendment with this portion of the, if it's still intact, then I would not support it. And therefore, I'm asking for modification to see if we can take out this function as far as claims is concerned. And so area needs queued up right now. Okay, that's Speaker David.
Thank you, Chairman. With that, colleagues, any other comments, questions before I go back to Madam Chair Charles Newton on the Amendment 1?
Eugene So.
Eugene So on amendment number 2. My bad. Honorable Eugene So, go ahead.
That was my second and number 9 compensation part. I think we're doing all right the same as is. We don't have to really verify, pinpoint how we should get paid. I would like to delete that to myself.
Well, before I go to that, Madam Chair Charles Newton, there's a request to modify.
Thank you. and I believe that's Rule 6 compensation. Is that correct, Shaja, Honorable Eugene So?
Oh,
I guess the language, chairperson or vice chairperson shall sign all legitimate claims for expenses submitted by committee members. Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council shall sign all legitimate claims for expenses submitted by a chairperson. So with that, Madam Chair, I think it's just striking out those last two sentences that are requested in the amendment.
Thank you, Speaker. And just if it's okay, Speaker, I'd like to ask either Delegate Vince James Shanella or Dana how this part of the I guess amendment was included, because I'm looking back on my notes and I didn't write anything down for this part of the compensation under Rule 6. So I do need a little bit of assistance. Keep in mind, colleagues, that these amendments were proposed when we did have our Title II subcommittee meeting and also at the work session. These were the amendments that were included at that time. So I apologize that I didn't write any notes regarding Rule 6. So if I can get some assistance on why that particular, those two sentences were included in under compensation. Thank you, Speaker.
That Honorable Vince James or Ms. Barbara?
Speaker,
I'll defer to Dana. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. This is Dana. That movement is actually a reorder of the rule. If you right now under rule under rule under rule 4 under rule 4 F currently in your rules, and if you go back and you look at this amendment, you'll see it's marked out under rule 4 F. It says that the chairperson or vice chairperson shall sign all legitimate claims for expenses incurred by the committee members during or between meetings. That's already in your rules. That was just moved from Rule 4 down to new Rule 6 because it was a compensation issue, so it seemed to be that it fit there better. Also in Rule 4, I believe it's currently K. I might be wrong on that. It states that the the chairperson of the committee shall have his or her claims for expenses signed by the Speaker, Navajo Nation Council. So that is currently that language is currently in your rules. It was just moved to a different category under your rules, but certainly the Nabi has the ability to have it moved back because you didn't like the change, or to delete that part in its entirety. Speaker, thank you. Oh, the one thing that, while I have the opportunity, I want to mention that in between now and the council session, Office of Legislative Counsel will go back through both Mr. Slater's amendments and these amendments, make sure they meld. If they do not, we will provide a suggested technical amendment. So thank you, Speaker. Hope that was helpful.
Nope.
Thank you. With that, Madam Chair. request to modify?
Again, I mean, if that's what Naabik'íyáti wants to do at this time, we can do that, yes.
Mr. Rico, if you want to read it into the record, the modification.
Mr. Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, the modification will be to Rule 6. That is overstriking the language, the chairperson or vice chairperson shall sign all legitimate claims for expenses submitted by the committee members. The Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council shall sign all legitimate claims for expenses submitted by the chairperson. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. With that, Madam Chair, Charles Newton is accept the modification. So, Honorable Eugene, so are you good with the modification as a second?
Oh, that's what I said too. That was my second.
Hey, thank you. That, let me go back to you, Madam Chair, regarding Chairman Henio's question.
Thank you. I should tell Speaker Damon, I am looking at the document and I did do a search under claims. Perhaps Chairman Henio could be a little bit more specific when he's talking about the claims so that I have a better understanding of which section he's referencing. Thank you.
Chairman Henio? Chairman Henio?
Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
Quick question on that modification. It is currently existing language in the rules of order. As Dana indicated, it was just relocated. So deleting this amendment, who now will sign on those claims? And also, do we unstrike where it was originally moved from under Rule 4? Mr. Speaker.
I can't see it. Julissa, can you go back? Doesn't it state in there in 2 NNC subsection 106B, D, and E, or 183B? Is that language in there? If that language is in anywhere, if that language is in any of those 106 or 183, you would refer back to that according to what it states right there.
Speaker, this is Dana.
Yes, Ms. Barbara.
No, it is not. That is not in Title II as far as I'm aware. What Mr. Rico was asking about was that that language is currently in your rules at, gosh, I have too many documents in front of me, my apologies. That is currently in your rules at Rule 4, F, and G. It's currently in your rules. So what Mr. Rico is asking is, the modification was, as far as we could tell, to delete the new language in Rule 6. What Mr. Rico is asking is the language in Rules 5, in Rule 4, F and G, is that to be reinstated?
Speaker, that's what we deleted.
Okay, thank you. Yes, that was deleted, so I'm moving from what the amendment is in place, Mr. Rico, so moving on.
Well, I don't know. What do you think?
So with that, back to Chairman Hinyo, are you back on the line?
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Speaker, I think I understand what Manuel is saying, and that is the language is actually in the rules itself. If you do a search in the rules and you do a search on claims, you'll find that that language is located throughout the entire rules of order. So what Dana did was she deleted all the places that it was at and she put it in one section. But Delegate Eugene So requested to have that removed in section in the section regarding compensation, and it was deleted. However, there has to be, I believe, another amendment made to delete the entire language throughout the rules because it's still there. It's in the rules itself. So what Dana was trying to do is just delete it throughout the whole rules and put it in one area. And so I guess I'm a little bit confused. Was the request to delete it from Rule 6 compensation and then to delete it throughout the entire rule? Or was it to just delete it from Rule 6 compensation? Thank you, Speaker.
Well, Madam Chair, through your amendment right now, it's already deleted throughout there. Throughout under, we'll go up, Jalissa. What is this? What is this rule, current rule? Rule 4, now go back down. Rule 4F and, what is it? Rule 4I and K are already stricken out. So there's nothing in there with your recommendation now that was taken on by the modification by Honorable Eugene So. Now there's nothing in there that there's nowhere in here does it refer to the chairperson or vice chairperson shall sign the legitimate claim forms expenses incurred by the committee during the meetings, or in reference to the speaker signing any of the chairperson's claim forms. So it's already all deleted from your original amendment. So what you modified is you deleted that from the combined area under rule. I can't see it. It's not in front of me. So no place is that language in this whole amendment as of right now.
Thank you for that clarification, Speaker. But the follow-up question then was, who then signs the claims for expenses submitted by committee members? Thank you.
There might be another policy. I can't think on top of right now that does state that all committee claim forms are signed by the chair, and the chairperson's committee claims form are signed by the speaker. I would have to refer that back to Miss Lynette Lee, and they're probably gonna have to do some research on that in the finance office. That's the only place I can think of if it's not in here. Ms. Barbara, maybe you might have better clarification.
Thank you, Speaker. I do not know where else it sets forth who signs claim forms other than in these rules, but certainly in between now and council, we can research that and find something out, because I've looked at all documents I can put my hands on right at the moment, and I don't see anything anywhere else. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Chairman Hinu, are you on the line? If not, we'll go back to the floor. Any other comments, questions on amendment number 2? Any other comments or questions on amendment number 2? I don't believe Chairman Hino is on the line. So I'm going back to the floor. Going once. Going twice on amendment number 2. Going 3 times.
Speaker Keelan.
Honorable Keelan Begay, go ahead.
Chairman, just for clarification, I'd indicated to you that I was going to be off for about 30 minutes, but I'm back on. We're just further amending Amendment 1. Amendment because it's a lengthy amendment, and I'm trying to scroll through all the language, reading through them. Can you motion party clarify that, Chairman?
Thank you. Back to you, Madam Chair. Charles in. Madam Chair, Charles in. Yes.
Thank you, Speaker. To answer Delegate Keelan Begay's question, this is the second amendment. The first amendment presented by Delegate Carl Slater was voted on. So this is a second amendment that was offered, and this amendment was put together during the work session that we had. And so these were the amendments that were offered at that time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions on amendment number 2? Again, going once. Going twice.
Speaker Damon. Delegate Daniel So.
Chairman Daniel So, go ahead.
I have basically a question to Chief Legislative Counsel. This question, this aspect of whether a chair or the vice chair would be signing.
Hello, are we still on?
Would be signing the committee claims. And if the amendment's not clear, what would it do to the total legislation? Once we find the quote-unquote policy,
and it conflicts with this particular amendment, are we going to have to readdress it? And because I have a concern about that. Right now we meet by teleconference. So as soon as speaker signs it and president signs it, and we're still meeting by teleconference, how do we accomplish
if anything
that?
should happen to me, don't let them put me on respirator. Just let me go.
So in that respect, that would be my question. That background noise wasn't from my phone, so don't mute me. So that would be my question. And then, because it's a major concern for me, and it's almost like it can be handled administratively rather than for the committee chair to be signing documents regarding who attended and whether their claim should be processed or not. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and those are my questions and thoughts.
Let me go to Ms. Barbara. Ms. Barbara.
Thank you. First thing I wanted to point out is that this legislation, even though it goes to council, it does not go to across the street for the president to sign. This is a internal legislative branch internal legislation just affecting them. So it will become in effect when the speaker certifies it. So it is a challenge for me to answer that question because I don't know how the process is working right now. I'm not involved with the filing of claims. So what I'm picking up is that it's handled administratively now anyway. I mean, that part I don't know. If you take these sections out, and what sections you're taking out of your current rules are Rule 4, F and G. Rule 4F states that the chairperson or vice chairperson shall assign all legitimate claims for expenses incurred by the committee members during or between meetings. Rule 4G states that the chairperson of the committee shall have his or her claims for expenses signed by the speaker. That's what's in your rules right now. If the modification requested by Delegate, I think it was Delegate Hino, is accepted, then your rules will no longer address who signs the claims for either the committee members or the chairpersons. And as I said, I'm not aware of anywhere else that addresses claims for committee meetings. In your meeting attendance policies, they're called meeting attendance fees policies, which apply to committee member meetings and non-council meetings, that does give the responsibility or the authority to the speaker to sign council delegates' claims. So if you want to do it administratively, I believe that the speaker would have the authority to do a delegation of that responsibility with concurrent, and I would recommend concurrence of the chairs to handle that administratively. But that is the best answer I can provide at this point in time. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Speaker.
Thank you.
Speaker.
With that,
Speaker, follow that.
Chairman Daniel So, go ahead, follow up.
Oh, so Speaker, Otto, members of the NABI committee. So Ms. Bobroff, you're basically telling us that it was in policy that the chair and the vice chair were to sign. And so for 2 years, a little over 2 years, we've been breaking that particular part of the rules and policy.
Chairperson, so I can't say that because, as I said, I'm not sure how your claims are processed right now. I don't know who signs, but it has been in your rules, Rule 4F and Rule 4G, since the 24th Council came into existence. Your rules apply to committee meetings and council meetings. When I was telling you that your meeting fees, your meeting attendance fees policies states that the speaker signs those claims, those are for non-committee meetings. Those are for your other types of meetings, such as your agency caucus meetings, your chapter meetings, your planning meetings, agency council meetings, district council meetings. So thank you, Chair. Chair, so I can certainly look into it more, but as I said, that's the information I have right now. Thank you.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, are there any other comments, questions at this time?
Speaker, Delegate Daniel So with this modification to Amendment 2, are we addressing those items that were highlighted just now by Chief Legislative Counsel? Are they going to be stricken?
Barbara.
Thank you.
I guess that question goes to Speaker as well as to Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton as the motioning party, and to second to that motion, Eugene So.
Well, if it's going to myself, in Rule 4, with this amendment, original amendment, it's striking out both languages, both sentences that were actually combined into another area as recommended. But through Eugene So's recommendation, that was taken out as well. So there's no reference anywhere in this amendment right now to anybody signing off on claim forms. And if this is moves forward, we will continue to operate as we do now. Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
Hello?
Is the meeting still going?
Yes, can
Or
you
is
hear me?
everybody on?
No.
I can hear you, Speaker.
Okay, Madam Chair, are you there? I didn't hear anybody as well. Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
Question, Speaker.
Yes,
Speaker, can you
Honorable
hear me?
Eugene. Yes, hold on, Honorable Eugene. So, yes, Madam Chair, I can hear you now.
Speaker, I apologize. I didn't know I was on mute. I was talking. I unmuted myself on my phone, but somebody must have muted me on that end, so I apologize. Do you want Honorable Eugene So to ask his question first, or would you prefer that I answer the question that was posed to me?
No, just answer the question, then I'll go back to the floor.
Okay, thank you, Speaker, and thank you for the question, Chair. So my understanding is we did have this discussion when we had when it came before us at the Title II subcommittee meeting. As it was explained to us, is right now claims are handled administratively, and so there was a question of removing the language altogether or moving it under compensation, which Dana did. At the time when we did have the discussion, the suggestion was, or the recommendation that was provided was to move under compensation. But that question did come up regarding who is signing the claims. At the time, again, from recollection, the way that it was answered is right now it's all handled administratively by our finance office. Sabina, Eugenia, and also Lynette. And so right now, and I can only speak for myself as Chair of Law and Order Committee, I have never signed a claims form on behalf of my committee members. I can say that the only thing that I have been involved in as a committee chair is whenever an ORT, off-reservation travel, was required for the committee. It was just a matter of getting that ORT completed and getting it to Speaker's office. But to answer your question, for the last 2 years since we have been delegates, the claims have been in-house by finance, which we submit our claims and they take care of everything. So the question became whether this part of the legislation or this language within the legislation should be removed altogether, or whether it should just be moved to a separate section. So what the recommendation was to move it to a different section, and if the committee of Naabik'íyáti committee members want it removed altogether, it could be removed altogether, which is what Honorable Eugene So did when he made that recommendation, which was accepted by myself and also Honorable Eugene So, who holds the second. So I hope I was able to answer your questions. I can't. Hello, did you guys hear that?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, we did.
Okay, yes, we can hear you, Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, I heard you. Okay, with that, let me go back to the floor. Honorable, can you please keep your phones muted? Everyone that's on the line that isn't speaking are recognized to speak. Honorable Eugene So, the floor is yours.
I was going to say, it looks like everybody's going off, and I was going to ask for a recess instead. So nobody's listening to one another.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So, is that are you requesting, or is?
I was thinking that nobody seems like listening, so I thought maybe something wrong with the technology, and I thought maybe we'd just go and recess. That's what I was thinking, but I can ask for it if I can motion somebody second it.
It would actually be a motion to adjourn, since we're not recessing, or since there's no other recess. Is that what you want to do, Honorable Eugene So, or no? Honorable Eugene So?
Oh, yeah. Yes, sir.
There's a motion to adjourn by Honorable Eugene So, colleagues. Is there a second? Going once, going twice, going three times. Okay, with that, moving back to the board. Any other comments, questions on amendment number 2? Going once.
Yes, I hear you. Can
Twice.
you hear me?
Yes, Chairman. Chairman, Inyo.
Okay. Okay. Can you can hear me now? Yeah.
Yes.
So can you get like a second reading then of that requested modification on the claims portion of it? Will it be all of it be overstricken, or because according to Dana it was already there, but they just moved it from one section to another section. So with this modification requesting that it's accepted, the whole claims portion of it will be stricken. Is that what how Amendment 2 will be reading now?
Yes. Chairman, you are correct. Did you want that reading, Chairman?
Mr. Speaker?
Yes, sir, if I could.
Mr. Rico, if you could go ahead.
Just a quick comment. In regards to the claims, every fiscal year, departments have to fill out a signature authorization form. And I believe the Speaker's office, they are on the signature authorization form for each business unit under, for the committees and Navajo Nation Council Speaker's office. So that's why the claims forms have been going through, because they are authorized to sign off on them. Just a note. But I guess I can read that section back. The modification was made to rule number 6. It was overstriked. The language that was overstriked was the chairperson or vice chairperson shall sign all legitimate claims for expenses submitted by committee members. The Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council shall sign all legitimate claims for expenses submitted by the chairperson. Also overstriked within rule number 4 is, if you look on the document that's handed out, it's page 3. And page 3 has paragraph I, the chairperson or vice chairperson shall sign all legitimate claims for expenses incurred by the committee members during or between meetings. The next section is paragraph K. The chairperson of the committee shall have his or her claims for expenses signed by the Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council. So all that is overstricken, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions on amendment number 2? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Let's go to board on amendment number 2.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canesbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Canesbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Canesbach Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
I vote red.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes red. Honorable Mark Phelan. Honorable Mark Phelan. Honorable Mark Phelan did not vote.
Green, I unmuted myself, sorry.
Honorable Mark Phelan votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Florida votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not vote. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Green, thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto.
Do we go on mute again?
No, I don't think so. Can you hear me, Chairman?
The vote went silent.
Chairman, we're having bad technical difficulties at the chambers. Byron or Mr. Rico can hear us?
Yes, Speaker.
Is Ms. Yavella, we can't hear her?
Yeah, we're working to get her back on.
I can hear her in the background, but we're not on the recording.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Edison Winika votes green. Edwin Yazzie. Edwin Yazzie. Edwin Yazzie did not vote. Jimmy Yellowhair. Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes red.
Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Going back up. Honorable Begay. Honorable Begay. Honorable Begay did not vote. Honorable Kiali.
Chairman, Kiali votes red. We get getting muted all the time. I voted red already.
Colleagues,
To get my vote, Kiali?
Colleagues, please be patient with Ms. Yavella and staff at the central office or the chambers. And if you are getting muted or kicked off, please, it's not intentional. It's just we are having technical difficulties there at the chambers. Ms. Yavella?
Honorable Kiali Begay Jr.
Kiali votes red.
Honorable Kiali Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay red.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Red.
Oh, red. Paul Begay is red. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Amber Kneswal-Crotty.
Delegate Amber Kneswal-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kneswal-Crotty votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
When you vote red, you vote red.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edwin Yazzie.
Red.
Honorable Edwin Yazzie votes red. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 12 in favor and 7 opposed. Mr. Speaker?
Speaker, this is Delegate Brown. I vote green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 13 in favor and 7 opposed.
Speaker, this is Delegate. So was my vote counted?
Yes.
Ms. Yavella?
Yes, it was, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Honorable Charlene, so yes, your vote was counted.
Her vote was green. Mr. Speaker.
Your vote was green. Is that
Okay,
correct?
thank you. Yes, that's correct.
Speaker,
All right.
Delegate Daniel So.
With that, there's a vote. Chairman Daniel So.
Oh, go ahead and announce the vote, and then I'll speak after you announce the vote.
Okay, we have 13 in favor, 7 opposed. Chair not voting, motion carries on amendment number 2. That, before I go back to the main motion, Chairman Daniel So.
Oh, I'm sorry. Once the final vote on this legislation, I'd like to get the floor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. With that, back to the main motion. I right now, Mr. Rico, I don't have anybody in the queue. So let me go to 4. Any other comments, questions on the legislation? 0318-20 on the main motion. Going once, going twice. This legislation goes to council, colleagues. Going 3 times. That second reading, Mr. Rico.
Mr. Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, you have 2 amendments. Amendment number 1 is to amend Exhibit B, Rules 4, 12, 14, 18, 19, and 22 as set forth herein. Amendments to rule number 4, committee chairperson, paragraph G, new language was added at the end of the paragraph. Underscore, members of other standing committees shall not address the committee, report presenters, or legislation sponsors unless recognized by the chairperson. Requests to address the committee by other standing committee members must be submitted to the legislative advisor and chairperson in writing and via email for matters on the posted agenda. For matters added from the floor, members of other standing committees shall notify the legislative advisor and chairperson either in person if convening in person or via text, email, or other written notification request. And underscore. Paragraph J, new language after the Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council.
right here on the top of this hill.
New paragraph K, standing committees may censure committee members who fail to comply with 2 NNC section 167. Standing committee censuring all shall not interfere with censuring by the Navajo Nation Council for failure by the delegate to comply with 2 NNC section 167. Rule 12, paragraph B, after second sentence, after for consideration, insert new language, the committee may decide to recall or return to the legislation later in the agenda if the sponsor or co-sponsor present themselves to the committee, end underscore. At the end of the paragraph, insert new language after committee if the sponsor or co-sponsor do not present themselves to the committee, end underscore. Rule 14, new paragraph C, before recognition by the chairperson to discuss the legislation or issue before the committee members shall inform the chairperson whether he or she will speak in favor or in opposition and or to request further information from the presenting parties. D, after a motion and a second to consider a legislation or issue before the committee, any committee member may motion to enter a structured debate. The motioning committee member will conform his or her motion with the rules below. A majority vote of the committee members in favor shall move the committee into structured debate. D1, the motioning party will identify the time allocated for the debate on the legislation or matter before the committee, the number of parties permitted to debate in favor or in opposition, and the amount of time permitted per speaker. The chairperson shall develop a roster of speakers in favor, in opposition, and requesting further information. 2, the chair shall recognize 1, the first committee member in favor, and the member's speaking time. 2, first committee member in opposition and member speaking time. 3, the first committee member seeking further information. The chair shall move through the rosters for each successful speaker according to this order. If an individual roster is exhausted of speakers while speakers remain on other rosters, the chair shall recognize a committee member who has already spoken, provided the member has not spoken more than once on the legislation or matter before the committee. After the speaking rosters have been exhausted, the chair shall call for the question on the main motion. New paragraph E, at the request of a committee member and with the unanimous consent of the committee, the chairperson may permit informal discussion on any legislation or issue before the committee. Informal discussion permits for committee members to speak without recognition by the chairperson. During informal discussion, the chairperson may permit further presentation or discussion from parties not on the agenda on the legislation or issue before the committee. The chairperson, in his or her sole discretion, will recognize discussion by presenters not on the agenda and possess the power to remove the committee from informal discussion and underscore. Rule 18, new paragraph E, legislation shall only be tabled by a committee without final approval authority, a maximum of 2 times, and not for more than 30 days for each tabling without the consent of the sponsor. With the consent of the sponsor, the legislation may be tabled for a period longer than 30 days. Legislation tabled twice by a committee without final approval authority or tabled and not considered within 30 days shall move on to the next assigned standing committee or the Navajo Nation Council and underscore. Rule 19, after cease debate, insert and cloture. New paragraph B, any committee member except the presenting sponsor or co-sponsor may motion to invoke cloture. The cloture motion shall limit debate on the legislation to a maximum of 1 hour. New paragraph C, a motion to cease debate or invoke cloture shall be seconded, but shall not be debatable. New paragraph D, a vote of 2/3 of the committee members using vote or casting votes shall cause the motion of cease debate to carry and underscore. Rule 22, point of privilege. Paragraph A, second sentence, overstrike rights and privileges and insert physical well-being or technological issues. First sentence after is as overstrike question. Paragraph B, first sentence after point of privilege, overstrike to receive additional comments or documents from the sponsor raises the safety of the committee meeting maintained among and between all members of the committee and the public, and to maintain the dignity and integrity of the proceedings and overstrike. That is it for amendment number 1. Amendment number 2. 1, amend Exhibit B as set forth herein. 2, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and/or exhibits accordingly if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conform to the intent or language of the amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, when notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Rule number 1. First sentence, overstrike shall be and insert is. Second sentence, after subcommittees, insert and subcommittees. Fifth sentence, after intended for use, insert overstrike during budget hearings or and overstrike. Rule 2, second sentence, after adopted by, insert resolution number. Last sentence, after maintaining, overstrike the, after decorum, overstrike of the meeting. Rule 3, paragraph B, overstrike subcommittee meetings shall be conducted in accordance with the same rules and procedures as that of the standing committees. Insert new language as follows. These rules of order shall apply to subcommittees, to all subcommittees of the standing committees, and the term committee or committees, whenever used in these rules of order, includes subcommittees, unless otherwise indicated, and underscore. Rule 4, after committee chairperson, insert duties, semicolon, meeting procedures. Rule 4A, or paragraph A, second sentence, after unless, insert an alternate start time is, and then overstrike otherwise. Third sentence, after council and, insert the alternate time is. After posted, overstrike accordingly and insert in accordance with Rule 4C. Paragraph B, first sentence, after chairperson, overstrike in. After a meeting, overstrike unless. After until the, overstrike agenda and insert order of agenda business as listed in Rule 9A. After completed, insert notwithstanding, the chairperson may adjourn a committee meeting if overstrike unless. Fourth sentence, after met, insert satisfied. Paragraph new F. First sentence, after decorum, insert shall. Third sentence, after 184C, insert shall. Fourth sentence, after vice chairperson, overstrike to and insert so that the chairperson may. Fifth sentence, after committee and, insert shall. Paragraph G, after the chairperson in, overstrike there and insert his or her. Second sentence, after including, change question to questioning. Paragraph H, second sentence, after 5, insert calendar. Overstrike, new sentence IF, the chairperson or vice chairperson shall sign all legitimate claims for expenses incurred by the committee members during or between meetings. New paragraph I, overstrike, the chairperson shall notify any committee member in writing when they are not in compliance with. After 167, overstrike which includes. At the end of the paragraph, insert new sentence, the chairperson shall notify any committee member in writing when they have been absent from 60% of committee meeting days within a 1-year period. Overstrike paragraph K, the chairperson of the committee shall have his or her claims for expenses signed by the Speaker, Navajo Nation Council. Rule 5, paragraph A, third or second sentence, after perform a voice, overstrike the. Third sentence, overstrike for the morning and afternoon sessions and insert at the start of each meeting session. After and, insert shall. Paragraph B, second sentence, after meeting, insert comma, overstrike, comma, but quorums and insert a quorum. Third sentence, at the end of the sentence, insert new language after present when the report was heard. New paragraph C, consistent with 2 NNC section 164A11, if a legislation is not considered at a committee meeting because of a lack of quorum, the legislation will either 1, be placed on the agenda for that committee's next regular or special meeting if that committee has final authority over the legislation, or 2, if that committee does not have final authority over the legislation shall be placed on the agenda of the subsequent assigned committee's next regular or special meeting. There are no changes. Oh, wait, no. Rule number 6, overstrike the new language as follows. The chairperson or vice chairperson shall sign all legitimate claims for expenses submitted by committee members. The Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council shall sign all legitimate claims for expenses submitted by a chairperson. End overstrike. Rule number 8, paragraph A, second sentence, overstrike resolve and insert remove. Paragraph H, at the end of the paragraph, insert new language. The withdrawn legislation is then permanently removed from the agenda of the committee and shall not move forward to the subsequent assigned committee, if any, or to the Navajo Nation Council. And underscore. Rule 9, paragraph A, third sentence, after attached exhibits, insert after the first reading, the chairperson shall entertain a main motion and second pursuant to Rule 11 to commence presentation by the sponsor or sponsors. After overstrike language, motion to adopt, insert presentation. sixth sentence, insert at the beginning of the sixth sentence, insert any after amendment, add a S to make it plural. Paragraph B, fourth sentence, after entertain A, insert main. At the end of this paragraph, insert new language as follows. After presentation, debate, and any amendments, a second reading shall be conducted prior to vote on the main motion to adopt. The second reading shall be limited only to those provisions or sections of the legislation which have been amended. All readings shall be by the designated Office of Legislative Services personnel assigned to the committee or by electronic voice recording. End underscore. Rule 10, third sentence, overstrike assistant and insert staff. Rule 11, paragraph C, overstrike. If a legislation does not receive a main motion or a second at a committee without final approval authority, the legislation will move on to the next assigned committee or the Navajo Nation Council and overstrike. Insert new language consistent with 2 NNC section 164A11. If a legislation is not considered at a committee meeting because it does not receive a main motion or second, the legislation will then either 1, be placed on the agenda for that committee's next regular or special meeting if that committee has final authority over the legislation, or 2, if that committee does not have final authority over the legislation shall be placed on the agenda of the subsequent assigned committee's next regular or special meeting. End underscore. Change paragraph D or overstrike E and make it paragraph D. Rule 12, paragraph A, first sentence, after not to exceed, insert overstrike 20 and insert 10. Second sentence, after on the legislation, insert new language. The presentation time may be extended by the request of any committee member other than the sponsor. End underscore. Paragraph B, at the end of the paragraph, insert new language, comma, or no comma, regardless whether the committee has or does not have final authority over the legislation. New paragraph C, if a legislation is called before the same committee a second time, but the sponsor or co-sponsor are again not present, the legislation shall be permanently eliminated from the committee's agenda regardless if the committee has or does not have final authority over the legislation. End underscore. Overstrike entire rule number 13, informal discussion. Any committee member may request to suspend formal discussion on any legislation or issue by requesting an off-record discussion open to the public. It shall be at the discretion of the chairperson to grant such requests. End overstrike. Rule 14, paragraph A, at the beginning of fourth sentence, insert immediately before the words before the committee. Paragraph B, beginning of sentence, except for points of order or points of privilege, change overstrike over uppercase in, put in a lowercase in. Rule 15, paragraph A, at the end of the sentence, insert and through the sponsor to their agents. Rule 16, paragraph A, first sentence, after committee member overstrike shall be permitted to propose in and insert may request consideration of a proposed after to the insert legislation that is the subject of the third sentence, overstrike in and insert a proposed after amendment to overstrike the main motion and insert said legislation. Fourth sentence, after the overstrike main motion, insert legislation. Paragraph B, overstrike any and insert consideration of any after amendment to the insert legislation that is the subject of the. Paragraph C, overstrike A and insert except for a tabling motion, the consideration of any after amendment to the insert legislation that is the subject of the. Third sentence, after debate of the insert proposed, after amendment, insert comma and a note on the proposed amendment. Paragraph D, first sentence, after shall cause the overstrike motion to amend and insert proposed amendment, after whereby the insert legislation that is the subject of the. Third sentence, insert period after amended, overstrike and uppercase, insert uppercase D on debate. After motion shall, insert then, After continue, overstrike as amended and insert with the main motion consisting of the amended legislation. Paragraph E, after only one, overstrike motion to amend and insert proposed amendment to the legislation that is the subject of the main motion. After allowed, insert for debate. Third sentence, after each, overstrike motion to amend and insert proposed amendment. Fourth sentence, after amend is, overstrike entertained and insert considered. Paragraph F, after legislation, overstrike requires final consideration by, and insert has been assigned to. Second sentence, after committee, insert or to the Navajo Nation Council. Fifth sentence, after standing committee, insert or the Navajo Nation Council. Rule 17, paragraph A, after member may overstrike propose a substitute motion to amend to any and replace with move to introduce substitute legislation that, if adopted, would replace a legislation that is the subject of the. Third sentence, after substitute overstrike motion and insert legislation. After substance of any, insert legislation that is the subject of the main. After motion, insert and must address the same subject matter as the legislation it is replacing. Overstrike, and if adopted, shall do away with the main motion if the substitute motion is a proposed legislation it. And overstrike, insert new language, proposed substitute legislation. After posting period, insert new sentence. A motion proposing substitute legislation must be seconded without modification by any committee member so recognized by the chairperson. Paragraph B, after following A, overstrike substitute, after motion, insert and a second proposed. At the end of paragraph B, overstrike the following language, comma, and seconded without modification by any committee member so recognized by the chairperson, and overstrike. Paragraph C, after one, overstrike substitute, after motion, insert for a substitute legislation, after allowed, insert for debate. Paragraph D, after A, overstrike substitute, after motion, insert for a substitute legislation. After all, overall other, insert proposed amendments, overstrike motions. After original, overstrike main motion and insert legislation. Third sentence, after exception of, insert tabling motion and overstrike, and the chairperson shall allow consideration of the substitute motion like a main motion, and overstrike. Paragraph E, after A, overstrike substitute, after motion, insert for a substitute legislation. Paragraph F, after A, overstrike substitute motion and insert a substitute legislation. Paragraph G, first sentence, after cause of motion, insert for a substitute legislation. Third sentence, after away with the, insert legislation that was the subject of the, and then after does not carry, then insert the legislation that was the subject of, after maintained and overstrike the, after on that, overstrike main motion or an amendment to the main motion if applicable. And overstrike underscore legislation or any amendments thereto. After prior to the overstrike making of the substitute motion and insert motion of a substitute legislation. Rule 18, at the end of the paragraph, insert by, after reconsidered, insert by the committee. Rule 19, paragraph A, first sentence, after co-sponsor may overstrike motion and insert move. Second sentence, after debate, insert on the motion at hand. Fourth sentence, after against the, insert motion at hand and overstrike immediately pending issue before the committee. Last sentence, after against the, overstrike issue and insert the legislation amendment or issue that is the subject of the motion at hand. Paragraph C, at the end of the first sentence, after cause the motion, overstrike of and insert to. Rule 20, paragraph A, third sentence, after deliberation by, overstrike the and insert that in uppercase committee. Let's see. Paragraph B, at the end of the first sentence, after report, overstrike before the committee, and then after two, change A to another. After main motion, insert on that legislation or report. Third sentence, after specify the, insert other standing. Fourth sentence, after time allotted, insert for that action. Paragraph F, first sentence, after shall be taken, insert back. Rule 21, paragraph A, after third sentence, after point of order, after point of order, insert a point of order shall, and then overstrike which, and at state add an S, or overstrike the S. Paragraph D, insert new sentence at the end of paragraph, the chairperson's ruling shall not be appealed. Overstrike complete paragraph E, once the chairperson has made his or her decision on a point of order, any committee member may appeal the decision. The appeal must be seconded. The appeal shall not be commended. If the appeal is made and seconded, the chairperson shall restate his or her decision and submit the matter to the judgment of the committee. The chairperson's decision shall then be subject to debate by the committee, during which time the chairperson shall state his or her reasons for the decision. Upon conclusion of the debate, vote shall be taken and the decision of the chairperson shall be reversed if the majority of all votes cast are in favor of the appeal. End overstrike. Rule 22, paragraph B, second sentence, insert information before or documents. After sponsor, insert agents or. After safety, insert and comfort. Third sentence, after committee meetings, overstrike maintain among and between all members of the committee and the public, and to maintain the dignity and integrity of the proceedings. End overstrike. Paragraph C, add new sentence at the end of paragraph as follows. The chairperson's ruling on the point of privilege shall not be appealed. Rule 23, paragraph A, overstrike these rules shall and insert one or more of these rules may. Paragraph B, first sentence, after suspend, overstrike the rules. After no question, insert comma, issue or legislation. Second sentence, after question, insert comma, issue, comma, or legislation. After provided, overstrike the rule is for the purposes connected with that question, and overstrike. Insert new language that the rules proposed for suspension shall be related to the pending question, issue, or legislation, and underscore. Overstrike, paragraph C, overstrike. The motion to suspend the rules may be made when the order of business, order of agenda business, motions or legislation are considered, or when the order of business, order of the agenda business, which relates to the specific matter proposed, is considered. And overstrike. And add new sentence, a motion to suspend shall have a motion and a second. D, paragraph D, overstrike. The motion to suspend the rule should state its specific purpose, and then insert a committee member moving to suspend shall state his or her reason for suspension. After specify, insert the and overstrike rule or rules and insert rules. After suspended, overstrike semicolon, and upon its adoption, no other matters may be considered while the suspension is in effect. Rule 24, paragraph A, insert new language for each motion before the committee, and then change the E in every to lowercase. After vote, insert for. Second sentence, insert opposed. Overstrike oppose on each motion before the committee. After unless, overstrike there is, and insert the committee member has. After A, overstrike direct. After a conflict of interest, insert related to the motion. Fourth sentence, change lowercase c to uppercase. Okay, paragraph B. Third sentence, overstrike or not, and insert shall not be. After opposed but, insert shall be. Paragraph C, begin sentence with for every motion, and then lowercase t. Paragraph E, second sentence, after motion, insert pending before the committee, overstrike or rule on the malfunction if it is brought to the chairperson's attention through a point of order. A point of order raising an electronic or telecommunication malfunction shall be made immediately and before the chairperson recognizes another motion. End overstrike. Insert new language. A malfunction shall be brought to the chairperson's attention immediately when noticed by any committee member by raising a point of order. The chairperson shall rule on the malfunction before the committee proceeds with consideration or debate or any other question, issue, or legislation. End underscore. Rule 25, paragraph A, overstrike. After upon overstrike A, after and, insert A. Paragraph B, begin sentence with while any matter of a confidential nature may be discussed in executive session, and change the uppercase O and only to lowercase. After only, insert those. Third sentence, after justice attorneys, insert or advocates. Paragraph D, after shall be taken, insert by the committee. Rule 26, insert new language to last sentence. After approved, insert by the Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council. Rule 27, after first sentence, after completed, overstrike, or when other reasons exist. Rule 28, first sentence, after Navajo Nation Council, insert comma as amended. Second sentence, after Navajo Nation Council, insert and certification by the Speaker. That is the rest for amendment number 2. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. Colleagues, as Mr. Rico did, second reading, let's go to the board on legislation. Ms. Bella?
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Kiel votes red.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Regina Charles Newton. Honorable Regina Charles Newton. Honorable Regina Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Knispot-Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knispot-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knispot-Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
I vote red.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes red. Honorable Mark Phelan. Honorable Mark Phelan. Honorable Mark Phelan did not vote. Honorable Panal Halona. Honorable Panal Halona. Honorable Panal Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes red.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes red. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez. Honorable Ricky Nez did not vote. Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So.
I'll vote red.
Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So.
Aye.
Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Red.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Going back up, Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Regina Charles Newman.
Charles
Honorable
Newman
Regina
votes
Charles
green.
Newman. Honorable
Can you
Regina
hear me?
Charles Newman votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Red.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Malone votes red.
Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell
Malone votes
Halona votes red. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes red. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 6 in favor and 13 opposed. Mr. Speaker, not voting. Mr. Speaker.
Delegate Paul Begay votes red.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes red. Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 6 in favor and 14 opposed. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. On legislation 0318-20, it's 6 in favor, 14 opposed, chair not voting. Motion fails. This legislation continues on to Navajo Nation Council colleagues. So with that, we are back to the agenda. Before I go continue on, I know Chairman Daniel So wanted me to come back to him after when we get back onto the agenda. Chairman Daniel So, floor is yours.
Oh, I say hi at last, Silla. Adoshan and I, members of the Naabik'íyáti committee, legislative staff, legislative council, Department of Justice, and all the folks that are on the call. I guess in view of the technical difficulties we've had and the fact that we keep losing calls, and then motion is later the assassinate limigate or a motion to adjourn. Thank you.
Speaker, second the motion.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Motion by Chairman Daniel So to adjourn at 8:06 p.m. Second by Honorable Eugene So. Colleagues, comments, questions? Chairman Henio, go ahead.
To the Speaker Damon, most to journey lagi second I do support that because there's no internet at home for me, and so I was going to be asked to be excused. I'm sitting in the middle of the dark somewhere on the side of the road here, and I'm afraid I might get eaten by Bigfoot, so I support the motion to adjourn.
Any other comments, questions? If there are
Speaker,
none,
this is Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, go ahead.
For motion and second. I do agree with the adjournment. However, there's that legislation 002921. Naabik'íyáti is the final authority. They owe Inchcade on behalf of that to pass that because we had two of our servicemen in Fort Hood that passed away while on duty, and their folks and their family, relatives, loved ones all want a closure on this. Called the United States Department of Defense to investigate our two Army Army specialists, Michael Douglas Yazzie and Army Private Carlton Chi. They were both stationed at Fort Hood. And not only them, there was also numerous reports of Army folks or Army personnel that passed during the time at this Fort Hood. So, to just go to legislation 002921, and then we can adjourn. Thank you.
Chairman, or actually Vice Chair Smith, if this does pass, what we will do is, due to the fact that there are some pressing measures, that we will probably schedule a special Naabik'íyáti committee, and it might be in the afternoon, one of these upcoming afternoons, and might not take place and take care of everything on that one afternoon, but we might have to bust it up into two special meetings on 2 afternoons, but in order for us to get caught up there, because I know with the last 3 meetings, the majority of the time was to reports. So we'll go ahead and we'll work together with that, with the sponsors, and making sure that they have adequate notice to their individuals who are going to be the presenters too as well. So thank you. Other than that, colleagues, any other comments, questions?
Delegate Rick Nez requests to speak.
Chairman Nez, go ahead.
Thank you. If we do reschedule after we adjourn, I'd like to remove legislation 0032-21. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. We'll make note. Is there any other comments, questions? No, we can go to board on the journey. Let's go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Honorable Green.
Elmer Begay. Honorable
Honorable
Begay
Green.
votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Kealan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay votes red.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes red.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. Honorable Regina Charles Newton. Honorable Regina Charles Newton. Honorable Regina Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Knaspah-Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knaspah-Crotty will vote green. Thank you, Shima.
Honorable Amber Knaspah-Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Green.
Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona
Green.
votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henry votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote Joe, sure.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edwin Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edwin Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Elair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Elair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Regina Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Regina Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 18 in favor and 13 opposed. Mr. Speaker, not voting.
Thank you very much, Ms. Vela. With that, colleagues, 18 in favor, 3 opposed, officially adjourned at 8:06 p.m. Thank you very much, colleagues. Have a good evening. Safe travels, those
Thank
are
you.
traveling. And
Thank you, Speaker.
have a good weekend, everyone, wherever you're going with your families. And we'll talk to you, everyone, later. Good night.
Good night.